Yes.
The Lithuanian army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1603 of the War News stream. And tonight we're seeing some very big developments. Guess where? Again, once again in the Middle East and also inside of Ukraine and Russia as well. Right now we're getting word that starting next week, U.S. officials are preparing a deadly escalation of the attacks on Iran. And also today we've seen a non-stop slog between Iran and U.S. forces in the region that's really heating up quite quick. We're also seeing that Ukraine's currently attacking a major Russian strategic bomber base, and also there's an entire fleet of bombers there, so we're waiting to hear what the loss report is out of that base. And also Crimea's water and power supply today has collapsed, and they have no more running water in several different areas. But it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we've been covering the past 24 hours in the news from around the world as we have been able to hear of significant developments within the Middle East and Eastern Europe over the course of the day, as well as a small update from the Americas. As we have been able to hear that U.S. Air Forces and Naval Forces have still been conducting a significant bombardment against IRGC forces, which at this point we can largely describe aptly as a slaughter, as it appears that Iranian air defenses are largely inoperable now along the coastline, and the U.S. Air Forces and Navy have been able to strike and destroy IRGC and Iranian armed forces at their discretion. The United States of America has also announced officially today that the current campaign and strategy is to forcibly reopen the Strait of Hormuz and to also destroy Iran's anti-ship and maritime capabilities. Put a coin in the Enforcers were right jar. We've also been able to additionally hear that at the same time, the United States of America has disabled a vessel within the Persian Gulf today for attempting to violate the U.S. blockade against Iranian ports, and the Islamic Republic of Iran has been attempting to fire back as strongly as they can, with attacks being reported multiple times throughout the day in Kuwait and Bahrain, and we've also been able to see additional one-way drone attacks being conducted within the Kurdish regions of northern Iraq, with reports of explosions in Sulaymaniyah within a large Kurdish stronghold, Israel and also within the city of Erbil, with those strikes appearing to hit the airport, which also serves as a joint U.S. military operation. We've also been able to see that additionally within the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Iranians have now announced that they're not willing to negotiate with the United States of America and are going to be attempting to prosecute the war to its successful conclusion, where the Iranians will be able to achieve an absolute victory, at least according to their own claims. In the meantime, the United States of America is considering broadening their strike campaign at the moment while keeping on the same strategic framework to see that the operations are concluded at a much faster pace and generally involve a great deal more firepower in the immediate term, in the here and now as we speak. Additionally, we've also been able to see that outside of the Middle East and generally the war between the United States and Iran, there have also been some significant developments within Lebanon and Israel today, and we've also been able to hear that the Prime Minister of Israel has arrived to the United States as of recently. We've also been able to hear that within the areas of Eastern Europe, Lithuania and Poland have both put out significant alarms and warnings today of an imminent attack by the Russian Federation or an attempted false flag, which will then lead to an armed invasion of NATO territory. Both countries have stated incredibly similar stories that they've been able to get from their intelligence apparatus, and it does appear that both countries are once again incredibly concerned that the situation with the Russian Federation is spiraling out of control. In the meantime, Polish aircraft did intercept more Russian jets near to the Polish airspaces in the Baltic Sea today, and additionally, we've also been able to see that the armed forces of Ukraine have conducted another major drone attack throughout the Russian Federation once more, with reports coming out that the Salavat refinery, which was hit yesterday, is out of operation effective today. One of the largest pieces of news that we're currently getting out of the war in Ukraine is an attack upon the Ingles Air Base, a significant air base used by the Russian Strategic Aviation Forces to be able to launch Tu-95 and Tu-160 bombers to be able to fire off cruise missile attacks against the state of Ukraine. From reports and video evidence that has already come out, there are significant explosions and fires happening throughout the entirety of the Ingles City area, and it does appear that some drones may have been able to hit onto the Ingles Air Base itself, possibly destroying or heavily damaging strategic bombers that were on the tarmac at the time of the incoming drone attacks. A significant blunder by the Russian Federation to even leave the jets on the ground, and hopefully a major success and victory that we have seen of the Ukrainians being able to hit these strategic bombers while they're resting and awaiting their next orders for another strike on Ukraine. In the meantime, Ukrainian armed forces have been able to hold the lines against the Russian Federation today and stop any advances along most, if not the entirety of the front line, while we've also gotten additional reports from the south that Ukraine has continued to hit the very little number of ships that are now left within the Sea of Azov, which is rapidly emptying out day over day, and the Crimean Peninsula has entered what we can describe as the total collapse that we've been talking about for many a day up until this point. The Baltics thermal power plant, which we did confirm was hit yesterday, has been assessed today to be entirely out of operation and will not be coming back online anytime soon. The Baltics thermal power plant provided half of the power inside of the entirety of the Crimean Peninsula, and as we understand it, due to the complete lack of power in most, if not all, of the Crimean Peninsula due to that heavy hit, we are now understanding that the water pumps which provided drinking water to the population of Crimea have mostly stopped working, meaning that the entirety of the peninsula is now without power and is also without any water as well. A major crisis to say the least, and it is rapidly devolving into a humanitarian crisis of untold proportions that we have not seen outside of the Balkans conflicts and the Balkans unrest in the 1990s. But with all that in mind, also, by the way, side note, the U.S. is planning on invading Cuba. But outside of that side note, we have a humongous amount of major news to cover throughout the course of the day, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And I've got to tell y'all, folks, that as far as the large stories go, it's nothing but back-to-back large stories, probably for the first hour and a half of the news here on this show tonight, because we have tremendous news from quite literally every single corner of the world that's heavily active over the course of the day. And so with that, it is now time for us to move on down and into our largest story of the day, which is the campaign that's currently ongoing against the Islamic Republic of Iran within the Middle East. We have been able to see that the U.S. combined air forces of the Air Force and Navy, as well as the U.S. Navy surface combatants, have been conducting significant strikes against the Islamic Republic of Iran's forces along the coast over the course of the entirety of this day. We were able to hear an announcement that the United States of America's campaign is currently aiming to force open the Strait of Hormuz and also destroy Iranian military capabilities. The United States also would want to eliminate all of these capabilities before launching more complex operations, as U.S. officials quoted to Reuters today. And in a direct quote, one of these officials stated, "This is helping set the stage if needed." This is something that is showing us that U.S. strategy has changed drastically, and we can see that by the confirmed open source intelligence information that we have here on the channel, the strategy has changed entirely from its first opening days on February 28th to the second phase of the war, which we're now watching unfold right now. During the first phase of the war, the United States of America conducted a decapitation strike in accordance with the Israeli Air Force against Ali Khamenei and a meeting of top government officials within Tehran. After that, we saw that largely the battle plan began to fall apart rapidly, as it appears that it was only designed for a 72-hour duration, with the hope that the Iranian government would collapse within those 72 hours. The United States then went around for the next month or a month and a half, sporadically striking government facilities, IRGC headquarters, and Iranian governmental officials throughout the country, and intermittently conducting some strikes against the Iranian Navy's largest vessels, the Iranian Air Force's largest air bases, and other targets that generally could be called the largest or the biggest, that would make cool headlines in the press, but really wouldn't achieve any real strategic objectives. We then saw that because of that sort of an operation, largely grander strategy, the United States then went into a ceasefire and a memorandum of understanding with Iran because they never addressed the blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, which was beginning to cause significant economic tumult around the entirety of the world, including the United States of America, with the rising and rapid loss of the availability of refined fuels and also crude oil to work with the refined fuels around the entirety of the world. In the second phase of the operation, it appears that the United States is now starting to work with the analysis that we had from the very get-go on air, quite literally before the war even started, and they are now attempting to remove Iran's capabilities to blockade the Strait of Hormuz and are actively attacking and destroying those forces, while also going after the maritime and naval forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran and their anti-ship capabilities within the near coast area and within the deeper coastal areas of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We were able to see more of these strikes today in video and picture evidence showing the devastation and destruction that has been caused by U.S. forces, and also eyewitness reports once again giving us an idea that this was sweeping the entirety of the coast over the past 24 hours. Within the area of the city of Chabahar, the port's control tower was once again hit by U.S. armed forces over the day. And this video here from a tanker within the area actually shows us the smoke rising and also the control tower right over here. We understand that generally some sort of an explosive did land in front of the control tower within the port, which seems to be lining up with a second round of strikes, aka a double tap, that was conducted right in front of the control tower, once again on this large IRGC boat plot that exists within the very middle of Chabahar port. Here, dozens of IRGC fast attack boats are held out of the water on a concrete block, so that way if they need to be deployed, they're incredibly close to water, but they also don't stay within the water to grow barnacles on the hull and decrease their top speed when at sea due to the drag that the barnacles would create inside of the water. The smoke was rising once again from that port today, once again showing that the IRGC fast attack boat block, if we want to call it that, had been wiped out a second time by the U.S. Armed Forces. We also were able to see that fires did break out in Chabahar port as well, more recently closer to our stream time, as it does appear that a new round of U.S. strikes just hit mere hours ago when we were going live on air. We see them showing the fires and the smoke rising from the port area.
That's some pretty heavy strikes out there, I will say. It looks like a pure glow out there in the distance, just across the entire horizon.
It does seem to be quite some significant strikes, that is for sure. And also that was, of course, paired with the reports, eyewitness reports of explosions in Chabahar. And the only reason why I put this one down, folks, is because I wanted to make it incredibly well noted that eyewitness reports are being taken on the channel at this point due to a lack of video and picture evidence in some areas as factual reports, at least within the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Gulf states, because most eyewitness reports that we have like these, which are quite simple, it just says explosions in Chabahar, Iran. It's only 4 words from an eyewitness report, but they are backed up whenever we get the chance with video and picture evidence, which is showing that eyewitness testimony from the ground right now is accurate within the Islamic Republic of Iran, and that's why in some cases we only have those eyewitness reports to work off of, which don't really provide a great deal of detail about what was hit, the scope of the damage, the scale of the attacks, or any actual visual proof of the attacks, but it does confirm that strikes were conducted within that general locality, which is incredibly important for our analysis purposes. Moving us on out of Chabahar and further on up the coast towards Bandar Abbas, we also were able to see that there were strikes within Bandar Abbas, according to eyewitness reports once again, and we believe that these strikes were either hitting the Bandar Abbas naval port for the IRGC near to Tasitat-i Bandari Banahar, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, or the Bandar Abbas International Airport, which are both heavily used by the Iranian armed forces and also the IRGC's naval forces. We also were able to see that reports of strikes were also corroborated by Tasnim News, which is an Iranian state-run news outlet. And according to the Iranian statements, a Tasnim news agency reporter in Bandar Abbas received information from sources in the Hormuzgan province governor's office that an enemy bomb struck an area near the city of Sarik a short time ago. At 12:55, a location near Sarik was hit by enemy bombs believed to be from the United States. A full report will be released after initial assessments. Tasnim news agency reporter in Bandar Abbas also confirmed that the island of Kashim was hit by bombs by the United States of America as well, and we also were able to corroborate from these claims that a larger strike campaign, not only including Bandar Abbas, but the surrounding IRGC naval facilities on Kashim Island and the Sarik IRGC naval facility were also hit simultaneously during the strikes that were reported out of Bandar Abbas. This is something that I have to say, folks, I cannot state enough, I'm very enthused to hear about. In the last war that we saw that the United States fought with Iran, or the last phase 1 of the war, we'll call this one that we're in right now phase 2. In phase 1 of the war, we very rarely ever heard of any direct strikes inside of Bandar Abbas and within the areas of the Strait of Hormuz, unless it was against a large target, like say the drone carriers of the Iranian Navy, or some sort of a corvette, or some sort of a smaller Iranian naval vessel that was used by the official SEPA Navy, not the IRGC. These strikes that we're seeing this time around in all of the video and picture evidence that we've gotten out of last week are actually hitting the Iranian drone launchers and anti-ship batteries, the IRGC fast attack boats, the mobile and stationary surface search radars. So we are understanding that based off of this list of targets that we're seeing, also including additional air defense which is being destroyed within the area, the U.S. is actually going on a coastal campaign. It's not just a statement by the United States, it's corroborated by every single bit of video and picture evidence and reports that we're getting from the Iranian coastline. We are actually whittling down their abilities to try and conduct a blockade on the strait and forcibly stop ships from being able to pass through. Still, while that is the case, we were able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran was also taking strikes even further west down the coastline. In the city of Shiraz, eyewitness reports were able to state that there was smoke rising from U.S. airstrikes within the area, which we were also able to see in this brief clip. And before we get on into our next reports out of Bushehr, we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so forgive me for doing whiplash here. We have some breaking news coming out of Russia right now. We've gotten our first images of the Ukrainian drone attack on the Ingles Air Base. And the reason why this air base is a big deal is because this is the staging point for the Russian strategic bomber fleet. We're talking about the big bombers, the ones that do real significant damage to Ukraine when they take off. And right now we're seeing a lot of smoke coming from the area of Ingles Air Base. I'm not sure what has been hit there. We were aware that bombers were on the tarmac at the time of this attack. We're not sure exactly how many were on the tarmac, but there were definitely a presence of bombers there, and now we're seeing smoke across the entire area. So that's not a good sign for Russia right there. I'm not sure if the bombers have been sieged by the Ukrainians, or maybe it's fuel storage that's been hit. I'm not totally sure, but Ingles appears to have been fixed up and tuned up quite a bit. So Enforcer, what can you make of this right here?
I would have to say this is actually quite interesting to see. I wish we could do some geolocation on this really quickly. And I have to say, folks, once again, we're giving you all a little bit of whiplash right now because we were in the middle of the Iranian coastline news and also the Iran war news, and we're moving up into Russia really quickly to cover the news happening at Ingles Live. Let's see, where in the world is a forest line in this area that we can get a reference on? Because this is a little tree line that exists right here looking towards the airbase, but we're not really sure from which direction. So sadly, I wouldn't be able to give you all a proper geolocation. It does look like the fire is on Ingalls Air Base, and depending on what they hit, there's a couple of different targets that could have been destroyed that is of significant note. There is a small fuel storage facility for the strategic bombers' jet aviation fuel that they use to be able to operate. We generally believe that the Tu-95s also use a very similar fuel to the Tu-160s, which are the B-1 Lancer ripoff. So you can see one of them right here. And let's see here. What else could have been hit? Trying to make sure that we get all of the support facilities before we go to the glaring one on the tarmac. But there's also some support facilities further on up here. It looks like there might be some ammunition storage and also command and control centers that might possibly exist within this area. And also there is, of course, the ammunition storages that exist here within the southern part of the airfield, although one of them has already been destroyed from years ago. And you can still see that on satellite. And then, of course, the blaring target, which is the strategic bombers themselves, which were most likely sitting quite literally on the wide open the tarmac, which could have also been hit and destroyed in these strikes. And considering that the wisps of smoke are light, it could be bombers that have been destroyed.
Now, get this. I just got information about 5 or 6 hours ago. I got a tip that the Russians had brought back about 4 Tu-22M3 bombers back to this airbase. They literally just got redeployed there today, and they came back, and they're currently on the tarmac. That's the last report I got, and you can pull up a picture of what a Tu-22M3 looks like and show the people. There you go right there. I believe, is that their supersonic bomber, I believe?
The Tu-160 and the Tu-22 are both sweep-wing supersonics. It's just that this one's like a medium-sized strategic bomber. The Tu-160 is the large-sized strategic bomber.
Yeah, so according to the tip I got, and we'll have to see if it turns out to be true, apparently 4 of these had just been redeployed to Ingalls today, and then right after we heard they got redeployed there, then we saw, like we're seeing right now, this major Ukrainian attack on Ingalls. So I think Ukraine might have got that tip off too, and they decided to go for it and hit them while they're on the tarmac. So I don't know if they successfully got them or not. I'm really anxious to see if they actually hit those, because if they took out all 4 of those right there, first of all, that would be somewhat of a miracle, because I would assume the Russians would protect them to some degree or another. But of course, Russian air defense isn't very reliable, so I wouldn't count on that too much. But I'm very curious to see if we're going to see a carnage of an unprecedented variety on the Ingalls Air Base, considering that it was literally target central on the tarmac.
Also, while these 4 have apparently been relocated to the airbase earlier in the day, we also understand that based permanently at the Ingalls Air Base is a couple of squadrons of Tu-160s pictured here. This is largely what we call the rip-off B-1 Lancer, because it shares a lot of design similarities to the B-1 Lancer in almost every single way. And we also understand that the turboprop Tu-95 strategic bombers are also based here at Ingalls Air Base as well to some extent. I believe the modern ones that are based at Ingalls are actually the Tu-95M, but that's getting kind of into the pedantic side of what specific bomber is it. It's a Tu-95. But nevertheless, these 3 bombers are currently at the Ingalls Air Base to some degree or some varying number to possibly be hit and destroyed. And as far as we're concerned, out of all 3 of them, the ones that would be the best to hit would actually be the Tu-160s and the Tu-95s, because while the Tu-22M3s have been involved in dropping off cruise missiles and other missiles against Ukraine in airstrikes that have been conducted recently, we understand that the Tu-160 and the Tu-95 have a larger payload capacity to be able to launch larger missiles at a time, meaning that destroying a Tu-95 or a Tu-160 will be destroying a greater deal of munitions tonnage that could be launched or operated by Russia in a single strike over the Tu-22s. But any 3 of them, of course, would be a great result. The last time we saw any large number of Russian strategic bombers destroyed was during Operation Spiderweb, which I believe was during the earlier part of last year, where we saw that dozens of Russian strategic bombers, I believe it was about a third of their fleet, was attacked and destroyed within hours of each other across the entirety of the Russian Federation by a surprise Ukrainian drone attack. So hopefully we'll be getting some more positive news. Also, folks, I hate to say this and put a bit of a damper on the story, but our actual damage assessments will probably be coming out tomorrow or the next day instead of live on air tonight, because the Russian Air Force service members have this very odd capability of whipping out their phones and taking pictures of the strategic bombers that have been destroyed in prior strikes and putting that out usually tomorrow or the next day after the strike actually occurred. So we'll probably start to get a good head count on if any bombers were destroyed and what type they were in the next 24 to 48 hours from now. But but still very big news coming out, and it may be showing that Ukraine just landed a major strategic blow to the Russian Federation's strategic bomber fleet at the Ingles Air Base. But moving us on out of that story up there at Ingles, which we will be getting into in greater detail later on tonight, I don't mean to give you all whiplash, but we are once again going back to the Middle East and covering the major stories that we did get from the coastline in Iran before we get to this poll, which is largely talking about this very topic. We have been able to see that moving us on out of Shiraz, which before we went to the breaking news in Ingles, we had just covered the strikes and the smoke rising from U.S. airstrikes in Shiraz that appeared to be hitting Iranian air defenses or missile forces within the area. Moving us on from that, we also were able to see that within the Bushehr area, there was once again more eyewitness reports of 2 explosions that had happened in the area. At the moment, we're not really sure what was hit within Bushehr. There are air defenses based around the city itself further north, and also the Bushehr nuclear power plant, which is several miles south of the city of Bushehr. Additionally, the IRGC does operate a military air base, operating aircraft and drones out of the city throughout the course of the first phase of the war and the second ongoing phase that we're in right now, which could have also been hit and destroyed by a U.S. airstrike. Additionally, there is a ship repair yard that also exists to the northeast of Bushehr, which also may have possibly been targeted and destroyed. We're not entirely sure on that one, though. It's more highly likely that it was air defenses or IRGC forces that were either operating at the airbase or near to the Bushehr nuclear power plant. We also were able to see that moving us further on north and towards the city of Avash, there were also huge reports of explosions within the city, and we also were able to see some of the clips of these strikes and explosions within the Avash city in the Khuzestan province, which we can see in this clip. We see the smoke and fire rising from one of the explosions.
What are they using, like, during these strikes right here? Is the U.S. using the ATACMS, or are they using Tomahawks? Like, what are they mainly using in these strikes?
You know, that's a great question. Sadly, don't have an answer to, because it's a bit of a mystery. We didn't get any video of the munitions incoming, so we didn't really get to hear the sound of them, because if we heard a jet engine, it would be a cruise missile. If we heard a heavy, loud whoosh, it probably would be an ATACMS. And if we just heard like a light, high-pitched screaming noise, it could have been a GBU. Sadly, you don't have any clips to listen to on any of them to figure them out, so we don't really know what's been hitting Avash, but we have been hearing that the explosions are apparently large, which can make it any one of the 3, sadly.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of footage of the HIMARS system launching off rockets or missiles toward the coastline of Iran. We've seen that coming from Kuwait quite a bit, but there's also missile launches from the naval ships in the area from the U.S. forces. They're also launching missiles too, which I would assume to be probably Tomahawk missiles for the most part, but I'm not totally sure. It seems like they're still using a pretty good number of guided munitions, like the more high-end variety. We're obviously not seeing strategic bombers showing up yet. We haven't seen any evidence that the U.S. strategic bombers have been deployed so far, which is kind of an interesting absence from the war. It seems like mainly they're relying on land-based or sea-launched missiles.
Well, you know what's interesting actually about the ATACMS? There's a bit of a reason actually to try and use them, because the U.S. Army is actually replacing, and also the United States Marines are currently in the process of replacing a lot of our ATACMS missiles with the PRSM, also known as the Precision Strike Missile, which was put into service in 2023 here in the United States of America, and is a smaller diameter missile, I believe allowing for the HIMARS to operate 2 of them at a time, and I believe the M270, which is the tracked version of the HIMARS, which is able to fire 6 GMLRSs normally, which is twice the capacity of a HIMARS. I believe it allows for them to be able to fire 4 of them. They have a very similar explosive mass and also range, and currently the U.S. military is trying to phase out the ATACMS and replace all of our existing ballistic missiles and the missile artillery with the PRSMs. So that might be why we're seeing that they're using a tremendous amount of ATACMS, is because they really are about to demolish them anyways or give them to Ukraine, and knowing how the current administration operates, they'd be damned if they give them to Ukraine, so they're going to fire them off in the Middle East against Iran instead, which I would say is not a bad waste of the missiles. I mean, we were hitting pretty good targets within the coastline areas from what we know with the ATACMS, but I think that's the reason why we've seen such a large number of them also on video evidence being fired against the Iranians at this point.
Yeah, very interesting to see like the munitions they're actually using there, because it's also fascinating too, because we've been hearing about the shortage that the U.S. is talking about. The U.S. has tried to tamp it down a little bit. Then there'll be some leaks that come out here and there saying, well, actually, we need to replenish our precision munition stockpile. And then some people will claim, oh, we have all the munitions in the world, like it's an endless, unlimited stockpile like soup and salad. So they're still using quite a bit of these guided munitions. So I guess they still have some to use.
I would say, I guess they do. Like, I would suppose so. We also were able to see this clip letting us hear the explosion, but sadly no sound of an incoming ordnance that would give us the indicator of what it was. They were very large explosions, though. And once again, sadly, folks, that could have been anything. And moving us on into our last clip here, we also have this one.
Allahu Akbar.
Sadly, all of these clips are of the explosion and in a pretty good distance away from the camera people. I'm guessing like a mile or so. So we didn't really hear anything from the incoming munitions of any sort. But moving us on from all of that bit of news within the Avage area and the heavy strikes that we were able to see there, this all comes at the time as the United States, as we covered at the very beginning of the show, announced that they're conducting an anti-maritime and anti-ship campaign against the Islamic Republic of Iran to destroy all of those capabilities within the IRGC. But we've also been able to additionally hear that apparently they're leaning towards possibly increasing the scope of the operations, as it's been alleged, according to some U.S. officials who have spoken to the press today, that the president is leaning towards expanding U.S. military operations in Iran after days of briefings from top aides. The options include enhanced airstrikes. That means that we give them steroids and also, pre-workouts, and also sending ground forces to seize Iranian assets near the strait, which could include the islands of Qashem or let's see here. What in the world's the name of the Karg Island? For some reason, I was about to say Ormuz, which is not Ormuz. Ormuz and Larak, which are once again near to the islands of Qashem, and also the Greater Tomb, the Lesser Tomb, Abu Musa, Siri, Farur, and other locations like that within the Persian Gulf and within the Strait of Ormuz. Finally, one of the last options also includes bombing Pickaxe Mountain, which many of y'all will remember has not been bombed once by U.S. forces, either during Operation Midnight Hammer in the summer of 2025 or throughout the entirety of this year. It is the one uranium enrichment plant that we know of that has never sustained any hits, direct or indirect, within the area of the complex. So it appears that right now they're considering expanding the scope of the operations, but once again, while we are hearing of an expansion of the scope, it appears that these operations would largely be enhancing the veracity, or more so the aggressiveness of the strikes that we're currently conducting against the Iranians' anti-ship and maritime capabilities in the region. And right now, a lot of people are talking about this possibility of expanding the operations. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so if you believe the reports out there, we're apparently in for a large escalation on the side of the United States forces on Iran, apparently coming up as soon as next week, apparently. So they're currently strongly leaning towards some major escalation, but nobody's really sure what it is. And the options that are being presented are right here in the poll that we've heard about so far. So what do you think is the likely option that the U.S. is going to escalate on Iran? And 51% said simply more enhanced airstrikes on Iranian territory, probably taking out the boats on the coast and also their air defenses and perhaps other offensive capabilities, while 22% of the audience said seizing the Iranian islands near Hormuz is probably the next major escalation, and 14% said heavy strikes on Pickaxe Mountain, which is the nuclear site, and 13% said no change will happen and there will be talks again. So I want to preface it with this. You got to remember that this deal talk is still floating around. It's like the specter of the West is still floating around in the air right now. So it's very possible that over the next 48 hours, we could hear about this deal talk coming back out again. And once that starts happening, then we start getting into la la land and starts going a little bit haywire. So that's always a possibility. But I suspect if the talks are impossible, then I would imagine we'll probably see more enhanced airstrikes on Iran, most likely hitting the dual use infrastructure. I'm very dead set on that. I think the U.S. is going to go for that option. Now, hitting Pickaxe Mountain, that's a little bit of a troublesome one because the U.S. could have hit Pickaxe Mountain during all the prior attacks. But the problem is, though, Pickaxe Mountain is so deep under the rock in a mountain that there's no bunker-busting munition that can actually reach Pickaxe Mountain through the surface level of it. All they can do is try to cave in the entrance to it, which is still pretty difficult. But they've talked about doing that. It's a possibility, but it's a little bit tough to say the least. Also seizing the islands near Hormuz, I would say that's still somewhat unlikely because it sounds to me like the U.S. is allergic to using ground forces. And honestly, I can't blame them on one respect, but also if we want to get permanent control of the Strait of Hormuz, we kind of need that. It's kind of a necessary evil to a certain degree, but they seem to be a little bit hesitant about that. So the easy option is more airstrikes and make them a little bit more potent on dual-use infrastructure. So I'm with the 51%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I'm with the 51% as well. I think it's going to be more enhanced airstrikes on Iranian targets. I have a feeling that if anything, saying what that means in great detail. We're just going to be seeing an increase in operational tempos against Iranian maritime and anti-ship capabilities along the coastline, of which I'm quite pleased with if that is the outcome. Because generally, right now, at least at the moment, we don't really need to do any of the more abstract options like seizing Karg Island or trying to bomb Pickaxe Mountain, at least at the moment. Bombing Pickaxe Mountain could be done at a moment's notice, but it's going to be somewhat challenging. And really, the best thing that we can do is access the Nile, which is where we bomb out the entrances to Pickaxe Mountain, of which we know of 4, and hopefully if there are any others, the CIA or military intelligence knows of them. But we cave in those entrances, and any of the personnel that are inside, we would largely be aiming to suffocate them at that point, or deprive them of food and water and they just die in there, or we generally go back and keep tapping the entrance of the facilities every 48 hours to make sure that nobody can dig them out and get those personnel out, and also make the facility slightly operational to some degree. Generally, just bombing it once, from what we've seen though with the Missile City example, is enough to keep the facilities completely shut down indefinitely through the duration of the conflict. So one go around and caving in the tunnel entrances could probably do the job, but once again, that's going to be a little bit difficult. That will require an air operation deep inside of Iranian territory, just south of Tehran, or generally, actually, just north of Isfahan, a little bit south of Tehran and south of Qom, and we would have to sit a couple of F-15s overhead with a drone or two and just wait and see which bomb actually caves in the entrances, and then do that 4 times over, which would be a somewhat complex air operation. On the other hand, striking Iranian maritime and anti-ship forces along the coastline is quite easy, and also quite doable, and it also decreases Iranians' capabilities of closing the Strait of Hormuz and putting any economic damage on us that could cripple us, and also force us to end the conflict quickly, much like we did the last time. So I'd say out of the 4 options, that's the most likely one that they would go with, and that would also be the wisest one as far as our strategic outlook in the situation we're in.
And also, not to mention, by the way, we have to remember what our priority is at this point. Taking out the nuclear infrastructure, I would say that's sort of being put on the back burner, or it should be put on the back burner for now. So I wouldn't say hitting Pickaxe Mountain is really a top priority at the moment. It would be nice to take it out, so that way Iran doesn't have their nuclear facility intact. But right now, the Strait of Hormuz is a much more pressing priority at the moment. So it would be better to start trying to free up the strait and then start using munitions on that, and instead of wasting them on a secondary project by hitting Pickaxe Mountain, because they could have hit Pickaxe Mountain multiple times in the past, but they didn't do it for some reason. I would imagine because it wasn't that important at the moment, and they simply went over it and didn't hit it. So they should definitely get the Strait of Hormuz first. That should be the priority. Everything else, in my opinion, would be secondary.
Yeah, I would say that most everything else is secondary at this point. And also, we have to work folks off of a strategic framework where we're setting the foundation basically for operations to come later that are more complex, more advanced, and are trying to realize even more sophisticated war goals or objectives. And we really cannot go on to really more so the icing before we actually get to baking the cake itself. And baking the cake, or making the foundation of our military operations, involves us making sure that Iran cannot continue to blockade the Strait of Hormuz, which they are doing right now, and that they cannot ever try and attempt that anytime soon while our military operations are still ongoing. The strait must be reopened, and we cannot see the Iranians being able to pull one over on us again by causing economic damage that would force us to end the conflict. We know well and truly now, by multiple recorded statements, audible statements from the president and other government officials, that was the reason why the first phase of the war was ended with a ceasefire and an MOU, is because the Iranians were about to bleed the Western sphere dry of any oil reserves. And that's why we ended the first phase of the war, so that way we would hope that they would open the strait, which they did temporarily, which staved off the absolute bleed of oil that we were seeing here in the West, and allowed for us to buy a little bit of time to re-gear our war plans, and to go with the more conventional war plans that we had already been designing for years, and had already been prepared to implement for years, which is what we're doing this time around, instead of whatever the hell that was the first time. So as long as we keep to that, and keep to the core tenets of the basics, instead of trying to do anything extremely insane, we should see that this goes quite well. And I would say that based on what we've been seeing, it's going pretty decently so far.
And just wait until the U.S. service members get their testosterone injections for the year as a result of the new military initiative, and they'll be more lethal on the Iranians than you've ever seen before in your life. Like they'll be more alpha giga Chad than you've ever seen on any military on the planet. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I gotta tell you, man, roid rage has a whole new meaning. Like,
Man, at least they call it the high T military people. That's what they're calling it now, the high T military, because everybody suffers from low testosterone. It's not like it's only 5% of men suffer from that, by the way. So it is what it is.
It is what it is, as they say. Like, we just have to take it for what it is. But moving aside out of that whole thing, it's time for us to get on out of the coastline area and start talking a little bit more about what the U.S. is doing right now on the governmental side, or more so the strategic decision-making end of the matter at hand. We have been able to hear that once again, there was corroboration that they were taking out maritime and anti-ship capabilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran. And to give you all the direct quote, as it was sorted in Reuters and the Wall Street Journal, a U.S. official stated, "The recent strikes against Iran are aimed at destroying military capabilities before more complex operations are carried out," aka the basics. This is what any novice in military planning or strategy would know to do, which is to go after their military capabilities before you do anything else. This isn't the movies, folks, and this isn't Hollywood. Knocking out the guy at the top doesn't do us any real good. You have to make sure to take out all of the henchmen, and then the guy at the top's basically helpless. That's how it really works. The president is leaning towards expanding operations in Iran days after receiving briefings from his advisors, and of course we've already covered what the operations being considered are in prior and also in the poll, but once again give you all the direct quote from U.S. officials, it is an anti-maritime and anti-ship campaign. Also, folks, I gotta say, put a little coin in the enforcers are right jar, especially in mind, because I was telling all y'all, I literally said it before the war, we have to deal with the Strait of Hormuz before anything else. Like, I was like the patron saint of the Strait of Hormuz before this war started, and when it started and they weren't dealing with that, I was like, they gotta deal with that. And everyone was like, oh, you're full of shit, the military officials know everything, the president knows way more than you're just some clown on YouTube. And now look at it. The first phase of the war ended, and they didn't achieve anything, and now they're having to implement the exact military plan in the exact wordage that I said it in the second phase. Now, I gotta say, I might be a YouTuber, and I might just be yapping on YouTube, but you gotta admit, that coin needs to go in that jar right now. But moving us on from that, we also were able to hear that apparently a new wave of strikes was announced recently at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, according to CENTCOM. U.S. forces launched operations for a second wave of strikes today against Iran. The strikes are targeting Iranian military capabilities used to threaten vessels freely transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, an international waterway vital to global commerce. The U.S. military is holding Iran accountable at the commander-in-chief's direction, which is included in every post. And we also were able to hear something else. Now, I got to say, folks, this is one like that both of us were saying. So, Matthew, you know what we're about to get into. Make sure to throw that poll up if we have it on the Iranian Revolution side of things, because we're about to get into it, and y'all about to hear another coin dip into the bottom of that enforcer's right jar.
Yeah, I'm cooking it up literally right now. I'm cooking it up.
Man, cook that thing up good, because this is going to take a little bit of a while to read. It's a little bit of a longer quote, but it's one that's incredibly important. Now, many of y'all will know and I have to give y'all a little bit of a preface here before we get into actually reading the quote from the vice president. Many of y'all will know that we also have been putting out analysis for months about the situation within the Islamic Republic of Iran internally about the possibility of a government overthrow. And we had stated that in January, when the massacre happened, where 40,000 Iranians were slaughtered at the hands of the Iranian government for protesting in the streets, that the U.S. had acted too lately and that the Iranian uprising was not going to be conducted again. Then when the Iran war started in its first phase, many people claimed, of which we never had proof for, that the United States had told them all to sit back and wait, and the U.S. government, via the great leader, would give them the order, and I'm being sarcastic with that for comedic effects, so don't want to take that personally, but via the orders of the great leader here in the United States, they were all going to rise up when they were given the order and overthrow the government. The problem with that is that we were watching the very beginning of the first phase of the war closely, and the U.S. did give that order for the Iranian people to rise up and take over control of their country and their government, and they never did. And many people told us that we were completely wrong on that, and that the Iranian people were more than ready to get up and overthrow the government, although they just watched 40,000 of their brethren get slaughtered in the streets trying to do that, and the U.S. never came to help then. They were just waiting, and they were getting ready to rise up at any moment. And we had said for months, and we're still saying now, that that moment of opportunity had been lost because we did not react when we promised the Iranian people that we would if the Iranian government started to massacre them. Many tens of thousands were. The U.S. government didn't respond until a month and a half later, way after the incident, and embittering the Iranian population from what we could tell, and many people still wanted to say that we were completely wrong on that, and that was not the case. Now, with all that out of the way, I need to reach all this statement from the vice president today, and I'm sure many of y'all will start to put together the dots that another coin needs to go in the enforcers were right jar. This is the statement from the vice president today. If the Iranian people want to rise up and change their government, that's up to them. But we're not going to send 150,000 ground troops in order to accomplish a change in a regime unless the people on the ground themselves want to accomplish that outcome. Now, we're not going to send the troops in regardless, but to propose sending in the troops, you're basically saying that the U.S. military should do the job for the Iranian people. We're not in that business anymore. We're just not. Sounds to me like they're not willing to rise up because 40,000 of them got killed in early January, and the U.S. didn't respond for hill of beans for the next month and a half, and even when we did respond, we completely threw that aside and said it was about the nuclear issue, and it sounds to me like we kind of ran out our runway to see that the Iranian people would feel like they have the momentum or the support from the United States to actually attempt overthrowing the Iranian government. And so, once again, folks, you can hear that coin clicking at the bottom of that glass jar. We got that one correct, and it appears that they're now backtracking the whole thing of when we give the order, they're all going to rise up. Now they're saying that the Iranian people don't even really want to, and we're not even willing to help them because there's that little of a follow-through or willpower in Iran to even do it anymore. And so a lot of people are talking about this situation in the poll. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
And also to make it clear, that's allegedly, according to the transcript, what the vice president said right there in that post. So going off the alleged information that we're getting out of that post right there, because it does mention somebody specific, so we have to give that caveat there in case somebody mistranscribed something just by, a small like coincidence or something. But going off of that though, the U.S. has currently said that it's up to the Iranian people to do regime change and not U.S. forces. And what are your thoughts? 45% said, I agree, it's not the U.S. responsibility to free the Iranian people, while 37% said, we could have at least helped somewhat, not just left them, abandoned, and 14% said, I disagree, the U.S. has an obligation to free Iran. And I would say this. I would say that originally speaking, I was of the belief that the Iranians were the ones to free themselves. Like they would have to be the ones to do it. And I was advocating that the Iranian people, the opposition to the Ayatollah's regime, should be armed by some American agency with weapons so that way they could free themselves from that oppressive regime. That was my initial standpoint. But then we saw that the U.S. came out and made a promise to free the Iranian people. So that changed the equation. And then they got a verbal promise from the U.S. government that they would get freed and that we would free them from that oppressive sicko regime. So then we made a promise. And I believe that if the U.S. makes a promise, we should follow through with it, regardless of if it's a good idea or not. We can't just make promises and then back out of them and say, oh, we never said that. That ruins our credibility. So we kind of gave them a promise to a certain degree. So I would say we don't necessarily have to invade Iran to try to help free the people, but we could at least provide some help so that way we don't look like we just totally backed out of a promise. At least we could have some argument to make that we simply didn't back out completely. So I would say, airstrikes, some way to try to free up the regime enough so that way the Iranian people could try to rise up. But at this point, though, I'm not totally convinced that the Iranian people have the gall left in them to actually rise up. I think they might have been demoralized to a large degree. So I know there's people out there that say that the Iranians are like raring to go. They're ready to rise up and overthrow the regime. I'm not so convinced about that. I think, unfortunately, after 52,000 of their brethren have been taken out by the Ayatollah's regime, I think they might have been scared off. And also, not only that, but they're also not very confident in the U.S. leadership to come in and actually do their favor for them. They're not very confident in that because they backed out of a promise earlier. So I think we could help somewhat, but it's not our full responsibility. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, generally, folks, the time is past to the point there is no way to even help them. And I would have to say that to address the poll, I kind of have to step away and kind of make an aside on the whole situation about how that happened. In early January, when the protests and the riots and the attempted uprisings began, that was the moment of action. If we did not act then, the Iranians were going to put it down violently, and it was going to be over. We said that back then. And also, I remember, folks, if many of y'all don't remember, we were criticizing the U.S. getting involved in a sideshow in Venezuela because we said, what are they doing? all of the military forces that could have been deployed in CENTCOM to deal with what was happening in Iran at that point and to support the Iranian people were instead being used against Nicolas Maduro and were being kept in the Caribbean to just see how that all turned out. And so we said, well, we're wasting an opportunity here. We should already be in the Middle East and prepared to deal with this as it stands right now. And because of all of our forces being deployed in the Caribbean instead of CENTCOM, at least the freely deployable ones, the Iranian people rose up. The U.S. president said that they could rise up, and if a hair on their head was harmed, the U.S. would immediately respond and would immediately start to sweep the Islamic regime off of the face of the earth. And then the machine gun fire and sniper fire began on these crowds en masse, killing thousands of them that we could see on film and tens of thousands others that we didn't see on film throughout the entirety of the country. And the uprising was put down brutally, and the U.S. was nowhere to be seen to conduct a single bit of action in that entire massacre that followed within that next week. And that embittered the Iranian people that were trying to rise up against the government. They were trying to rise up against a brutal regime, and they had just been told to, and deceived largely by the U.S. government, that the U.S. would be there to help them if they were brutally massacred. And they were brutally massacred, and the ones that survived saw that the U.S. wasn't even there to respond whatsoever. And by the time we started the war on the 28th of February, it had been an entire month and a half since the last person had been shot down in the streets in Tehran in those massacres by the Islamic government. So by the time we responded, it was well past the time to help these people out. The uprising had been put down. They were never going to rise up again, at least in any recent time. It's probably going to be years before anyone attempts that again. So if you're looking for a regime change in Iran, instead of putting it on the embattered people of Iran, who just had tens of thousands of their brethren massacred when we told them that they would be assured security and safety by the U.S. government if that was to happen, and we weren't there to help them, if we want to see a regime change in Iran, we can't put that on the people in Iran that just basically got deceived by the U.S. in January. We have to do that ourselves. And largely, as far as wars go, folks, I hate to say it because it's the harder option, but we kind of have to take it upon ourselves to overthrow a regime if we don't like it. The German people didn't rise up and take out Hitler, and the Japanese people didn't rise up and take out the Imperial Japanese government at the end of World War II. The U.S. military and many of our great citizens of this republic had to go and fight and lay down their lives to see that these regimes were overthrown for the greater good of our nation and the greater good of those peoples as well. And so if we want to see that in the here and the now, the honest answer is, folks, is that there's no way to even help them out because they're not even willing to rise up because they're embittered of what happened in January. We would have to do it entirely on our own, speaking in the reality of the situation.
And I don't think that's going to work. I just really don't. Like, sadly, like, you know, I sympathize with the Iranians over there that were listening to the U.S. promises, and they thought that we were going to help them overthrow their regime. Because not only did we not help them overthrow the regime, and then we backed completely out of that promise, but then the U.S. started saying that the Iranians were actually like decent to work with, and they then came up with the MOU after that. After we backed out of the promise, then we made a deal with the murderous regime. So that was like an insult to injury to the Iranian people trying to overthrow the regime. Then we teamed up with the sickos. That was even worse. So I just don't know. I don't think the Iranian people that are the opposition inside of Iran, I don't think they have any trust whatsoever in the U.S. government in this situation. So I think any type of intervention is destined to fail that the U.S. tries to conduct to overthrow that regime unless the Iranian people find it within them to somehow rise back up on their own accord, and maybe the U.S. can simply try to arm them with weapons. That way they have the ability to overthrow that regime. Then I think it might be a lost cause, unfortunately. I think the U.S. bungled that quite badly, and I just don't think it's going to work, sadly, from this point forward.
I would say that their will has been broken from what happened in January. I don't really think there's a way we can rebuild that. Like, if we gave them weapons, it's an idle crowd we're giving them to. They're not going to do anything. They don't have any momentum anymore. The momentum they had mentally was crushed in January. I think that whole opportunity is gone and past. And I also have to say, folks, that it's a little bit insincere, by the way, just in my personal opinion, that we started off the war in the first phase saying that the Islamic regime was going to be overthrown and we were going to liberate the Iranian people, and now we're putting the entire burden and weight that we said we were going to take care of when we entered the war in February. Now we're putting the entire burden and weight of conducting that on the Iranian people themselves. So instead of, don't worry, liberation is coming sometime around and we're going to be the ones to do it this time, instead of what y'all did in January, which failed and led to many deaths, now we're once again telling them, y'all are all going to have to go out on the street and basically be slaughtered like lambs to see that the Iranian government might get overthrown again. And all of the onus and weight is going to be on all of you people again. And that's not, and I'll have to say, folks, honestly, if Iranian people are hearing that in Iran, they're not going to be taking that all too well. I mean, like, if you're an Iranian, like, and I have to say, folks, it's very important for us to remember the opposition in Iran that would be Americans supporting and their position and put ourselves in their shoes. If we think about it from their point of view, some of them saw people literally get cut in two by machine gun fire in the streets months ago. And the U.S. was saying to them, and we know that they were emboldened by this, don't worry, get out there in the streets, take back your government, take back the country, it'll be fine. We'll be there to save y'all if y'all get attacked by the Iranian government. And they watched thousands of people, at least every person, a couple of people get killed in the streets at a minimum. And they're now sitting there at home and saw the U.S. start a war. And they said then, the U.S. government did, don't worry, we're going to liberate your country. The Islamic regime will be no more. There will be regime change, and y'all will be liberated and emancipated from the suppression that y'all live under. And now months later, as we start the war again, look, we don't even care. These people are like half-ass people. They hardly even put in any real work. They're going to have to get off their lazy ass and go out there again and try and do this all over again. Otherwise, we're not helping them at all. And if you hear that kind of wordage coming out of the U.S. government, and you watched a couple of your friends and family get killed in the streets in these protests, and you're told, look, they need to get off their lazy ass and get to it again, that's going to make a lot of people very embittered to the point they wouldn't go out on the streets at all. Because basically the U.S. is like, get back out there, get mowed down again, and we might or might not help y'all. We don't even know.
And also, I see a few people saying, well, Matt, how about we get the Kurds to invade northern Iran, and the U.S. can simply give them air support, and they can play ball and then help us out on the ground with Iran. The problem is, like, it's a good idea. The problem is, though, the first time the U.S. sent weapons to the Kurds, allegedly, the Kurds took the weapons and then they didn't do anything. They didn't follow through with actually attacking Iran. So that was the first mess up with the Kurds. And also, we've gotten rumors over the last 2 months that the U.S. is trying to prod the Kurds to go attack again inside of Iran, but we haven't really seen them do anything. So that's quite concerning. We have seen the Iranians conduct nonstop airstrikes on the Kurdish territories. They're trying to, I guess, soften them up before they can possibly invade into Iran. But sadly, the Kurds have been burned as many times as the Iranian opposition by the U.S. leadership. The Kurds have an unfortunate history of getting burned left and right, and they're very familiar with that pattern of getting burned. So I think the Kurds are like, they have a relationship with the U.S., but they kind of also despise us at the same time. They're not really big fans of the United States, but they keep a good cordial relationship. But they'll backstab us, though, because we don't have a really good relationship with trust with the Kurds, which is kind of understandable to a certain degree. But sadly, I don't think the Kurd situation is going to work out.
Also, we're still on the heels. I mean, we're literally within still a half year of Jelani crushing the Kurdish SDF in northeastern Syria, which if y'all don't know, this is the reason why the Kurds have not been happy to do anything for us, is because, like, just to once again remind you all, I just explained to you all how we screwed over the Iranian people. The Kurds are a whole other story, and we screwed them over badly. Because during the whole Syrian civil war, there was this faction in northeastern Syria that existed north of the Euphrates called the Syrian Democratic Forces, which was a majority Kurdish group that was led in opposition against Bashar al-Assad's government in the civil war, and also fought heavily against ISIS and any of the other extremist groups that were involved in the civil war in any given year. And in the last few months, once Jelani rolled out of Idlib and took over Assad's regime and toppled it, we've completely backed off of our support for the SDF and placed all of our trust and support into Jelani and Jelani's Syrian interim government. And so the Syrian interim government under Jelani started an offensive in November of last year into SDF territory. And the SDF immediately started begging us, please help us. Like, if Jelani takes over this part of the country, there's probably going to be massacres here. They hate us. Like the majority Sunni Arabs that live in Syria hate the Kurds. Please don't let them take over this place. They're going to start massacring us. And we already knew that was the case because they had already started to massacre the Druze people and the Alawite Arabs on the coastline. So we knew that minorities like the Kurds were going to start getting slaughtered if Jelani's government took control of that area. And the U.S. told them, God, literally, no joke, this is what they said, God, what do you people want? Just shut up and let it happen. And so once the U.S. officials there quite literally almost said that word to word to them, the SDF government relayed back to the Kurds in northern Iraq, the U.S. just betrayed us and backstabbed us. They're going to let us all get massacred out here. And also the Syrian interim government is releasing ISIS fighters out of the prisons we've been holding them in in mass. Like, they're just returning back into the Syrian population. Don't trust the United States. They'll turn your back. They'll turn their back on you at any moment and backstab you. And so then the Iraqi Kurds went, oh, okay, so that's the score. That's what we're dealing with now in the current U.S. administration. So then when we gave them all of the guns to give them over to the Iranians, they didn't give them over. They just kept them. And they also didn't conduct any ground invasion like was originally planned or anticipated from what we heard, because their brethren, their Kurdish brethren across the border in Syria, had just been screwed over by the U.S. just a couple of months ago. And so they weren't going to get involved in anything where they might get screwed over invading Iran, where the U.S. might not be there to support them and leave them high and dry as well. So that's kind of the reason why we believe the Kurds are not getting involved. And once again, sadly to say, at least in the here and now, that's also a burned bridge. Much like the Iranian people are not going to rise up, we probably wouldn't be able to count on the Kurds to invade Iran, because they're currently in a bit of a sour point with our relationship with them. So we're kind of at an impasse to where if we want to do anything in the region, it kind of has to just be done by U.S. might and U.S. citizenry alone. If we can't count on that, we really can't count on anyone else, because we burned all of our diplomatic bridges and willpower to where anyone else would do something on our behalf.
Yeah, I would think so. Sadly, I think, and really, we need the support of the Iranian opposition. Like, the U.S. just can't go in there and try to overthrow the regime, and then nobody's there to fill that void. The U.S. can't fill that void. Like, we just simply can't. We can't go in there and like start a U.S. interim government. That's just not going to work under these circumstances, in my personal opinion. So I think that Iranian regime might be here to stay. I think at this point, it's simply a matter of containment.
Yeah, I would have to say I think it is mostly a policy of containment, because if the US government sees that it's not politically viable and it would have a humongous amount of pushback to invade Iran and overthrow their regime, and there's really no one to fill in the position in the interim of being a legitimate government, and the Kurds aren't willing to invade because we burned that bridge with them, and the Iranians aren't willing to rise up because we also burned that bridge as well earlier on in the year, then we're kind of up the creek without a paddle. We have nobody to indirectly help us to do that, that's willing to do that, and we're also not willing to do that. So at this point, all we can hope for is to stop the Iranians from blockading the Hormuz, destroy their nuclear capabilities, and then kind of just leave it at that. Because there's nothing really more that we can do, because nobody has the willpower to do anything further than those things, of which we certainly could do without much effort. So I hope that addresses the situation inside of Iran and how all that's going the best we can. And now it's time for us, folks, to move on to the other part of the Iran news, a little bit of a shorter segment, because Iranian hits have not been that voluminous today compared to the amount of U.S. hits on the coastline that the Iranians have been conducting against Gulf states and U.S. forces throughout the Middle East. And so, before we move on into that, I do have to say a humongous thanks to everybody who has been watching so far tonight. We've had 23,500 people here at the peak, and 105,000 people have watched this stream in the course of about an hour and 5 minutes. And I gotta say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciated to know that so many of y'all continue to watch this channel each and every single day and consider it to be your primary source of news. We always try our best to get the best news out each and every single day, and I hope that once again, our coverage, analysis, and also breakdowns of what's going on has hopefully been high-end. We're about to be getting into the rest of it within the Middle East, as far as the Iranian strikes and damage assessments that we have on those today, and also all of the major news out of Europe, of which there is much. Probably more, honestly, than what we saw in the Middle East, but considering the Middle East is the breaking and developing topic of the day, we're covering this one first. But before we get into all of that, Matthew, what do we got from the chat?
All right, so grabbing our first three super chat questions and getting right back to our breaking news of the night, our first super chat goes to none other than Carlos Santiago, and he puts in a very generous $100 support. And thank you very much, Carlos, for that generous support, and we do appreciate that very much. He's a longtime channel legend, by the way. He said, away for several days, and much has happened since then, and things are heating up. And you think we're heading toward another world war?
And I gotta say a humongous thanks to you for that unbelievable support, Carlos Santiago. And also, welcome back after several days. I hope the break was good, and I hope that the news is interesting, as usual these days. I mean, there's definitely not a day of light news, at least over the course of these hours. But I would say, are we heading towards another world war? It's a good question, and I would definitely say that as far as the world is primed and conditioned right now, we're very close to being on the cusp of an outbreak of a world war. Right now, the best way to explain the world in the kind of, I guess you could say, situation we're in is like the pre-World War II years for the United States, from about 1938 to 1941, or for the rest of the world, if we're speaking about when the World War started for everyone else in Europe. These are like the years of 1936 to 1939 that we're watching unfolding over about the entirety of this decade from 2020 to now. So I would say that we're very close to one. I mean, one could break out at just about any moment. The situation in Europe is very close to becoming a world war. The Middle East is going to remain a regional war, but could become a minor front in a world war if a world war does break out. And also China is still trying to gear up to be able to invade Taiwan, which could easily also turn into a world war as well between the United States and its allies and China and its allies, depending on how that would turn out. So I would say we're getting close, but we're not really there to where it's inevitably going to happen.
I heard an interesting analysis today from a different analyst I was listening to, and they were arguing that we could already be in a world war, and it's simply a new form of fighting a world war, and simply through proxies, and we could already be in it. It could be World War III now, and this is simply what it looks like in the modern day. Because if you think about it, Ukraine is basically a proxy for the United States to fight Russia, and Russia to fight the West and fight NATO as a whole, and that's what that is. So, I mean, technically, Ukraine's in the middle of it, but Russia and the West is fighting each other right now through Ukraine. Also in Iran, China and Russia is fighting the West through that as well, specifically the United States. And that's been going on now, and it's heating up even worse. So we're wearing the hell out of Russia's military. We're wearing it down like as if we were in a war with them without firing a single shot directly into Russia. And we're doing the same thing to our enemies through Iran and through Ukraine as well. So I mean, that's an interesting argument, I will say. I'm not sure if I'm totally sold on it, but it sounds like it could be logical.
I don't know. Like, if people are trying to say this is a world war because we're fighting the wars via proxy, isn't that really just the second Cold War then? Because that's what the Cold War was, is the Soviet Union and the US going up against each other in conflicts around the globe by proxy. Like where the Soviets were supporting one side against the US or were supporting a side against the Soviets. That would kind of be the same thing. And by that sort of a definition, the Cold War is actually the Third World War, and this would be the Fourth World War. And I would say, I don't really see it. I would say that if anything, like if this is how it's going to go for the next several decades, we've entered a second Cold War. But I wouldn't say that it's a world war. I would say a world war would still have to require the direct conventional fighting between the nation states that are involved rather than proxy battles. Proxy battles to me falls under more of a Cold War definition.
But during the Cold War, we didn't really have like what was the war in Europe during the Cold War?
Well, there wasn't a war in Europe, but I mean there was wars and also coups and also intrigue in almost every other corner of the world. Well, actually, no. Actually, there was not really conflicts in Europe per se, but there were significant stand downs and also revolutions that were conducted in satellite states of the Soviet Union, like the Hungarian and Czechoslovakian revolutions of the 50s, and other things like that, where the Soviet army was deployed and put down the uprisings and killed hundreds. So, I mean, if you want to call those little conflicts, those were like little conflicts in their own right that happened in Europe. Outside of that, most of the conflicts were seen in Southeast Asia, East Asia, the Middle East, the Americas by proxy here, and also within Africa, largely across the whole continent.
I would personally say, like I said earlier, I'm not totally sold on the idea that we're technically in World War III right now, because I would still say that World War III, the actual start of it, would be a direct attack on NATO by Russia. Like, for example, if Russia attacks the Baltics directly and they announce that they're actually aggressing against the Baltics with an intent behind it, that would be definitely World War III under that scenario. Also, if China invaded Taiwan and the U.S. came to Taiwan's rescue, that's World War III as well. So I would say it's more like a pre-game to like World War III. Essentially, what we're in right now, it's basically like the preliminary stage of it, and it's starting with proxy wars. That's what it's starting with, and there's no sign of the proxy wars winding down. Like the Iran thing is kicking off, and it's not stopping. Also, there's no end in sight to it. Not to mention the Ukraine-Russia situation. It looks like Russia could end up collapsing from the situation, which could either trigger a regime change in Russia, or it could trigger Russia to go absolutely berserk and attack NATO or nuke possibly Ukraine. We're not really sure yet. So I feel like we're one bad decision away from it going really hot and it really turning into World War III, but we're kind of like pre-gaming it right now.
Put up a poll. Put up a poll. I want to see what people think. What era are we in right now? And give these as the options. The World War III, like we're in World War III right now via proxy, or it is the second Cold War, which could turn into a world war. Like, see if you can come up with those two options and put them to a poll, because I'm very interested in seeing how people are interpreting and viewing this right now, because I think the best combination of the two is that we've entered a second Cold War, and it could go hot at any moment where the main parties actively fight each other at any wrong move or any bad decision, and we're basically on that knife's edge again like we were from the 1950s to the 80s. I feel like that's more so what we're in if we were really more so accurate in describing it, but maybe some people say that it's some sort of a world war that we're already in, and it's just fought via proxy, and that's how people are viewing it instead. I would say it's more of a Cold War, if anything. If we had to give it a historic definition off of our past examples, I would say it's the second Cold War. Hopefully we'll get this poll up soon and we'll be able to get some votes on it, because I think this is a very interesting question of the public opinion, really, to see what all of y'all are thinking or interpreting our situation to be in this era. But with that in mind, I thank you massively for that incredible support, Carlos Santiago. Your super chat actually inspired probably a really interesting poll right there. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our second super chat right here is going to go to Mr. Glock, who's there, LSA. And thank you, Mr. Glock, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that. He said, why was Fedorov replaced? And enforcers, what say you? I don't know. I'll be honest, folks. I don't. Well, we were both discussing this before the stream started tonight. Fedorov, he was effective. I will say that. I was familiar with Fedorov. He was the Minister of Digital Transformation before he became the Defense Minister. He was a very effective guy. He did a good job. I think he did a good job personally. But I don't understand why everybody's in such an uproar about him being dismissed or him resigning. I'm not really sure why, because Ukraine's gone through quite a lot of defense ministers over the war. So I'm really not sure what the big deal is. Like, I get that people liked him, but it's not the end of the world that he's getting replaced. And at least in my personal opinion, I know that's going to ruffle some feathers probably. I'm not really sure why. But Enforcer, what do you think?
I would have to say, I don't really know why Fedorov was removed, but I'll be entirely honest with you. I don't know why Reznikov, Umarov, or Shamal were removed in any specific detail either. And that's something I think is kind of being overblown. And I'd have to say, folks, not to like try and run interference where it looks like we're trying to be pro-Ukraine to the extreme, but it seems to me like it's a Russian propaganda narrative that's really taken off, because nobody was really in an uproar about Reznikov being replaced by Umarov, or Umarov being replaced by Shamal, or Shamal being replaced by Fedorov. This is the only time I've ever seen major outrage over a Minister of Defense being replaced, which is Fedorov. And I know that a lot of people like the positions that Fedorov supports publicly, but, you know, there's a lot of different matters at hand that could be involved in the background that we don't know of publicly as the reason why he's removed. And on top of that, the war in Ukraine has been only fought for 4 years, of which Ukraine, during the duration of the war, has had 4 different ministers of defense, almost a new one every year. So I would say that as far as the metrics show, it's nothing really crazy. I mean, he literally served the same tenure as Dennis Shamal, 182 days to 180. So the difference there is negligible. And I would say that maybe it's just that they believe that his performance was not sublime. Maybe it was just satisfactory, and satisfactory isn't good enough, and they replaced him for that reason. We really haven't gotten any sort of an official statements from the Ukrainian government as to why, much like we didn't with the other 3 ministers of defense that have existed. So I'd have to say it's a little bit of a mystery, and I wouldn't really consider it to be that big of a deal, to be entirely honest, because the thing is that people are like, oh, Fedorov is replaced, it's the end of the world. I'd have to tell you, folks, from our personal experience, when Zaluzhny, who was the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian armed forces, was being dismissed and replaced with Syrskyi, we were like, oh my god, this might be the end of the world. And then Syrskyi became the commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian armed forces, and the war has been brought to even greater heights and greater successes than it was under Zaluzhny. And so, you know, generally while these officials are being replaced, sometimes year over year, or being replaced intermittently, we haven't really seen that this has been affecting Ukraine's frontline combat performance or strategic performance in the overall end of the war. And on top of that, to take the U.S. diplomatic answer, it's really an internal Ukrainian governmental matter, which doesn't really concern the United States. We're only concerned at this moment right now in foreign policy about the results that the Ukrainian armed forces are achieving, which is victory against the Russian Federation and grinding them down. If Ukrainian decisions like removing Fedorov result in the situation turning around and Russia gets the upper hand, then that is a moment that the United States needs to start asking greater questions of Ukraine as to why Fedorov is replaced and why are the Ukrainians now losing. But as long as they're not losing, I wouldn't really bring up the question too strongly.
Well, I'd be curious, like for the people that are very much offended that Fedorov resigned or he was removed or whichever one it was. Like just tell us in the chat why people are so upset. Because I'm genuinely curious why people are so upset about it. Because I just don't know why. Like I really don't. I get that people liked him, but people are acting like it's the end of the world that Fedorov got replaced. So I've seen a lot of pro-Ukraine voices like going berserk about it. It's like I generally knew Fedorov's background and stuff like that. He wasn't that irreplaceable. It's not like somebody else can't fill his position. Like, obviously, he was effective. He did a good job. He should get his kudos for that. But it's nothing to, like, go berserk about.
Yeah, I mean, like I didn't really see anyone going berserk about any U.S. generals being dismissed and replaced here in the United States recently, because they're irreplaceable people. So like just to give that example, because there was literally like a purge that's been done over this past year in the military's upper echelons. So many of them have been removed and replaced. It's unprecedented in U.S. history. I would say that generally, as long as the Ukrainians are succeeding in the conflict, it doesn't really matter extremely to be like, oh, what's happening here? Because they've had 4 ministers of defense and they've only been at war for 4 years. So they're averaging a new one every year. And Fedorov is the one that was in and now out. So I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. Because I'll have to say, folks, I learned from the Zaluzhny incident where we came up with a huge uproar about, oh my God, it's ridiculous to replace Zaluzhny. The Ukrainians could lose the war if they replaced Zaluzhny. And then they replaced him with Syrskyi, and the Ukrainians started doing even better. That kind of led me to believe, don't get attached to particular people within the Ukrainian government. They might need to be replaced for efficiency reasons, or there might be other underlying reasons as to why they're being replaced. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news for the night.
All right. So the last question of this segment is going to go to Coyote Maine. And thank you, Coyote, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate it very much. He said, thank you both in LTLSA and take one from the chat.
And a big thanks to you for your support, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you, Coyote Maine, for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we will make sure to take one from the live chat. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so the live chat question here for Coyote Maine is going to go to none other than, let's see here, it's going to go to Frozen Fire, who said, why does Belarus seem to help Russia when clearly Europe is better financially to trade with them?
Well, the reason why is because Belarus exists as a dictatorial governmental form, and the European Union is strongly opposed to that and demands free and fair elections, and for Lukashenko to step down from his governmental control and authority in the country, which Lukashenko, of course, refuses to do. So it largely cuts Belarus out of being able to enter the European Union and trade with the Europeans in any significant way. On the other hand, the Russian Federation is a dictatorship that supports other dictatorships. And so they find that they have much more political support inside of Russia for a dictatorship in Belarus than they do in Europe, which is incredibly hostile to the notion. So that's why Belarus trades heavily with the Russian Federation. It's a safe option. If they trade with the Europeans are going to demand a whole bunch of diplomatic reforms, and Lukashenko's gone. And as far as Belarus exists right now, it's Lukashenko's toy for the larger part. The Russians, on the other hand, don't care if he's a dictator. They just care that he's a stable ally, and he can do whatever he wants. He can remain a dictator until he dies. So that's why Belarus is aligned with the Russian Federation, and that's also why they have greater trade relations with Russia by far than anyone else, is because they allow for the dictatorship in Belarus to survive. So I hope that does address that well. Great question, by the way, and that's actually the simple answer to it all, is that, yeah, they would make a lot more money and Belarus would be far more successful with Europe, but that would end the dictatorship, and the dictatorship will not be ended in Belarus under any circumstances as long as Lukashenko has a say. So a huge thanks to you so much once again for sponsoring our live chat, Coyote Maine, and a huge thanks to you as well for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that in mind, folks, it's now time for us to move on into the rest of our news for the night. But before we do, we have the poll that many people have been waiting for. Is the situation right now that we're in a Cold War or the prelude to a World War, or are we in a World War via the proxy wars? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so it looks like the majority of the people, about 64% of the audience, said we are not in World War III right now, and it's simply a pre-World War III stage that we're currently experiencing at the moment, while only 26% of the audience said we are in World War III, and the proxy wars are the way that World War III is going to be fought and is being fought. So I'm with the 64%. I think we're in a pre-war World War III scenario. I think we're currently in that now. And one wrong move by either Russia or China is going to send us over that edge right into World War III. So that's my current assessment. I will say, though, the analysis and the theory that the proxy wars are essentially World War III, it's not necessarily wrong, but it's not totally accurate, because I think historians will look back and say, if this does turn into a hot war, World War III, they'll probably look back and say that the proxy wars were the start of World War III. They'll probably say that in hindsight, but right now we really can't say that until we know certainly that it's going to go hot between Russia, China, and NATO. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I'm definitely within the 64%. I would say that this is either a second Cold War or we're in the prelude to a third World War. It kind of depends on the duration. If these proxy wars went on for decades in multiple different wars in multiple different areas of the world and it never kicked off into a full-blown world war, then that would be the second Cold War, and it would largely be the US and China going up against each other by proxy everywhere around the world. That's generally how the second Cold War would exist. However, considering that this has only lasted a few years, and if a world war did break out within the next year or two, we could say that this isn't really a Cold War that we went through here. This was more so just the build-up and prelude to the Third World War, because it's a far shorter duration, much like we saw with the lead-up to the Second World War. So I'd say that it really depends on duration, but also I would say that a world war requires for the major powers to directly engage in combat themselves against each other, rather than fighting each other by proxy in satellite states or allied nations around the entirety of the world. That's what I really believe is the definition of a world war, and that's why I would say this doesn't really meet the definition of that at the moment. But with that, it is time for us to move on into the rest of our news from around the entirety of the world, including the little bits left that we have within the Middle East. To get y'all a little bit of a bonus point, in Lebanon, a big gas tanker exploded within the town of Hermel within northern Lebanon, seen here. It just, I don't know why it just did that. It wasn't even involved in an airstrike. And outside of that, we also were able to see that the Islamic Republic of Iran, getting us into Iran's actual strikes against the U.S. and Gulf states today, conducted a strike against the Kurdish forces within northern Iraq. Eyewitness reports reported that Suleimania was hit by some strikes from Shahad one-way with drones, and we also were able to see that around the city of Erbil, U.S. air defenses were firing and attempting to shoot down the incoming drones and missiles that were being targeted towards the city and the airfield. And there was an interception, a successful one, luckily. But all of them were not successful, unfortunately. We were able to confirm that there are fires that have broken out on the airfield in this video here. Sadly, I was not able to do any good geolocation on that, but it is on the Erbil airport. And we also have one other clip showing that there was a direct impact. Well, duplicate one, actually. I didn't realize that before the show. I just realized that right there. Moving us on out of northern Iraq, we also were able to hear that apparently Iran did hit some targets directly across the Iraqi border in Kuwait. Again, we saw another fire in the northern part of Kuwait directly along the Iraqi border. And additionally, we have also seen that ATACMS missiles were fired by the United States within northern Kuwait at the Iraqis. I mean, sorry, the Iranians. Oh, whoopsie daisy. It's not 2003. There goes one of them. And we also were able to see a fire here as well.
You see, we have to remember, people, that the brutal and unjustified invasion of Iraq, I mean Ukraine.
The enemy never stops thinking about ways to hurt our people, and neither do we. I mean,
oh man.
I gotta tell you, some of those were rough. We also were able to hear a confirmation that Bahrain and Kuwait were under attack throughout the course of the day, and they seem to be the #1 prime targets that the Iranians were trying to hit. We also were able to get some brief information out of Bahrain. The Ministry of the Interior did put out warnings that the country was under attack again, and we also were able to see interceptors working overhead in the city of Manama. Listen to that boom. There it is. These are Patriot interceptors being fired from a ground battery. I think that man and fish can coexist peacefully.
And others drive.
Man, I think we're going to put an end to global terrorism and we're going to teach them a lesson. Now watch this drive, man. Oh, man, I gotta tell you, man. I honestly, folks, whenever I go to the Middle East, I just have a knack for the Bushisms. You know, it just brings them out of me. But moving us on out of that, we also were able to see the United States did disable a vessel today within the Arabian Gulf, as we call it, the Persian Gulf. As U.S. forces, according to CENTCOM, will enforce naval blockade measures against Iran July 15th by disabling an unladen oil tanker attempting to sail toward the Iranian port in the Arabian Gulf, the Persian Gulf. The U.S. Central Command forces observed the Curacao-flagged motor tanker Belma transiting international waters toward Karg Island. The commercial vessel ignored multiple warnings as it attempted to violate the U.S. blockade. A U.S. aircraft disabled the vessel after firing a hellfire into the ship's smokestack. That's literally what they wrote. The ship is no longer transiting to Iran. U.S. forces resumed the naval blockade against vessels transiting to or from Iranian ports and coastal areas at 4 p.m. Eastern Time on July 14th. During the first 24 hours of enforcement, CENTCOM has redirected 2 compliant commercial vessels and disabled 1 non-compliant vessel. U.S. forces remain vigilant and prepared to ensure full compliance. Here's the video. You're down the blowhole. Right into the engine bay.
Man, I wonder if they gave this one any warning ahead of time or they just went ahead and hit it.
I don't know. We didn't hear of any casualties on the ship, so I guess they gave them a warning. But that was kind of a wild strike right there, literally down through the deck plating and into the engine room. I hadn't seen that before. It always was from the side up until this time. So I guess that hellfire was dropped off of a drone overhead because it had such a high angle of attack. Usually if it's fired from a helicopter or some other form of a fixed-wing aircraft, which very few hellfires are carried on fixed-winged aircraft, usually they come in from a very shallow angle from the side. That one came in from above, so I'm guessing a drone fired that. But that is all of the news, folks, that we have from the Middle East for today. So now that we've covered the Middle East for an hour and 30 minutes straight, it's now time for us to move on up into Europe. But before we do, folks, we have a pit stop that we need to make over here in the States, or more so the Americas, really quickly, because there's one little piece of news. I dropped it in our summary at the beginning of the show like it was a bit of a side note, but it is something a little bit interesting. While we are fighting the war with Iran, we are hearing that apparently U.S. officials are still planning and discussing possible military action against Cuba, including an Army-led air assault involving thousands of troops from the 101st Airborne Division, according to CBS News. You know, like that's still in the works right now, a possible U.S. invasion of Cuba. You know, if we didn't have enough on our plate trying to fix the mess in the Middle East, we're looking at possibly starting a second conflict in the middle of that one. The reasoning being is that the communist Cubans are a government that is unfriendly to the United States of America, and also that they may have drones that were provided in the hundreds by the Russian Federation or Iran that they could use in one-way attacks against the United States of America. Outside of that, we haven't really seen any real justifications for the conflict, rather than it's Cuba, so F them. I mean, like, that honestly was really the first foreign policy approach that we got from the U.S. government, and then they added the drone thing in a little bit later. So we're kind of trying to figure out what is the obsession with Cuba. Because to be entirely honest with y'all, it doesn't really pose a strategic threat from what we can tell. The drones are concerning, sure, but if they ever tried to fire them, I mean, there's so many air defense units, Patriots that is, that are quite literally based around the Gulf of Mexico in Northcom's AOR, which includes the United States, that we could easily deal with 300 drones or several waves of a couple of dozen drones each over the course of weeks. And then on top of that, the Cubans would be slaughtered. I mean, like the Cuban government, at least in the military, would be slaughtered in the attack that would follow from the U.S. forces, because we would have a justifiable reason to go to war with them at that point. So I don't really know what the objective is behind invading Cuba. It's completely enigmatic to me, but a lot of people are talking about this in the chat right now, and while the poll is still young, we have a lot to cover in Europe, and I want to make sure that we clear out the poll space for all of that crazy news that's about to be coming out here in a minute, like quite literally breaking major news. So Matthew, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right, so it looks like 50% of the audience said that they'd be against an invasion of Cuba, and it's not a good idea under the current circumstances. 30% of the audience said they'd support an invasion of Cuba because the Iranian drone threat down there is a real threat, and 11% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I would say this. Cuba does not have weapons of mass destruction. We're not back to that again. It's a whole different scenario this time. The drone threat is probably a real threat. I wouldn't be surprised by it personally, but the key is not to go invade Cuba. I mean, just because they have like 300 shot-head drones doesn't mean it's time to go invade a whole country. It's probably better to simply deploy air defenses near Florida or any area that's vulnerable to a possible drone attack. We should simply beef up our defenses domestically. That's a lot cheaper. That's a lot easier. And it takes a lot of the risk out of the equation that we could get bogged down in Cuba at a time where we really can't afford it because we're fighting a war right now inside of Iran that could go on for a long time. So I would be against it merely because there's better alternatives. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I'm generally against it. It's an unnecessary waste of manpower and resources in a vital and crucial time in our national security. We can see that there is a war possibly about to break out in Europe. We're currently involved in the largest war we could be involved in the Middle East, and a war with China could break out at any moment because we would have to go out and defend Taiwan. Out of all three of those situations, mostly everything in the Caribbean falls into small fry business. I could find probably more things than just those big three to say are more important than dealing with the Cubans than this. I mean, if we wanted to say that they posed a threat, I mean, if anything, Cuba posed a threat in any other decade prior, more so than they do now. And I see some people saying that Cuba's a proxy of the Russians. Well, what are the Russians going to do with Cuba? Come over and starve on us? I mean, like, it's not like the Russians even have a way to make it to Cuba at this point. They hardly even have fuel to drive around inside of Russia. So when in the world would they ever send a navy down to Cuba and fight us here? And how in the world do they resupply those ships and support an invasion force from Cuba? And what does Cuba do? I mean, like, Cuba has nothing to speak of. We looked at their military in a decent breakdown a while ago. They have almost no tanks. They have a couple of dozen tanks from the 1950s. They have absolutely nothing in their army beyond that. And most of the aircraft within their air force are so decrepit that most of them aren't even operational anymore, and their airframes have well exceeded their service lives. And on top of that, they're not even fourth generation, or like third plus generation. So they're not even close to being comparable to anything that we have from the 1970s. So as far as the strategic threat that people say that Cuba poses, I say, what strategic threat? I mean, hell, if you look at anything else in the world, Russia, China, and Iran, even North Korea, pose a greater strategic threat to the United States of America than Cuba ever could. And I don't think that situation is ever going to be changing because they don't have any way to make any money. I mean, they don't have anything there that could turn their economy into something of a little powerhouse where they could buy weapons to really threaten the United States. The drones are kind of a little bit concerning, but they're not concerning enough that we have to invade them over it.
Man, you're starting to sound a lot like a commie. I'm not going to lie. You're starting to sound a lot like a commie. The Cubans are poisoning the water hole. They're starving our people, and they're taking money away from the shareholders. Like it's about time that Cuba gets what's coming their way. I would say it's about time. And also imagine all the real estate that beachfront real estate down there. That's billions of dollars right there.
Yeah, I mean, also I see someone saying too close for comfort. I mean, I kind of get that, but at the same time, though, we're invading a country. Like, I feel like people kind of throw that idea around real lightly these days. That is a full-blown war. And, like, I know that everyone's into, like, this pansy stuff these days, like, half-assing it, like, we go to war with Iran, and then we just don't really feel it some days, so we try and end it. And then, we kind of realize that we screwed ourselves over in the whole process, so then we have to go back in it to fix it. But when you talk about invading a country, that's a pretty big undertaking, even if it's a small one. We would have to invade it. We'd have to hold it down and occupy it for years. We'd have to form a brand new government. We'd have to do a whole bunch of shit. Like invading, it's the easy part. Everything else that comes afterwards is extremely long-term, expensive, and resource consumptive. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops probably just hanging out, holding down Cuba in an occupation for years until a new government is stable enough for us to be able to leave if we did it properly. Or we could do it half-assed and we could just invade the country and then leave and then let it fall into chaos and make it a giant Haiti, which I would say is a horrendous kind of an outcome. I think that's even worse than just letting the communists stay in charge of the country if it turns into a literal lawless hellhole after we invade it. So I'll be honest with you all, I don't really see the point.
The U.S. is wanting to go down there and seize the means of production, turn the public and private property into our property. I mean, it sounds like the U.S. is going full commie, if you ask me. So it sounds like we're the ones turning to commie.
Man, oh man. Honestly, also I see a lot of people say annex. Oh, that's a great one. May I tell you all a horror story? Something that probably a lot of y'all aren't thinking about with that, because I have a feeling, and I'm not getting political here, but I have a feeling that a lot of people have a certain leaning who's saying that right now. If you annex Cuba and you turn them into a U.S. territory, or you make them the 51st state, because we're all looking for that 51st state, you know what that gives them? Two free senators and also a decent amount of representatives as well. And you know what that does? That breaks the little balance that we have in the Congress. You know, they could vote in two blue senators, or you know, they could vote in a whole bunch of blue representatives. Does that really? And also on top of that, folks, there's a general running rule when states are brought into statehood, they usually do them two at a time, one Republican and one Democrat, so that we don't end up imbalancing the Congress that way permanently. So generally, it's not a good idea to just go around and say we're going to annex this and annex that and turn it into a state and turn that into a state. You can start throwing off the political balance that we've been maintaining for hundreds of years in this country by trying to give the most even split down the middle, generally, that it's largely been designed to. So, you know, I'd say, folks, that might not be a good idea, turning Cuba into a 51st state, or doing really anything else in regards to that matter with Cuba right now. We have bigger fish to fry, like we've been saying for years, and that's a very small fry sort of a situation to get tied up on. But moving us on out of the whole Cuban deal, it's now time for us to move on and into Europe. Before we get on into the war in Ukraine, which has had quite a great deal still happening today, we have been able to see some very interesting warnings once again coming out of Poland and Lithuania. We were able to hear that within Lithuania, Lithuanian intelligence has received data indicating that Russia is preparing provocations and targeted kinetic attacks on critical infrastructure in the Baltic states to test NATO unity. President Gitanas Nausėda confirmed this information, noting that the exact location and timing are unknown, but the plan is in the works. In response, Lithuania has strengthened the protection of its transport and energy infrastructure. While that warning came out in Lithuania, a very similar warning came out from the Polish Foreign Ministry today. According to the Polish Foreign Ministry, they said that Russia may be preparing an operation under a foreign flag in which it would use Ukrainian drones to attack a NATO member state or Russia and then respond to such an attack. So both Poland and Lithuania put out warnings today from their foreign ministries and their official government apparatus, once again saying that the Russian Federation, from their intelligence, is clearly working on plans to start a war with NATO, and it is only a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when at this point, and both countries are well aware of that and are trying to warn the rest of NATO from the rooftops that that is coming around the corner at some point, much like we've been saying on the show. Additionally, Poland has also intercepted a couple of Russian jets over the Baltic today. Cue a nice picture of a Polish F-16. I love the camo that they give to them. But Poland has intercepted Russian military aircraft over the Baltic Sea for a second consecutive day after two Su-30 M2 fighter jets conducted what Warsaw described as aggressive surveillance of Polish and NATO air defense integration exercises. Polish fighter jets were scrambled to intercept the aircraft, while Swedish fighters also escorted the Russian jets. According to Poland's defense minister, the Russian aircraft did not enter Polish airspace but were operating from Russia's Kaliningrad region. So we are seeing that Russian provocations like those are still continuing, and both Lithuania and Poland are putting out significant warnings that a proxy conflict is coming around the corner. I would say, you know, I think, folks, we've kind of beat the horse dead on explaining how that would work for years at this point as to how Russia could fight a war with NATO, even in the state they're in right now, out of desperation, and how they would try and game that out. So I'm not going to go through that whole rabbit hole again tonight just for the sake of brevity, because we still have a lot more news to go to, but it is still a concern to see that many Baltic states are continuing to put out warnings that all intelligence is indicating a war with Russia appears to be right around the corner. Moving us on from that news and into the Russian Federation, we have been able to see that the Salavat refinery, which was hit yesterday quite heavily, has ceased operations as of today. It appears that the governor of the Bashkortostan Oblast was incorrect in saying that it was only minor debris causing a little bit of smoke. It appears that the entire refinery was shut down because of the crippling strikes that were caused yesterday. And now it's time to get on into the big piece of the news that we have for tonight from Russia, from the Russian Federation. We got something good. We got something good going on here. We got that nice spicy bowl of jambalaya coming out of Ingles. Many of y'all know that we covered this way early on the stream as a small breaking news development. But Ingles and the Ingles Air Base, a home for Russian strategic bombers, has come under heavy attack overnight by the armed forces of Ukraine. Goodness me. Y'all want to see it? let's take a look at the town of Ingalls. I wonder what's going on here.
Опа, свет моргнул.
Oh, it looks like a blackout.
Oh, no light.
I gotta tell you, buddy. I gotta tell you, Muggsy. It's looking dark out there. Maybe they need to light a match or
Свет
something.
моргает. Какого хуя?
Oh, this guy's
А,
got
ты
some
чё,
lights.
ебанулся?
But not a soul does out there.
Ебал, я не вижу, блядь. Сука.
We also were able to see another clip here showing the city lights of Ingalls. Oh, and some air defense out there from Ingalls Air Base. Would you look at that? Wonder what's going on out there. Oh!
Oh, dear. I think they missed.
Damn. Man, they're gonna have to get out that guy with a minigun again. Like, let him pull down the trigger. Maybe they'll get it that time. We also got one more clip from Inglestown showing the fire right over there in that picture. Now, moving us on out of that bit of news, it's now time for us to get closer to the airfield and take a look at these explosions up close and personal. Here's a clip from closer to the Ingalls Air Base.
Ебать.
There was one of the explosions.
В комментарии не ебануло.
Комментарий там пишет.
Пизда. Полетели, спиздите в теле.
They just yapping. I bet they love to hear themselves talk. We've already seen this clip, and also this one is actually fresh. So here's this clip as well. We see the air defense fire and the hit all in one second.
These Russian gunners are really reducing the property values, I tell
Вон
you.
там еще полетели.
Man, I tell you, the property values are dropping like rocks around here. Maybe dropping like Ukrainian drones from the sky. Oh!
Кино не будет?
Now you don't just have to, like, sing a nice song for the Commie Block apartment building. Now you just have to simply show up and just say, "Can I have it?"
Ебать.
You just show up and go,
Вот попал.
present. Here's your
Oh,
key.
ложи.
Man, like, it's like, it's easy these days. You don't have to do anything anymore. But moving us on from that clip and on into our next ones, we also were able to see more of the strike in the Ingalls area. What's this, bleh? What's this, bleh? О, твою мать. Вот тогда, блин. О,
Ебать.
ох, ебать, блин. A little bit of the tap of the gush gun. Oh,
Ебать.
Oh,
oh, yo.
В дом въебался. Пизда.
Пизда, блин. Oh, твою мать, пиздец, блин. Oh, твою мать. Like, man, I tell you, man, well, I've learned so many Russian swear words and phrases over this war. It's unbelievable. You just hear them over and over every single year. Here's another clip. More of that air defense fire. It's not really working, though. That's a lot of it, too. I mean, dang. Look, they got crossing fire. Like, they got interlocking fire out there, and they still weren't getting it.
they're fighting for their lives, trying to keep those strategic bombers from getting blasted.
Man. Well, at the moment, folks, we do not know what exactly was blown up at Ingalls, but something of note was blown up there. There is still smoke rising from the airfield, like we saw near to the earlier part of the show, so we can get an idea that whatever was hit must have been somewhat significant. Hopefully, the Ukrainian drone forces will put out footage within the near future showing that maybe they hit a strategic bomber or another critical maintenance facility on the perimeter of the Ingalls Air Base. Moving us on. Also, by the way, folks, I gotta take my moment to shit on the Russians. Notice how they leave all of their bombers in the wide open year-round. There are no hangars in Ingalls. Like, they just pull the bomber off of the runway and just pull it over onto this giant concrete pad and leave it here. Do y'all know what we do here in the States for our bombers? Like, let me show y'all something. Let me show y'all something here. Like at Shreveport, for example. We put our bombers out on a nicer concrete pad out here in the wide open. But we also have hangars as well that you can put them in for maintenance and whatnot, which the Russians don't have a damn one of. So they don't, like, when they conduct maintenance, folks, they don't even put them in a hangar. They literally just roll out, like, the chop shop maintenance crew onto the tarmac and they repair them there, instead of putting them in a hangar like we do at Barksdale or anywhere else in the United States. It's ridiculous, honestly. Very subpar, very sad. But moving us on out of Ingalls, it's now time for us to move on and into the big news. The big news from Crimea. Crimea River is what they say. Or as President Nixon once said, You can cry me a river, but I'm not a crook. And we were able to hear today that apparently the power systems and the water supply in Crimea is real crooked, like it's not running well. Apparently, from what we've been able to see, the Balaclava thermal power plant, which we reported hit yesterday, is gone. Like, is toasted, basically, from the drone attacks. Oh, and they have that nice, relaxing music playing while they show the burnout power plant. Nice. Get into your zen zone. Bling! Dun-dun-dun-dun, as you're looking at the burned out power plant. Oh, man. But there's the burned out power plant.
This is quite a loss. This is about 50% of their power to the entire Crimean Peninsula, I would say.
That is 50% of power to an entire peninsula. Very bad to lose. And because they have lost this power plant, basically whatever was left in Crimea that had some power has lost it all today. And we also were able to see that water shortages have now been announced throughout the whole peninsula, as Preston Stewart reposted this statement from a Crimean Telegram channel. Part of Crimea to be without water today. Water supply will be partially suspended in Bachitseri, Kerch, Krasnoperkopsk, Armansk, Saki, Theodosia, as well as in a number of villages and districts of the peninsula, local media reported, citing the press service of Voda Krima. So it looks like they're running a little low on water. Because you see, the water doesn't really flow freely in Crimea. They actually have to pump it out of groundwater aquifers to be able to access any water, and that requires electricity to run the pumps. So now that the power is completely going out in Crimea, the water is also gone with it. We also were able to see that up within the Dzhankoy city area today, apparently the Russian government, just, surprisingly enough, and I'll have to say this is starting to change my opinion on the situation here that the poll's running on right now. I'm kind of starting to see it more Matthew's way than mine, but apparently, due to the situation, they have announced this in Dzhankoy. Dear residents and guests of the city, according to information from the Ministry of Internal Policy of the Republic of Crimea, reliable mobile phone service in the Dzhankoy area, which mind you all is the city that was screaming from the hilltops they were all dying from a lack of food and water about a few days ago, will be limiting their phone service to the following schedule, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Please take this information into account when planning calls, using mobile internet, and addressing issues that require a stable connection. We will inform you of any changes to the mobile phone service schedule through official channels. Sincerely, Igor Ivan. This is starting...
Man, you know what that sounds like? You know what that sounds like? It sounds to me like they're trying to test what the public reaction would be to that. They're trying to see how badly the people in Crimea are going to revolt if the internet gets turned off, and they're trying to use that as an excuse. I've been saying this for over a week. The Russians are going to shut the internet off eventually in Crimea, and they're going to blame it on the Ukrainians. And that's what they're doing here in Dzhankoy. They're saying due to the Ukrainian strikes or whatever, that we're having to simply start rationing the mobile internet service. I think that's going to become really widespread, I think.
I think it is. I think, man, this is what they called in the old Soviet days, cutting the phone lines and stopping the spread of disinformation, but it's in the modern form. It's cutting the internet and stopping the spread of false or fake news, which is a very...
You know what you can do? You know what you can do? You can put another dollar into the Enforcer Matt was right jar.
You know what? You can, because actually I'm starting to see what you're saying on this. I think they might be left there to have whatever happens to him happen to him, which I'd say, folks, is unprecedented. I don't think we've seen this in modern times, or really historically throughout any of Europe, even by some of the worst dictators. We've never really seen them just leave people to possibly die like this. But, Matthew, what are people thinking about this in the poll, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so they literally don't have running water in several different towns and cities across Crimea, and that's about as bad as it gets. If you don't have any running water, I mean, you don't have any water at all. You don't have good water, crappy water, you have no water. That's pretty damn bad. It's about as bad of a collapse as it can get as when your water gets shut off. That's almost unheard of these days. So now we're seeing these large outages of places with no water in Crimea. So what are your thoughts? 76% said Putin will leave the civilians to die inside of Crimea, while 14% said Putin is now forced to evacuate the civilians, and only 5% were 50-50 on this one. And I would say I'm still holding firm to what I said. I think Putin is going to leave these people in Crimea to die because he's not going to take the propaganda loss of ordering a full evacuation and getting civilians to safety and get them back to mainland Russia. He's going to leave them there, and whoever can get out by that bridge, the Crimean bridge, they're going to be the lucky ones. Everybody else is going to be very unlucky, and they'll be left there fending for very little water supplies, very little food, very little banking, very little anything. And also the power's out too, not to mention that. So now we're seeing, I mean, literally the reason why they don't have water is because they can't operate the water pumps. They don't have a diesel for the backup generators to run the pumps, and they don't have electricity to run the pumps either. So it's not going to be a short-term thing. It's going to be a pretty long-term shortage, in my personal opinion, and Putin does not give a damn. He'll shut the internet off before he ever evacuates people. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, folks, let me put some salt and pepper on my foot and eat it. I think I was actually wrong. I don't think they're conducting an evacuation. I've been saying that even recently. I was like, I still think they're eventually going to conduct one. Now they're not. They're still not conducting an evacuation. Now they're just cutting off the internet out there in the heavily afflicted areas of Crimea. I think they're actually just going to try and silence the area, isolate it, and leave anyone that's there to die, maybe. I think that might be actually what they're about to be doing. So I'd actually be with a 76%. It looks like that's what they're going to start working towards. Not an evacuation. It's going to be an absolutely atrocious humanitarian crisis at this point that's going to be happening across the whole of the peninsula. So I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion. But I would have to say, folks, this one I'm eating my foot on. I think I was actually wrong on this one. And of course, the fat lady has not sung yet. The whole situation hasn't concluded. Maybe somehow they conduct an evacuation at this point. I think it's highly unlikely myself even. Maybe they will. I'll be shocked. But it looks like they're going to be left there to die.
How can they, though? I mean, look at the actual practical reality of evacuating that many people. I mean, I don't even know roughly how many people are left. I mean, it's a hell of a lot of people left in Crimea. I mean, I don't even know the number. It has to be in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions.
I mean, it's at least in the millions, actually. So it would be pretty hard to get them out of there, considering that there's literally no logistics to speak of. I guess they're basically just literally leaving them to die. Maybe because they have no choice, or maybe because they really don't care, or one or the other.
No, they don't care. Putin doesn't care. He doesn't want to get them out so that way he doesn't have to admit defeat in Crimea. That's why he doesn't want to get them out, I would imagine. But yet the Crimean bridge is their only way out, and that bridge has a very, very limited capacity on it, and also stays closed a lot of the times because the Russians close it when Ukraine attacks in the area. So the ferry ships that used to take people across the strait, those are largely gone. They're destroyed, and they can't go through occupied Ukrainian territory. I mean, that's a literal mined war zone at this point. They can't get out that way. So the only way they could get out is simply, swim off the peninsula, literally start swimming in the Black Sea to get out of there, which is obviously that's a death trap. Or they can get across the Crimean Bridge. But like I said, there's a massive queue for the Crimean Bridge, and to get millions of people across that is simply nearly impossible. So essentially, they're stuck. So not only is it logistically very difficult to get the people off the island, but Putin doesn't even want to, because if he did that, he'd have to admit defeat.
Well, yeah, and also all these people can't walk. I mean, there's elderly and children that wouldn't be able to walk that far, 20 miles across the bridge, or 12. I think it's 12 miles across the bridge. And then also walk all the way down there as well, which would be another couple of 100 miles. And there's really no food or water or anything for them to eat and drink to even keep them walking. I mean, it kind of is a situation that's hopeless at this point, it seems, unfortunately, for the citizens, that is. Not unfortunately for the Russian military, we don't give a damn about them, but for the citizens and the civilians inside of Crimea, it looks like, unfortunately, there's not really much to be done to help them from the Russian government, or really anywhere else for that matter at this point. And while we are speaking of that, there are some cars that still are running with gas, and we did see that the last gas stations out of Crimea are still filled with people trying to get gas. Preston Stewart actually posted this, big shout out to Preston Stewart, showing the queues at the last gas station leading up to the bridge. Also, I saw Edward say what I was thinking when you said, Matthew. It looks like they're suffering defeat. I heard defeat, D-E feet. Oh man, I was like, man, defeat.
Yeah, they'll be suffering defeat if they try to walk out of there. They'll be walking out like the Trail of Tears, unfortunately. Really, on one hand, though, On one hand, I'm thinking the Ukrainians are going to try to step in. I think the Ukrainians, what they're trying to do here is they're not trying to make the civilians suffer. I don't think the Ukrainians want that for the civilians inside of Crimea, but they're trying to bring it close to that point, so that way the Russians will hopefully make a concession or possibly maybe pull off a military evacuation at least, and then they can try to get some leverage over Crimea, or perhaps do limited amphibious landings on the coast and start, sending in special operations teams to take control of Crimea. But I really do feel bad for the civilians because they're going to be in for some suffering, to say the least, especially if Russia decides to let the people suffer even worse and just leave them there. They're going to be really in for it.
Yeah, I mean, and also, like, the like, it's hopeless. There's really no water to speak of on the surface of Crimea as a peninsula, and also really nothing grows out there. It's almost like a little desert down there. Let's see, maybe I can show you a little view of this. So this is what the fields of Crimea look like without any water, and they're pretty dry, as y'all can tell, and really not a lot of crops can be supported out here unless if you had some sort of forced irrigation, which is not possible because the Russians blew up the dam that provided the drinking water for Crimea and also the irrigation water via this canal. This canal isn't operational anymore and hasn't been for 3 years, so there isn't really any way to even bring in water via the canal to drink out of for the people of Crimea, and also farming is incredibly difficult, if not impossible, along most of the peninsula these days because of the lack of water. But moving us on from that, we also were able to see that within the Azov Sea, the Ukrainians were continuing to damage tankers today. This is a picture of one of the ones damaged overnight, and we also got a video here showing us the tankers being hit within the Azov Sea last night. We're not going to show the entirety of it. I think so many of y'all have seen these tankers and supply ships getting blown up. There's really nothing that exciting. I mean, we've seen like 117 of them at this point get blown up. So we'll show a couple of them, but generally it's the same old ships getting blown up in the Azov sort of a trick, which is a pretty impressive one.
136 plus. That's what they've taken out so far. Literally a naval blockade without a navy.
But Matthew, I don't believe in 136 plus. I think those kind of streaming services are overrated. I'm more so into just 136 high definition.
I think this is high definition.
Yeah, but it's not 136 plus though. You see, I'm not having to get the streaming service for this. I'm watching it for free here.
This is called Ukraine TV.
Here, if you want to watch the boats get blown up, you can subscribe to 136 plus and watch them get blown up every day. But that's only if you want to.
This footage is on the house. It's like a Tubi TV show.
Man, this is like a brand new video from a YouTuber on YouTube that runs ad-free, sponsor-free live streams. It's all for the benefit of the public. While I stuttered my way through that like Porky Pig.
But yeah, we can see them continuing to hit the ships. But we're going to cut forward towards the end where we saw number 133 getting hit on the superstructure. Hit that superstructure, boy. Number 134. Number 135. And lastly, number 136.
I'm surprised they didn't send out the Russian priests to bless the ships before they went out. They were blessing the cars today. They were out there with the water slinging it on the cars, hoping that the gas lines would move quicker. What they didn't realize though is it's not the car's fault. It's the gas shortage. It's the fault of that.
Oh, bless the car. Let it be filled with gas. It's like, you can't, like, I never heard of people turning water into gas. Like, I heard of them turning water into wine and whatnot. And in Crimea, you'd just be plumb out of luck. I mean, there's not even water to turn into gas, wine, or anything, really. So it's like, hey, kind of a tough one. Tough breaks, tough breaks for the Russians. Meanwhile, we also were able to see that these were the Ukrainian drone attack vectors from the recent attack that was just announced before the show. There's about 400 drones involved in this Ukrainian attack, attacking in multiple different directions into Western Russia and also within the Russian Don region. We also were able to see that outside of that, in Kyiv, we're going to just cover this very briefly and move on, folks. Fedorov has announced his resignation today. That's all we have on it. He was Ukraine's defense minister. They are going to be appointing a new defense minister within the next day. Moving us on out of that news in Kyiv, it's now time for us to get to the casualty reports. And over the past 24 hours, we were able to see that the losses were good. Oh, Brianna!
They got 4. That's quadro. They got 4 little bobcats right there. That's real nice right there. I sound like a drunk, but tell us more.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Bobcat skid steers. A Misty Secure the Record said troop losses are above average, of which they are, which is beautiful. 10 tanks is the highest in 4 months. 5 MLRSs is tied as the 7th highest daily loss. 1 ship is a Russian patrol ship, the Izumrud, the coastal patrol ship we covered yesterday. 445 trucks and fuel tanks is ranked as the 16th highest, and 1 ground robotic complex was destroyed, which was not shown on this infographic. But over the course of the past 24 hours, we were able to see that 1,470 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed, along with 6 APCs, 445 supply trucks, 10 main battle tanks, 42 artillery pieces, 2,003 drones, 5 MLRSs, 7 cruise missiles, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, and 4 Bobcat skid steers, along with that 1 Bota. And so a very beautiful loss report to see, and once again showing the Ukrainians are putting in that work and clocking in those hours, those hard-working hours. In the Luhansk areas behind the line, we were able to see some strikes within the city last night. Right now, we hear crickets, but soon we hear the destruction of 1,000 Ukrainian bombs. Oh, oublié.
Y'all know, also, by the way, I don't want you to cheat and look in the chat, but do you know the 1 Ukrainian official that will never get fired or resign?
I don't know. I'm looking at the chat, so now I feel like I can't
dang.
answer.
Yeah, Budanov. Budanov will never get fired. He will never resign. At least that's my prediction. And I'm not sure if people know why that's the case. I know why that's the case, but I'm not sure if other people know why that's the case. But he will always remain, and there's a reason for that.
Dude, what are you just turning to the president? Many people might not know why. I know why. I'm a smart man, but many people won't. Like, man,
some people are stupid people. They don't know what I know. It's called confidentiality. It's called a secret. It's a brand new word, secret. You just go out and don't say it unless you want to. Of course, I have the ability to say secrets if I'd like, but it's a strange thing. Secret word. That's what they call it. Secret with a T.
I got to say, you ain't wrong. Also, I saw someone in the chat say, "The big deal is Fedorov. It was highly effective." In what way? Like I'm not asking that to be a smartass. I'm like legitimately asking, in what way was he empirically effective to where we could see that visually? Because in all the other ministers of defense, we have seen that they could also be well argued to be quite effective because the war has only been improving in Ukraine's situation over the past 4.5 years. So just couldn't we say about every minister of defense before him, the other 3 that have been involved in the war and being the minister of defense at prior times, that they were also incredibly good and they were highly effective because the war was only improving in Ukraine's condition. And that's why I feel like the statements about Fedorov are a little bit odd, because it's like this guy is extremely special and effective, but it's like, well, we could argue that about many of the other prior ministers of defense as well.
It's a strange thing. It's people are spreading rumors. They're dumb with a B. You know, dumb is spelled with a B. I just learned that. People don't know that, but it's something they need to learn quickly. Dumb with a B. Dumb bastard. That's what they call him. Anyways, though, oh man, honestly, yeah, people are making a big deal about the Fedorov thing. I just don't get it. Like, fair enough if you liked them. You know, that is what it is. Also, by the way, people are saying, why won't Budanov ever resign or get fired? One day y'all will find out. One day y'all will find out. But he will remain, though. If my prediction comes true, you can say you can make your rumors about Matt if you'd like. But one day the people will know why he will always remain in that position.
Also, I see some people saying, let's see here, Fedorov increased drone production and communication, but the last Minister of Defense before him also did that, and the one before him did that as well, because it's not like drones just appeared within the last 6 months. I mean, drones have been on the battlefield since about mid-2023 to early 2023, and we started to see that they were growing in number over the next several years since then, up until now, 3 years later. And so every Minister of Defense, like a lot of the things people say about Fedorov, you could say about any other Minister of Defense for their time. They were increasing drone production, they were increasing domestic production of weapons and equipment, they were improving the Ukrainian military standing and strategic condition. I mean, really, that's been the story, I would say, ever since the fall of 2022, that the Ukrainians have only been on the up and up and improving their situation since then. So we could really make that argument for quite literally every Minister of Defense that has been a Minister of Defense during the war. And I feel like that's why the claims about Fedorov, I feel, are a little bit over exaggerated and kind of just more so like a snowball that's growing in public opinion that Fedorov is irreplaceable, because we could also make the same arguments and make the same points about every Minister of Defense before him, and they would stick because they all did the very same things in their own way at the time they were Ministers of Defense. But moving us on from that and back into Luhansk, we're going to move on from this uneventful clip into the next one, which also appears to just show the slight burning of the fire. And this one that also shows the light burning of the fire. And then this picture that actually showed the explosion finally. So that was a strike in Luhansk city. Moving us on from that and on into the frontline area, we also get to see within Seversk that Russian forces were getting hit by the 81st Air Mobile Brigade pretty heavily today. As far as a lot of people talking about Budanov, though, because I see a lot of people starting to ask the question there, have any of y'all ever heard of the J. Edgar Hoover?
What about him?
Oh, nothing. Nothing much. He just
I
always
didn't think
seemed.
you were saying anything.
It was just kind of weird how he was like the director of the FBI basically from its inception to almost when he died in like the late 60s. Kind of interesting how nobody in any administration ever replaced him with a new FBI director.
That's not the same reason that Budanov will remain, by the way. That's a good try, but that's not the reason.
Oh, well, I mean, the real reason that Budanov will remain around is because, he's a kind of, he's a big friend of America's. We really like him.
He's a great friend. He's a great friend. And also, he's a great friend.
What can we say? Oh man, I mean, that's basically saying it right there without saying it directly. But to put it in a way, folks, he's a very big friend of Uncle Sam, and we'll just leave it at that. But moving us on into Konstantinivka, we were able to see that the battle does continue within Konstantinivka. Footage published here. We see the smoke rising from some recent artillery barrage by the Russians. And we believe this is filmed by a Ukrainian. Moving us on from that, we also were able to see that along the roads into the area, it appears that Ukrainian soldiers were taking out some Russian ambush drones and FPV drones on the sides of the roads. You see he's got that shotgun ready.
Putting a leg out like that's one way to get it snapped off.
Man, that's the way.
Look at him hopping out.
Oh, look at him. Right, he hopped out with grace.
Man, they hopped out like fast, like it was like a gang situation. They all hopped out.
Man, they said Crips in the street. Man, like they went all hopping off the truck. Kind of wild, really.
They pulled up on the Ruski's block and they spun the block. It looks like they pulled up in that 4-door.
Man, they spun the block, hit him with that rock. But moving us on from those clips around that area of the front line, we're now moving on out of Konstantinivka and further south and into the area of the southern front, as we were able to see that the Ukrainian armed forces of the Darts UAV unit was hitting Russian logistics quite heavily within this area. They were putting in that work, putting in the hours, and taking what's ours, as they say.
Also, do you have a video of the mechanical beasties like pulling up to the front line position and it's robotics and all that?
I don't think I have that one. Can you put that one in the likes tab? I can show it because this is actually the last clip of the news, so we have a little bit of free time here.
Okay, yeah, I got to show that one. That's crazy. They're putting the mechanical beasties on the front line now, sending them after the Russians.
Captain, that mechanical beastie is in the engineering room. Scotty, get it out of there.
Where the hell is the video? Let's see here.
Man, he told me that you have the video. He can't even find the video. Man, like,
Oh, it's in here. I remember it. It's in here somewhere. I'm just looking for it. Yep, I got it. I got it. It's under the likes tab.
good, good. We will show that very soon, Bliet. We will show that very soon. Let's see here. You know what, folks? We're actually going to move on from this clip because it's about 3 more minutes of supply trucks getting hit within the southern front, dozens of them, but I think you'll get the gist. We're actually going to move on to this interesting little clip here where the Ukrainians whipped out the mechanical beasties and started to operate them on that front line real nice like. Oh, they got that battlefield music playing.
Look at it, man. It's literally like robots with Browning M2 machine guns mounted on the top. Totally robotic and remote controlled.
Oh, look, and there's one of the Russians moving around right there. Looks like he's trying to get away from the mechanical beastie.
It's literally that thing out of Call of Duty, that thing you get on the perks whenever you get like
Enemy
the street.
Wilson deployed.
Yeah, it's literally like a real life enemy Wilson that you have in Call of Duty. It's really insane. They're making video game fiction turn into reality on this front line.
And it's actually laying down some heat. I mean, like, that thing's actually putting in some work. The Russia, oh my god, I don't, was that the Wilson creature, the UGV?
Isn't it nuts that they literally showed this off, I think, 2 weeks ago. They showed a video of this thing that they had just created. Now they have them running around the front, literally doing the job of infantry.
That's wild, man. That's absolutely crazy. Oh, and it actually is accompanied by FPV drones that are flying in and blowing up the building. So it's laying down suppressive fire, and then the drone goes in and wipes out the building in the meantime.
They literally have a fully autonomous force. I mean, you could literally like automate all this with AI in one system, like where you have the ground vehicles with a machine gun controlled by the same system as the aerial drones and also the FPV surveillance drones. I mean, you could literally have a full infantry assault that's completely robotic with the technology that Ukraine has right now.
Okay, hold up, folks. Oh man. I gotta go show you all this thing now because we just brought it up. So this thing is the Ukrainian UGV with the mounted machine gun, folks, right? So that was the clip of those things at work. This is the Call of Duty Wilson from the game, which was a fictional system. Apparently up until recently in Ukraine. This is the one that we actually know, Matthew. This is the one that we use in Modern Warfare when we're kidding around on there. But apparently this is one of the newer ones from a new Call of Duty, which honestly that one looks more realistic. This one just looks goofy. But beyond that, though, that is absolutely wild, man, to see they're actually making fiction real life. You know, they used to say, folks, that real war isn't like Call of Duty. Those people were lying to us, folks. We need to go get a refund. War is just like Call of Duty these days. Kind of wild, really.
Yeah, I think it gave Ukraine the blueprint to do all this stuff. They were probably playing the same video games that we play, and they're like, well, hell, why can't we make a robot like that? We have the ability, we have the tech to do it. Let's just put the machine gun on a wheeled vehicle, put a controller on it, and send it out. And really, it's like, why have we done that before, really? It's like, I think maybe because Ukraine has a lot more flexibility with their development process. In the United States, it's way more expensive. It's very red tape oriented, and it's very not flexible. So, but that's probably why Ukraine's able to do that. They can literally just like go to a machine shop, start building the stuff, then start deploying it, and that's all they have to do.
Man, next thing you know, man, the Ukrainians are going to be deploying juggernauts. like real Call of Duty kill streak or something. Man, that's going to be wild if they do that someday. But with that, folks, that is actually the end of our news for the day. Y'all have survived. Y'all have made it to the end of a 2-hour and 15-minute news segment. That's actually not the longest one we've done recently. That's actually one of the shorter ones. And with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to move on into the rest of what we have in store for us tonight, which is the question segment. The question segment is always a blast. We get to talk to y'all about literally anything and everything. It does not matter what it is. Y'all can bring it up and we can talk about it. Unless if it's religion, politics, climate change, the A-10, or if Iran should be nuked over certain instances happening with us in wartime. So, with that in mind, Matthew, please take it away. What do we got here?
All right, so moving into our super chat questions, then getting our live chat questions too. In the meantime, folks, I want to give you all a comparison because I see people talking about how expensive it is to create weaponry in the United States versus, creating weaponry in a country like Ukraine. Just for an example, the Ukrainian sea-based drone, most of those variants cost about $250,000 each, or about $250,000 a piece. For a comparison, in the United States, for an equivalent system, it cost about $1 million per unit for an equivalent sea-based attack drone like Ukraine fields with the Sea Baby. It's literally a 4 times price increase for the same type of weapon in the United States. Some people blame it on wages. They'll say, well, the U.S. has to pay higher wages and stuff like that, all the blah, blah, blah. And they say that's why it costs more to make the weapon here. But it's like, I don't really buy that. I think it's just simply greed. Like, these companies are used to making big profit margins, and they simply build in a huge margin into whatever weapon they're producing. And that's why, that greed eventually costs us weapons. Like, we could have 4 times the weapons if we produce them at the same rate that Ukraine produced them at, but we have to have 4 times less because they have to build in this massive profit margin. At least that's my take.
You know what? I have to add to that. I think that the lobbies as well in the defense industry have have supported legislation that has made it very difficult for people to enter the defense industry sphere, which has basically monopolized it as well as far as legislation is concerned. Because it's not like any competition could rise up overnight and just devastate them by providing a cheaper or more effective alternative to what they produce. And that also allows for them to keep jacking up the prices and basically create their own bubble to where they can do that because there's no competition that can rise up and challenge them. They're basically the only ones that the U.S. government can turn to produce a weapon.
Yeah, it could be possibly. I just don't understand. Like, whenever there's something in the United States, it's never, everybody talks about patriotism and they're like, oh, if you're a real patriot, this, that, and another. It's like, well, if you're a real patriot, you wouldn't gouge the hell out of the military just because you can. It's like, yes, you can get away with charging prices like that because if you don't have much competition, you can do it. But is it the right thing to do? No. But that's not the way, apparently, we think in America anymore. They don't think like that. They think if we can squeeze as much profit as we can in there and try to take as much as possible, that's what we're going to do because it benefits the shareholders. It's like, that kind of junk doesn't really sit well with me after a while because it really bleeds into everything. It's not just the defense industry. It's the insurance industry. It's the auto industry. It's literally everything. It's like just greed gone wild in every category. It's really kind of sickening.
Well, I mean, that was such an interesting talk, Matthew. I just got told by the word up from the top that we can't bring this up anymore. They don't like it when we talk about this kind of a thing. It upsets the
Well, are they
status
turning the
quo.
cameras off? Or are they turning off the mics? They're turning off the cameras? Excuse me, Mr. Senator, our sponsors have just been pulled. We don't have any sponsors, damn it.
Oh, man. It's a good thing we don't.
I
because
paid for this mic.
Man, it's a good thing we don't have sponsors. They probably pull from that one. They were, all right, that's it. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address it the best we can. An interesting aside right there, really. But with that, it's time for us to get on into the questions. What do we got, Matthew?
So jumping into our first super chat here, this one's going to go to Nick Hines. And thank you very much, Nick, for that $50 support right there. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And he said, some coin for the enforcers were right bucket, and toss a question to the chat, good sirs.
A coin for the enforcers for right book. Oh, that's just a figure of speech. Like, that's not us like being like throw in a super chat. No, like no, that's just a figure of speech because that's a famous one right there. That folks do all over is put a coin in the so and so was right jar, and I was like, you know what? Why don't we make our own for that? But you don't have to support the channel when we're right. But I do thank you for supporting it nonetheless, though, because we're right. Because I tell you, damn it, if we're not both right, at least one of us is right. And most of the time, that's better shooting odds than anyone else. Most other people, like all I have to say, folks, I hate to say it, but most of the mainstream experts they call on TV to like bring on, be like, so what do you think's going to happen? Every time I listen to them, I'm about to pull my hair out because they get everything so off base. Like with the situation in Iran, they're gonna be like, well, you know what I think the Iranians are going to do is that they're going to pull out the flip bit, whip it, and they're going to beat the United States with that. It's like, what are you talking about? It's like, can you work in reality for a minute? Like an analysis guy? Like, can you really talk about something that's not fake or fictional?
Yeah, really. And then all those people that were out there talking about, oh yeah, if the Iran war starts and the U.S. goes to war with Iran, Iran's just going to nuke our aircraft carrier and it's going to be over. It's like, you stupid clown,
Oh,
you. It's like, you dumb clown. It's like, they're going to nuke our aircraft carrier. It's like, well, first of all, they don't have a nuke, number one. Number two, how the hell are they going to get anything to the aircraft carrier? They don't have a delivery system for it that can carry that type of warhead. It's like, what the hell are you talking about?
remember when that one guy, man? Oh my God, I can't get into their names, but I can kind of get close to saying who they were. But you remember that one guy, the former spy guy, and he was like, "Oh yeah, my friend so and so, who I trust quite dearly, and he's always correct, said that the Iranians have hypersonic anti-ship missiles, and they're going to blow up all of our carriers in minutes." When did that happen? And everyone wanted to come on our show before the war started. Oh, enforcers! You didn't hear this guy who was a spy. Like, he has to know everything because he was a spy. He said they got hypersonic anti-ship missiles that are going to blow up all of our carriers in the world in minutes. And when did that happen? Never. Okay, you know why, folks? Because it doesn't exist. That's the whole thing about analyst people, or sometimes people who were once in those industries, like in the intelligence sphere and everything. They don't know. Like, I hate to say this, folks, because I'm not trying to put all of them down, because there's like great people out there who do the stuff alongside us, like Phytux Network, Preston Stewart, and all of the amazing folks like that. But on the flip side, though, there are a lot of people out there who will like have like this whole spreadsheet of creds, and they'll say the most batshit stuff I've ever heard, and I'll be like,
Oh, you know why?
well, the only reason they do it is because they know they'll get away with it, because everyone's just going to lean on their credibility and go, well, he was like this guy who did this thing, so clearly he can't be wrong.
Yeah, but if people really thought for a second and they used their head, they would realize that if you really had knowledge of what was happening and you were in the intelligence community and you did have a security clearance, you wouldn't be out there shouting from the rooftops what you know, because you'd go to prison. So, I mean, that tells you everything you need to know right there. People with security clearances don't go out there shouting from YouTube. They don't do that. Also, by the way, just because you were a spy at one point doesn't mean you know anything about the modern world, because if your information is 20 years out of date and the last time you were in the intel community was 20 years ago, it's like in 20 years, literally the entire world has changed from top to bottom in 20 years. So your information is so out of date, it's useless.
Well, well, the thing is, though, man, like the real upper on that one. Even if the intelligence was 20 years old, they didn't have a hypersonic anti-ship missile 20 years ago. So where the hell did that come from?
It probably came from somebody,
Oh,
one of those analysts that happened to work for Russia.
Man, the analysts that work from Russia, man, they like live in fantasy land. Like, they come out and they're like, oh yeah, Russia has like a nuclear missile that can fly around the world 50 times in 10 seconds, and it can also wipe out the whole United States and produce a 1,000-foot tsunami that'll destroy everything miraculously but Russia. So checkmate. That's like, oh, that's so full of shit. Like they have something like that. Man, it's like the one thing that they do have is the nuclear torpedo. That is one thing they actually do have, and we know. But everything else that they come up with, like these analysts do, it's so full of crap, it's unbelievable. And what's kind of sad, folks, is that we have to go up against these people, like, as far as, like, people asking us questions sometimes in the chat, and people be like, well, so-and-so said this, and he went to West Point, and he's a military, he was once a officer in the Army, so you're clearly wrong, and he's right, because he was in the Army, and he went to West Point. And I'm like, no disrespect to any West Point graduates, because a lot of them have gone on to do great things, but some of them use that cred to go around and just spew straight bullshit, and it's like, and it shows, because it's like when it ends up coming down to it, we're right and they're wrong.
And you know the difference between us and some other people, because sometimes we'll get stuff right and then the so-called experts get it wrong. I think the reason why that might be is because we actually have eyes on all the open source intelligence. Like, we personally analyze every single piece that we ever see in open source intelligence. We do it every single day, literally 7 days a week. Even on our off day, we're doing it, even though we're not making any content that day or a stream. We're always looking at it ourselves. We're not relying on briefs from junior intel analysts or people that are looking at it and then giving us a report or briefing us verbally on it. We're not relying on that. We're actually physically and doing it ourselves. We're actually looking at it directly. But a lot of these people that are so-called experts, they're relying on briefs from other people. So they're hoping that the people that analyzed it got it right and telling them the right thing. And then also, it's hoped as well that the analyst briefing them is able to communicate properly what they're supposed to be telling them. So that way there's not, miscommunication about what they're actually seeing. So we actually see it. Most of the experts don't. They're relying on other people's analysis for the most part.
Man, I gotta say, man, you know, and it's also even it's so sad, folks. I mean, I don't mean to get up on a soapbox here and rant for a minute, but I kind of got to rant about it because it's hilarious, especially from our shoes. Like, I sat there for months. I we both were saying this, but I was the one who spearheaded this before the war even started about the whole Strait of Hormuz thing. And then we went into the war and they didn't hit anything down there. And I said, we have no proof they're hitting anything down there. This is going to end up a defeat if we don't do something about this. And so many people came in the chat and were saying, Enforcer, you're such a stupid, opinionated idiot, and you're clearly of the political opposition party I'm not a fan of because you're saying the truth. The president knows way more than you because you're stupid, and he's like the smartest guy alive, and the Department of Defense knows way more than you because they're the smartest people alive, so you're just full of shit, and this doesn't mean anything. And now what are they doing? What is the current war plan that they're following through on right now that the U.S. officials came out and said they were today? Exactly what I said they should have done on the 28th of February, literally to the letter. Like I said, we need to conduct a coastal campaign with airstrikes against their anti-ship and maritime capabilities. They did everything but that in the first phase of the war, and everyone said that we had no clue what the hell we were talking about. Now the second phase of the war, what do they announce that they're doing? They're going after their anti-ship and maritime capabilities, literally on the T. Like we couldn't have got that more dead on the nail of what we should have done the first time around if we had tried. And it's so goofy that we have to sit here and argue that kind of stuff, like to like random people who pop up in the live chat or literally just wander through, because it's like what the hell? It's like we're not just saying the stuff to pull it out of our ass. Like we're saying it for a reason. We're not like other analysts who just say stuff for the fun of it. Like we actually look for the best interest of the country. Like a lot of y'all are here watching for. You know, a lot of y'all want to be here to listen to, you know, what would be in the best interest of the country and speak about what we can do to improve the situation, not just, you know, blindly support whatever's going on, even when it clearly doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I'd have to say, folks, you know, and also I'd have to say Matthew's right. Like a lot of you folks who are here every single day, all of y'all are very smart and discerning people, and a lot of y'all were like, yeah, I mean, you know, what are we doing? But it's crazy though, folks. Whenever the detractors like happen to just tumble into the channel and roll on into the chat, because they'll always be like, you're so full of shit, and it's like, if we were, we would be wrong a lot of the time, and we're wrong sometimes, but not a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm glad, thankfully. I think a part of it's because we moderate the chat so much. If people come in here acting crazy, we ban them out of the chat. So luckily, like our audience is very discerning. It makes it very enjoyable to like, you know, hear questions from the audience, talk about stuff. And sometimes like the audience will even catch us on something. They'll be like, well, guys, you didn't consider this. What about this? And people in the audience will sometimes correct some, you know, occasional misbeliefs that we have about certain things that we didn't catch. So we're very lucky to have that. There's some channels out there that have like audiences that really aren't that discerning for the most part, and they're like just like going off pure emotion and they're going berserk in the chat. It's just like a rage fest in their chat. So I'm glad we don't have that. Like we get in the chat every night and we see very thoughtful comments every night. Occasionally there's a troll that comes in or acting stupid from time to time, but that's usually kind of rare these days.
But I'll tell you this, folks. When I see those people roll in, I do have to say this, folks. Whenever someone comes in and there's like, "Oh, you're such a stupid idiot. You're so wrong." Like you know, this and that's going to happen, and you don't know what you're talking about. I always remember those comments like very well because I'm always like, they're so full of crap. I got to remember that so that way when they're proven wrong, I can get the satisfaction to be like, ha! Like, it's like they're wrong. It's like, so, you know, I got to say though, like the audience in the LSA is great. A lot of y'all are very, very smart, very keen, and usually say stuff before we even say it. Or y'all correct us on stuff that we get wrong, and a good amount of times, y'all are pointing out things that we didn't know. Like one of the most recent ones that was really mind blowing to me is that the Apache's longbow radar actually can do air search, which I did not know until a viewer was like, "Actually, you got that wrong," and then they gave all the receipts, and I was like, "Oh my god, wow!" I was like, "Yeah, I did get that wrong." I was like, "That's like I gotta say that was a learning lesson for me and taught me a lot more about the longbow radar I never knew." But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving into our next super chat here. This one goes to Truck and Shelf, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Truck and Shelf, for that support. We do appreciate it very much. He said, thoughts in this landscape? Question, could the U.S. use the Sherman Act of the 1900s and also still deploy troops to the Baltic states for defense? And 50,000 troops, including all Arboretum, and thoughts? And just trying to understand why we can't help.
I would say... Are you talking about the Sherman Antitrust Act? Because I'm trying to make sure that I'm pulling up the proper act to read it. Because if you're talking about the Sherman Antitrust Act, We could. I'm at a bit of a loss here because it makes it sound like it applies to the situation of sending troops to the Baltic. As far as sending troops to the Baltic, that's largely up to the commander-in-chief's discretion, because he's the commander of the U.S. Army of Europe and Africa, and we can attach forces to U.S. Army of Europe and Africa and deploy them into the Baltics. So as far as that situation is concerned, that one's actually a pretty easy situation to deal with, and we could just send over forces from Northcom to EUCOM, attach them to the U.S. Army Europe and Africa, and then send them into the Baltics if we wanted to, and of course with the Baltics blessing and permission. And as far as the Sherman Antitrust Act, we could actually do that to try and break up some monopolies, but generally you have to invoke that against specific companies. And I believe, if I'm correct, Matthew, the U.S. government has to sue companies that are in violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act to begin those sorts of actions of breaking up those companies and demonopolizing a sphere.
Yeah, I think it's the FTC that has to sue. They have to bring a legal complaint against the company, and the claim in the lawsuit would be a violation of the Sherman Act of 1900 or whatever the act is that it's violating.
So actually, to answer the question, because I think you're talking about the defense industry there, Truck and Chef, sadly, there really isn't a way to antitrust the defense companies, at least a decent amount of them, because they're not truly monopolies yet. Like, they're right on, like, I would say that at least in
They have
market share,
protections.
yeah, also, that's true. Some of them are
They have
right.
national defense. They have national defense priority, like protections and stuff like that. So they're like sometimes they're immune to like even environmental laws, like some of these companies are. Like that, you'll notice that with some of these data centers out there, they largely get to bypass some of the environmental laws and protections because they're viewed as a national security prerogative, and they get to be above the law essentially, which in my opinion is completely wrong. But it's just the way it works.
But I would say that one way to do it more effectively, outside of that, is just remove a lot of the legislation that makes it more difficult for new defense companies to pop up. Because if you made it a lot easier for defense companies to pop up and competition to show up, the prices would go down, weapon systems would be cheaper, and also we would probably see that more weapon systems could be made with the same quality, or maybe even higher quality at cheaper prices, because the competition will exist, and those companies will also know that if they get complacent and bloated, kind of like all of them are right now, then competition could come through and sweep the floor and wipe a lot of these companies out, or buy them out after they've run them into the ground. So I would have to say you could do both of those in their own regards, but I would say that it'd probably be better to just de-legislate a lot of the red tape and the restrictions in getting into the defense industry, and that'll probably have a much more positive effect, at least in my opinion, than trying to antitrust them because of all the restrictions like Matthew also brought up that I didn't even know of. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep them running. And also a great question, Truck and Chef, actually making me have to think a little bit of the answer myself. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Prayers36. And thank you, Prayers, for that $20 support right there. I don't think they left a comment. Let me double check that, though, and make sure real quick. Let's see here. Prayers36. They threw in the 20 earlier. Let's see here. I'm going back up. It's supposed to have been a really early one right here because it's really far up. So I'm not saying, yeah, they just left a super sticker of a YouTube person sitting there really starstruck. But we do appreciate that, Prayers, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
And a big thanks to you for the support. Someone needs to check on that guy. Starstruck in the eyes. It might be an astigmatism. But a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping the show keep it running. And thank you so much for enjoying the channel to help us to be able to make this thing possible. It's folks like you who go out of your way to support this channel that make the entire thing a reality. We run no ads. We have no sponsors on these live streams. Yet folks like you help the whole thing to keep going around every single day. So big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to Cossard. And thank you very much for that $20 support. And they said the initial Iran attacks were planned by politicians, and the new strikes are based on the plans we developed years ago. And happy to share unclass concepts because I love what you do on this channel, but I don't want to tip anything.
Oh, and I thank you so much for the support, Kosar. And I would agree completely with you. That's what I was saying, Kosar. That's what I was saying. Like, you and me, we're on the same page here. When the first war started, I was like, oh my God, who's coming up with this? I was like, this is like the strategy of a clown. Like, I have never seen this poor of a strategy. And it was getting people aggravated how much I'd say that during the first phase of the war, because I was literally, folks, stressed to hell and ripping my hair out off air as to where we were going to be by the end of the first phase of the war. Because like, this is going disastrously. It's like we're blowing up stuff that doesn't even matter, and we're wasting humongous amounts of expensive guided munitions to do nothing. I was like, what the hell is going on? So I would definitely agree with the second phase now, because it's basically what I said they should do, and I'm saying what they should do based off of what the Army wrote they should do in that kind of a situation if it happened, from like 2021 when they wrote that publication that was declassified that I read it out of. And also, you know, if you just look at the region, I mean, it's quite clear that that is a strategic chokehold, and we have to break the Iranians' chokehold on that strategic waterway. And so I would say that this second round is definitely conducted off of military plans and war games that we had been designing and working on for years prior to this, because this time around it seems a lot more reasonable and a lot more logical how the strategies and actions of the U.S. forces are being conducted, which I have to say, folks, I'm more than elated to see that this time around, because I was very scared that if the war started this time, we were going to watch the U.S. military like bomb Tehran 9,000 times, blow up a couple of big things, so that way the president could put out truth socials going, the biggest thing was blown up in Iran, the biggest Bepis Boopish was blown up, and I was going to be like, oh my god, I was going to be like, we're going to lose this thing again, like a second go around, it's going to be even worse. And luckily this time they're not doing that, thankfully. I'm very happy for that. And also, we would always be happy to hear unclassified information, of course publicly available, because we don't want to get into any sort of deal with that, but you can always message us on Twitter and share some of that interesting unclassified information with us. Generally, my metric for unclassified information is it possibly on Wikipedia or written in like a Army Techniques procedures or an ATP out there somewhere? And if it is, then I'm like, okay, this is good. But if it's anything like the 3rd Armored Division, so like actually the 1st Infantry Division is packed up and moved to South Korea. Right now, they're going to be putting their division in these specific facilities. Then that's, you know, that's definitely not unclass for sure. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from JMO75, and thank you, JMO, for the 20. He said, what is the take on Fedorov? I'm worried.
I would say I'm not too worried. Generally, the foreign policy position, as I always take it, is if it's an internal matter, it's not really America's problem unless if it starts to affect something that deals with us. If they replace Fedorov and they put in someone else, and we don't really see any negative impact in the war, and the war's still going well, I wouldn't really even give it a second thought. If they replace Fedorov and they get a new Minister of Defense, and for some reason the war starts turning back in Russia's favor, then that's when the United States should be like, what the hell's going on? Is any of these failures involved with removing Fedorov, and why the hell did y'all do that? And that's when I would start asking the questions. But generally, as far as we're concerned on the channel, it's more of an internal affair, and internal affairs we rarely ever get involved in mentioning in other foreign countries that we're allied with or support, because if we did, I mean, we could find a problem with every single country on the planet. Like, for example, we could end our allyship with Saudi Arabia because they killed that journalist a couple of years back inside of their country, just out of the blue, you know, from the United States. And it's like we could bring up a myriad of problems about that and end an entire alliance with Saudi Arabia over that, but we generally just let it go because it was an internal affair that pertained to an American, but we didn't want to jeopardize the strategic situation with them. Or, you know, for example, with Taiwan, we don't really get involved in what their government is doing, what people they appoint, what people they remove, that sort of a deal. And also, they just said, well, now we can't go to Saudi Arabia. Man, do you ever want to go to Saudi Arabia? I'm
going to cancel my trip and everything, man. I'm going to have to cancel the whole thing.
Man, I tell you, folks, that's one place. Saudi Arabia is a great ally of the United States of America, but I would tell you that that's one place I probably never travel to as a tourist is Saudi Arabia. The laws there kind of do be a little draconian-like, and so I kind of avoid that a little.
Yeah, and also once they dropped that whole little golf thing and all that stuff, and everybody got abandoned with that, it kind of backfired a little bit. Saudi Arabia was trying to become the entertainment capital, but I think it kind of backfired.
I think it backfired quite tremendously. A couple of countries I go to would be the ones in Europe. Japan. I don't really know about South Korea because South Korea is really cool, but there's also a lot of North Koreans like crawling around South Korea, and I'm not talking about defectors, I'm talking about agents. So I don't really know if I go to South Korea, because we made fun of North Korea and his fatness so many times. I think they probably got one on for us. Like, like they probably got something cooking for us if we got close enough. Like, maybe some poison or something. I might go to Taiwan, but generally the areas of the world I go to would be rather limited, because we probably pissed off people in those areas well enough that we might be on a list, and I don't want to be anywhere where I'd be a prime target of opportunity. Here in America, we're safe. We're safe in America. Nothing really happens here.
Say what?
Man, I heard like some sort of like scoffing sound or something like that. I heard, I was like, oh, what's going on over there?
I don't know what. All I did was breathe. I sniffed.
Man, let me play it back. But generally, the areas of the world I go to would be rather limited, because we probably pissed off people in those areas well enough that we might be on a list, and I don't want to be anywhere where I'd be a prime target of opportunity. Here in America, we're safe. We're safe in America. Nothing really happens here. Did you hear it right there? Like, it went
Barely. Like, all I did was breathe and sniff. That's all I did. I like sniffled for a second. That's all it was. Man, you were exaggerating the hell out of that. All it was like a little momentary blip.
Man, it sounded loud as hell on my headphones, man. Like, it comes through 30% quieter to the audience because of the OBS settings. But man, in my headset, man, that was loud. I heard, I was like, what the hell is that? I was like, what is that?
Man, I tell you, they're putting breathing restrictions now. I'm getting breathing restrictions put on me. I gotta sniff a certain way. I'm just trying to breathe here, people. I'm just trying to breathe. I mean, there's arsenic in the air. I mean, can a person breathe?
Yeah, sure, you can, sure. But outside of that, we're generally safe in the United States of America. We can travel from Maine to California, from Florida to Alaska, all the way out to Hawaii, and nothing will happen in the United States generally. But
now imagine if that wasn't me, and we're sitting here on the line, and there's like some random third person sniffing on the line. It's like, who's that? Who's on the line? That's not either one of us. Who's that sniffing?
Oh man, it's me. I broke it in. Like, oh no!
Oh man, a stream crasher, a hot dog man.
Man, hot dog. I don't even know what the hell he's up to anymore, man. I think he's fallen off the face of the planet or something. But
Nothing good.
Oh no, nothing good. You can be sure of that. Like, oh man, I've gone to the orphanage to help out the kids. 3 days later, man, F them kids. Like, he starts beefing with them. Like, it was endless. It was endless with that guy. Like, with anyone he came into contact with, they were all worse for wear. I know very few people like that in life, but whenever you run into them, you need to avoid them as best you can. But with that, it's time for us to move on and into the next one.
So our next one goes to Justin, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Justin, for that $20 support. He said, hey, guys, and hope you're all well. And I was just wondering if you had any clearer insight as to the Lavrov, I think he meant to say Fedorov dismissal by Zelensky, and cheers.
Lavrov? Well, Lavrov ain't getting dismissed by Zelensky. Like, Lavrov is the foreign minister of Russia. What you're speaking of is Fedorov, which is the Ukrainian minister of defense. He ain't the guy who popularized the Fediwop, though. He's just Fedorov. But Fedorov, or Fedorov, to say his name actually correctly, I wouldn't really be able to give you a lot of details. Some people are saying that's because he was on a significant anti-corruption campaign in the Ukrainian armed forces, or that he was not giving out contracts to the cronies. Like, those are some of the allegations, but we don't know if any of that's true. The Ukrainian government hasn't made any statements about it. Fedorov hasn't made any statements about why he's being dismissed either. So most of that's more so conjecture and hearsay, possibly of people trying to make it sound like there's a lot more involved that meets the eye. And also, once again, because the United States is the United States of America, we don't really try to get involved in the internal affairs of other countries' governments unless if it's impacting us extremely, and that is exceptionally rare. And right now, we don't have any real proof that this is going to impact the United States and our position strategically in any extreme way. So I would say, generally, it's nothing. It's nothing that we really have any good insights on, even if we had it. Because having an insight on that, just to, compare this here, this would be like having an insight on Japan replacing its Ministry of Defense, for any reason. Like America getting involved in that, or other countries getting involved here in the United States of America when the current administration is going through and wiping out every single general that's in their position right now and replacing them with a new one. It's like many countries, if under this justification, if we have a right to know why federal officers is removed, have a right to know why the U.S. has removed about 24 generals in the past year and a half. And the honest answer is that nobody really has a right to ask the United States that question. It's more of a domestic matter. Citizens have a right to ask that question, but not a foreign government, and they don't deserve an answer, generally. So I hope that does address that the best I can, and also kind of apply the rule of fairness, at least amongst our allies, because we do try and work fairly with allies and partners. And as long as they're winning, I don't really think it's that big of an issue. But a big thanks to you for the support, and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, I see everybody joking about what we were saying earlier, about the third person on the line and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
I saw an article today. You know what a stingray is, right? Like a stingray device that's used to intercept cell phone data, like, calls,
Yeah, I
texts,
think
and
so.
stuff like that. You know what that is?
Yeah.
It's used by law enforcement. I think usually like the feds use it, like FBI and people like that. They use it to like catch drug dealers and stuff like that when they're trying to set up a pretty nice case and they're really trying to put the book on them. They'll pull out the stingray. Well, how it works is you bring the thing in a vehicle, you bring it near the area where the suspect's at, you turn it on, and every cell phone in the vicinity connects to the stingray device. This is the way I understand it works, by the way, so I might be a little bit inaccurate here. Just keep that in mind. This is Matt's understanding of how it works. But every cell phone in the area will connect to it, and then it routes the calls out normally, but it also intercepts the calls in the area too. At least that's how I think it works. Once again, that's my understanding. But I heard that the police departments in the United States are starting to buy a more advanced version of that from the Israelis. That's like a truck-based model that's like built into like a truck chassis and looks like a normal police car, but it has it like built into it. Did you hear about that?
No, I haven't heard about that, actually.
Yeah, Israel makes some nice surveillance technology, like some fantastic
some of
stuff
the
they make out
finest.
of there. Yeah, some of the finest stuff. They're really good at that. But yeah, they're like making truck-based models of it. It's apparently a lot more potent. At least they're claiming.
That's a little concerning. but
It's like, what are police departments doing buying that? It's like, why does a local police department need that? It's like, y'all really need tech that advanced, and you're like intercepting like a man in the middle attacks like on cell phones. Like, what the hell are these like local police departments dealing with?
Man, I don't know, but the more I hear about this kind of stuff, the more and more I'm always like, damn, like the infringements upon the Fourth Amendment, which are very rarely looked at compared to the First and Second Amendments, are quite broad and various these days. Yet for some reason, there's always a justification for them. I wish people were as militant about defending the Fourth Amendment as they were the First and the Second, and really all the other constitutional amendments that we have, because they're all for good reason. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, also, by the way, do you know you can actually do a man-in-the-middle attack? Like, that's an attack that hackers use to like get in people's systems too. They'll have like a little like what's known as like a Wi-Fi pineapple, and they'll turn it on in a vicinity. And most devices will see as the stronger signal coming from the Wi-Fi pineapple. They'll connect to it, and once you connect to it, you're in deep trouble, because then whoever's using that hacking device, they'll get all your information from it, or if they're a skilled hacker, they will. So it's very scary stuff, by the way. Very scary when you see how all that stuff works. But moving into our next one here, our next super chat. This one goes to Coca-Cola Mandate. And thank you very much, good sir, for the $20 support. He said, talk about the wacky ejection seats in the Tu-22 and LSA.
Oh man, like that's a great story. Let me see if I can go get them. Let me see the ejection seat. I want to see if I can find an infographic for this thing to show y'all. Oh man, they're so bizarre. So I think you're talking about the old ones, the old Tu-22 ejection seats from the olden days on the real Tu-22. Well, let me show you the real Tu-22, because the modern one is a rebuild, I believe, of the older Tu-22, or is a completely different one. But this is the original Tu-22 right here, this ugly ass thing. And what was funny about them, this wasn't really funny for the crew, but it's really funny for us over here in the West, is that they had downward ejection seats because of the jet intake, or the jet intakes for the jet engines being above the cockpit. They were kind of scared, the Soviet designers were, that if the ejection seats shot them upwards, they might get sucked in by the jet intake, or they might hit it and get killed. So they designed the ejection seats to fire downwards out of the bottom of the fuselage. You see a picture of that right here, the ejection, like, capsules, or more so hatches. And whenever they'd eject, it'd shoot them out the bottom. So one was a little bit unfortunate about this, but also kind of funny about this, is that Soviet aircraft had a very common tendency to short circuit, and that also included the ejection seat system. So every once in a while, when a Tu-22 would be on and running, they would be sitting in there doing their pre-flight checks or taxiing to the runway or just flying around, and there could be a short circuit and a guy could just get shot out of the bottom of this thing at full speed, even on the ground. And of course, as y'all can know, getting shot out at multiple Gs downwards out of the cockpit into a concrete pad below is probably going to be a fatal experience and a one-time experience, and that would end up happening from time to time to some of the Tu-22 crew. Absolutely stupid design. Honestly, though, that's just the beginning of the iceberg with the Tu-22s, like the original ones. These things also had the tendency, because of extreme turbine vibrations, to literally disintegrate in flight. And when I say disintegrate, I don't even kid about that. They literally just rip apart into a whole bunch of tiny pieces in flight from the vibrations from the engines if they were run at a certain throttle input for any longer than a couple of seconds. Also, the air conditioner in this bomber ran off of vodka. I'm not even kidding. So usually a lot of the crew would siphon the vodka out of the air conditioning system into buckets, and they would just fly around with the air conditioner off boiling in this thing while they're flying. And when they'd land, they take the vodka home, because the vodka was basically as secondary currency in the Soviet Union, and they'd use the vodka as money to bribe government officials in anywhere to do anything for them. So getting put on the Tu-22 was a very dangerous job, because you could end up getting killed by the ejection seat, the jet engine, the vibrations, and everything else. But it was a gravy train, basically, in the Soviet Union, because you could just get endless vodka out of the AC units.
That's crazy. I have no idea how do you use vodka in an AC system. Like, that doesn't even work as a good coolant. So I don't know what it's doing in there.
I forgot how they explained the AC system and how it worked. Maybe they have it on the Wikipedia somewhere.
It's not like Freon. I mean, you can't use vodka as Freon.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see if I can find, like, they have to have mentioned. Oh, here we are. Air for the crew was provided by a bleed air system on the engine compressors. This air was hot and had to be cooled before being pumped in the cockpit, and the cooling was provided by a large total loss evaporator running on a mixture of 40% ethanol and 60% distilled water, effectively vodka.
That's not really vodka. That I don't know, but I disagree with that little parentheses they added right there. That's not vodka. That's ethanol mixed with some water. That's totally different.
No, boy, that's that jank rock gun alcohol right there. That's basically vodka. And especially mixed with ethanol, 40% ethanol. I mean, you siphon that out of the tank, that's basically vodka.
I don't know, man. I'm no expert on vodka, but it seems like there's a little bit more goes into making vodka than just simply mixing up some ethanol and some water.
Well, man, I mean, I can tell you, man, there is a many, and I'm like this is an exaggeration. There are many written documentations from former Tu-22 pilots that they would siphon the stuff out of the AC, and it was basically vodka, and they go around bribing people with it. I mean, that was like, that's also why it is known as the booze cruiser, or the booze carrier, is for that reason. I mean, and you got to remember, man, the Soviet Union isn't known for high end stuff. I mean, a mixture of 40% ethanol and distilled water may as well just be vodka for most of an average Russian. And
Rot
as long as
gut.
it gets them blasted, that's all that matters.
Probably more like rot gut, really, or something. Like, who knows what's in that ethanol? It's probably not very, like, human. Like, it's probably not very human.
The design is very human.
It's probably not. It's probably like got some bad stuff in it, I'd imagine, so it's being used in a machine. So I don't know. I doubt they'd make it a human grade.
I don't think they. Well, man, here's the question though, man. With the Russians abusing their livers from a very young age, do you really think it would matter to their livers if it was not human grade drinking ethanol? No, they're drinking it
Probably
anyways.
not. They can handle anything. Those livers are built different.
Man, those livers are built different because they've already been destroyed in an early age. They can take a great deal of abuse. They're used to it at this point. But man, like this aircraft is one of the stupidest ones. But there's a million of them like that from the Soviet Union. It's just that this one was probably the worst out of all of them and had the most defects and flaws. But every single aircraft the Soviets ever made had a whole bunch of known defects and flaws. A fun one, not to rabbit hole too long on Soviet aircraft, but a great one was on the MiG-15. If you activated the fuel pump the wrong way on a MiG-15, this thing would literally explode, like a bomb on the runway. It would kill the pilot. It would completely destroy the aircraft. So you had to follow a literal specific process to activate the fuel pump on a MiG-15, because if you didn't, the thing would damn well blow up, literally.
Oh yeah. And you know that thing, liverwurst, like you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Russia got that liver that's the worst.
Oh, man. Got the dad jokes out here.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I literally choked myself up writing that one right there. I literally came up with that on the spot. Someone's gonna be like, "Oh, of course you did. It sucks." I don't give a damn. It works. But man, I'll tell you what, that's horrible. I think liverwurst is German, isn't it?
I think so. I'm not sure.
I think
actually.
so. What even is liverwurst? I actually looked that up. What the hell that even
I think
is?
it's like a
Let's see here.
sausage. Yeah, it's a sausage.
Sausage, but what's in it? Let's see
Liver?
here.
Oh man!
It's actually liver in it. The kind of sausage made from liver.
Oh
It's
my
eaten
God.
throughout Europe and Germany.
Breaking news, folks! The liver sausage is made of liver. Can you believe? Like, can you believe it? Remember you said, "Oh my God,
Like
it's
a
made of liver."
spreadable.
It's called the liverwurst, man.
It's like a spreadable, man. It's nasty. It's nasty. Maybe it's what they call it liverwurst because nobody liked it. It was the worst, so they call it liverwurst.
I think wurst is like a German word for like a sausage or something. So you have like the bratwurst, the liverwurst, the currywurst. Like that's a new one I think these days. But I think pull that up, man. What is wurst? WRST, WURST. What is that German for?
Let's see here. It's a sausage.
So it's literally just a liver sausage.
Yeah, basically that's exactly what it means.
Man, I tell you, I wouldn't be eating nothing made of liver. I
says-
tell you.
It says it's made from pig's or calf's liver, including fat, spices, ground black pepper, marjoram, allspice, thyme, ground mustard seed, and nut. What the
Man,
hell?
they got that nut in it.
Man, what the hell is this, man? I don't know what's up with this, man. I'm not touching this stuff with a 10-foot pole. This sounds nasty as hell.
You go to Germany, you see some creepy German guy. "Oh, would you like to eat this liverwurst sandwich? I put a special ingredient in it, my nut." You'll be like, "Hey."
It's like what? It's like what does that even mean? It's like what does that mean? It's like there's no descriptor on it or anything. It's just like it's just the word nut. It's like what the? It's like like what are we talking about here? What the hell is this?
Are we talking about like a nut from a tree, or are we talking about something else? I mean, like,
Like walnut? Like what are we talking about here?
man, eat up. Special liverwurst made with a special recipe. That's like, oh, yo. It's like, no, we ain't eating that shit. Hell no. Man, I tell you, that's it.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, that's the nastiest food I've ever heard of, though. Like, in all seriousness, that's a nasty food right there. The Germans were eating bad.
I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, there's worse, like black pudding. Like, that's pretty bad. Blood sausage.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Any type of sausage with anything unusual or exotic in it, I don't like it.
The French have a tendency of eating them snails
Yeah, I don't really do any of that.
and them frogs too. They like them frogs.
Yeah, it's not good. People should give that kind of stuff up. That was back when things were really rough. They were doing that. It's like that's not really like a delicacy. That's just something you did because it was rough times. You don't really need to like call that a delicacy.
Man, I like, one time, folks, I watched that Anthony Bourdain show, and he was like, I went to Venice to eat a French delicacy. It's like donkey testicles in a stew. And I was like, I don't really think that's a delicacy, say. Like, it's like, when I think of delicacy, I think it's something that's actually made out of good ingredients. The last thing that comes to my
Man.
mind is donkey nuts,
He said, I'm going to go ahead and break it to you. There is no happy ending. It's like, damn, bro. It's like, geez, man.
Man, honestly, man, like, with the context, that's pretty messed up. But, like, I gotta say,
Man, he was kind of like, I don't know that. I think he suffered from depression. I think obviously
Well,
he
yeah,
suffered
yeah,
from
he did.
something like that. Yeah, so I think that's why he was saying that. He was like kind of like a strange fellow. He was kind of a little bit like kind of dark with what he was saying, but also kind of like slightly inspirational maybe at certain times. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say his show was really interesting. Like, I've watched a few episodes of it. I was like, wow, that's really interesting. But it's like at the same time though, it's like making depression your a core element of your life is like, oh, I don't know if that's good. Like that's not really a healthy thing to do.
I don't think he had a choice. I don't think it's the way it works. I don't think it's an option.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like making that like your whole moniker, like nothing gets better. It's like, oh well, it's like at least try and put on a little bit of a smile. It's like we've gone through tough times. I always put on a smile, at least the best I can.
That's different. That's well, if depression's not like feeling momentarily depressed, it's like I think he might have had clinical depression. It's like something that's like
Oh,
a
like
condition. It's
terminal.
like
Oh yeah.
you have like chemicals in the brain like dopamine and stuff like that. Some people have a chemical imbalance where they're like clinically depressed, like medically depressed. It's more than just simply a feeling. It's like it's a medical condition.
I thought when you said the guy was depressed, I thought you meant like just like depression, like you kind of go through it like a little ebb and a flow, not like a clinical sort of a
Nah,
thing. Like
that's like
that's different.
situational
Yeah.
depression. That's like just somebody going through a rough period of the end of the life or something like that. It's a lot different.
Well, if you had that, that's rough. Like that's really rough. I think Robin Williams had that too, if I'm not mistaken. Like clinical depression.
Could have, like, possibly. That clinical depression's bad. Like, it's like some people just don't understand it because, they've never experienced it or never seen anybody that has it, like in real life. But it can be a real doozy. Like some of those people are in foul shape.
That's that's interesting. I see some people in the chat saying I have like lifelong depression and clinical depression. That's very interesting because generally I usually have um a positive disposition, but I will get very unhappy or very sad sometimes over some things because a lot in life is distressing or saddening or and all that. But it's never permanent though. I eventually get over it and get back to having a somewhat positive disposition. It's very interesting to know that some people have a very opposite sort of a thing where they basically go through life and it's almost always depression. I have to say, folks, I feel for y'all because being in a low moment is very tough. And being in a low moment all the time, that has to be extremely tough. That's a pretty significant battle and a challenge to have to deal with on every day. But with that,
Oh yeah.
I hope,
What a lot of people don't understand though is like just simply being stationary can cause it and complicate it like even further. Like I think they've done studies out there. There's medications for people that have like, different psychological disorders like, major depressive people, like people with anxiety disorder and stuff like that. They'll put them on SSRIs and other type of like serotonin like uptake inhibitors or whatever they're called. I don't know the exact name for them, but they're SSRIs. They'll put them and prescribe people to those. But I think they've done studies out there that if you simply like sleep on a normal schedule and get a normal 8 hours sleep every single day, you exercise and get outside in the sun like on a normal basis, on a daily basis, that can work as well, if not better, than those SSRI medications most times. But the problem is, though, if you're depressed, it's kind of hard to simply get up and get out. Like, that's the problem. But if you can get over that barrier, though, like, it's usually better to go the non-medication route, at least from what I've heard.
interesting. I didn't know any of that stuff. That's news to me. So big thanks to you for sharing that to me and the whole audience of the folks out there watching right now. Also, someone said you never had oxtail soup. No, like no, I don't think I'm really that interested in that, to be entirely honest. I think I saw like a video of it at one point. I was like, oh, I don't know. Some people say it's really good, but I don't know. The look of it just kind of, it kind of detracts me from trying it. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that $27 support. We do appreciate it very much, and it's good to see you once again. He said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And I took the week off at the restaurant, finally using all the unused PTO, and been doubling down on kid stuff, business stuff, and also another thing in the works, LLT LSA.
Oh, that's really good to hear. And it's nice to know that you're spending some time with your kids. It's always important to spend time with your kids, because one day they're going to grow up and they're going to move on, and the kind of imprint you leave on them and these formative years are either going to be looked at positively or negatively. And so a very important thing to make sure to spend some time with the family. And also got to say a big thanks to you for support and being here with us tonight. And I hope that all those ventures are going well, the business ventures and also the other things in the works, which sound very interesting. They're very mysterious but interesting. So a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And also, once again, great to have you here tonight. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to Jack Attack, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Jack, for that $20 support as well. He said, my question is about oil. Do you think that Iran targets Gulf infrastructure? And do they want to raise oil prices? And if so, how else can they? And the strait has been closed and oil's still below 80.
Let's see. Do they want to? I'm unfortunately, I don't really think I'm understanding the question here, Matthew. Are you understanding the
Oh.
question?
Let's see here. Do you think Iran targets Gulf infrastructure? Do they want to raise the oil prices? And if so, how else can they? Okay, so he's asking here, do you think that it benefits Iran for them to jack up the Strait of Hormuz, jack up the oil infrastructure in the Gulf states? That way, that jacks up the oil price globally. I
Oh, I
don't think
see.
that helps them. I don't think that helps Iran because Iran can't actually sell their oil if the U.S. blockade's in place. They have a hard time getting it out. And then if the U.S. takes the step that they probably should by eliminating the capability to export Iranian oil from the terminals on Karg Island, that takes that out altogether. So it wouldn't matter what the price is for oil. Iran couldn't physically move it out of their country to sell it at that point. So really, it wouldn't benefit them, at least in my opinion.
I would say, if I'm understanding the question correctly, I would say that it would benefit them because the whole point of the blockade on the Hormuz is to jack up the oil prices and slow down global economic activity, especially in the United States, to force the United States to try and meet Iran at their demands rather than ours. If that's the way I'm understanding the question, I would believe that that's how I would answer it, it sounds like the total polar opposite, I think, of how Matthew understood that or answered it. But outside of that, that's generally what I would say. That's really their only recourse, because militarily they cannot win against the United States of America. It's a losing battle. But they can conduct a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz and cause significant economic damage by rising oil prices, and that might be able to get the United States to come to heel again a second time around. And that's why, and every single time we talk about the war plans, it's always important for the U.S. to break that blockade, because if we break the blockade, Iran has lost any ability to harm us in any real way. They have no military way to do it. They have no economic way to do it. So then they're completely lost, and they're basically at our whim and will at that point as to what we're going to be doing with the Islamic regime. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And big thanks to you for support, Jack Attack, and help with this channel to keep on running. I hope that does answer the question well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Mr. Glock, who's there. And thank you very much, Mr. Glock, for that second support of the night. We do appreciate that. He said, we have to give the Kurds the tools and give them their homeland and whatever the win in Iran.
You know, honestly, I wish the Kurds could just get their own territory, like where it's not a semi-autonomous region, where it was just their own little country. Because if they did, the Middle East would be a lot better off for it. And so far we've seen that nobody's been willing to ever do that for them, including the United States. But I would say that it'd just be a wise option to make. They would have to have sea access, though, somehow. So they'd have to have a treaty with someone somewhere to have access to a port to be able to trade properly and effectively. But I would agree with you. I think that they should be given their own independent country at some point, because they would be a steadfast U.S. ally, because they're aligned with the United States and have been for an incredibly long time. And not only that, it would greatly decrease the amount of conflict that we see in the Middle East in that regard. So big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Jay Bagwell. And thank you, Jay, for the $20
Hey!
support. We do appreciate that. And it's good to see you once again in the chat. He said, you guys need to visit the Land Cruiser Museum in SLC. And also the 7-Year War was actually World War I. Changed my mind.
Changed your
Also,
mind?
we go by, like when I take the front runner downtown, like occasionally, the Land Cruiser Museum is right there, right next to the train tracks from the front runner. And I see it every time. Like, I want to go see that because I'm fascinated by car history and stuff like that. And the Land Cruiser Museum is pretty cool. This looks like it looks like a UK like parking garage, like in a shed. Like it has that UK kind of like parking garage feel to it. I would like to see this right here. These are pretty cool. I like those old Land Cruisers. They're crazy expensive. I think they're like hundreds of thousands of dollars these days, but they're very cool, at least to see them in a museum at least.
They are really cool, and we've passed by this many a times with the front runner. This is actually the track right here on the right, closest to it, that passes by it. So we've seen this many a times from the train. And you can also see the long line. Actually,
There's the front runner.
Yeah, there's the front runner. This is actually that service yard right next to the UTA building.
Oh yeah, it sure is right there actually.
Yeah, so like the front run is right there. It's right there. But beyond that, though, I would love to go to the Land Cruiser Heritage Museum. We just got to find the time and we got to find the place to be able to go, which would be there. And then it's really just the time. But beyond that, though, Jay, you brought up a good point there. You said, changed my mind that the 7 Years' War was not just the First World War. And honestly, I can't change your mind because I really agree with that heavily. It's just that people would never see it that way because a lot of people go, "Oh, well, a world war has to involve multiple wars being fought on different fronts around the world, and this and that and that." And a lot of people actually don't realize that the 7 Years' War, which we call here in America the French and Indian War, is quite literally just that. It is Britain and France, and generally all of their allies as well, fighting on multiple fronts around the world. They fought in Europe, they fought in the Americas. I believe they even fought around India as well, if I'm not mistaken, in between the colonies out there, the East India Company, and all of the other colonial holdings that the European powers had, and elsewhere. I mean, I would say honestly, I can't really change your mind because, in my opinion, I also do see that as the First World War as well. And the First World War is really the Second World War, and the Second World War is really the third. Because we're using the definition that's defined the First and Second World Wars, the 7 Years' War is quite literally the First World War that ever was fought. It's just that people don't look at it that way because, they were fighting in line battles with nice, I would say, well-appointed uniforms in a much different time in the world, and it was also a lot more difficult to even fight on all of those different fronts. But I think that's the reason why a lot of people don't think of it that way. But in historical circles, a lot of people actually argue that that really is the first global or world war that ever was fought. So I actually can't change your mind on that one. That is really the case. But a huge thanks to you for support and up this channel to keep running, and also throwing in a very good historical point right there. I like that one. And with that, we're on the next one.
If you had to pick between a vintage Land Cruiser that Toyota makes or a vintage Land Rover, which one would you pick?
The vintage Land Rover, at least to me.
Let's see it real quick.
Let me see here. Let me pull up a cool one. And this one's pretty cool. I would pick this.
Okay, now show me a picture of a vintage Toyota Land Cruiser.
Vintage Toyota Land Cruiser. All right, hold up. Let me get the right one. Well, I don't know. They're both really cool looking. I mean, that one's really cool.
I would have to go with the Toyota Land Cruiser, I think. Like, I just like this one better right here. I like the Toyota Land Cruiser. I actually like all the generations of Land Cruiser for the most part. I think they made an ugly one, like, in between, like, the year models. I think they made an ugly one. But the newer ones look pretty cool. The old ones look cool. Like, I like those.
You know what? Actually, I'm going to have to change my vote. I actually think I like this thing better than the vintage Land Rover. Not that the Land Rover is bad. It actually looks really cool. I honestly have to say these are both S-tier designs, and I think they're really neat. But this thing is really cool looking. Like, I really do like the Toyota Land Cruiser. Something about it is just really, really neat. Like, this screams like
Yeah.
Australian Outback. This screams like English countryside. But they're both very cool in their
Now,
own way.
Now pull up a picture of a modern Land Rover Defender and a modern Toyota Land Cruiser and tell me which one of those you'd pick.
Let's see. And then a Toyota Land Cruiser. Let me get that one here. Oh, let me get the best pictures I can of these before we get them up. And then before I decide. So you're going to have to help me out with which one's the... Is it this one? Is this the new Land Rover Defender? This one right here?
No, that's definitely not it. It's that robotic looking thing.
This
Yeah,
one?
that's kind of it right there. I think that's like a slightly modified one. The wheels aren't stock on that one, but that's generally the design. That's the new Defender right there. That's the longer version of the Defender. I forgot the actual model name for it, but that's the new Land Cruiser. Honestly, like harsh take, that new Defender is hideous. Like that looks like some like modern garbage or something. I just don't like this right here. Also, they're crazy expensive too. I think they're like 70 or 80 grand or something like that. Those Land Cruisers are pretty cool, though. I like the way those look, those new Toyota Land Cruisers. Those are pretty neat.
I would have to say I would pick the Land Cruiser for sure over this thing. This thing looks like corporate slop, honestly. Like, this thing is like corporate slop outdoor vehicle, generic design, that 1900. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I don't like it. It looks like junk. It definitely did nothing like the original. Like that looks cool right there,
This
but
is
that's like an
cool.
older one. Yeah, that's an older model right there. That's a different variant. That's definitely not the new one.
Man, I like how people hate the new design so much they just go back and get like the older ones and just like upgrade them a whole lot. It's like that's interesting to me because like I'll be honest with y'all, folks. Car designs in the recent times, like it's not like they're just like changing the design and it's a good design, but it's different. A lot of them are just becoming downright hideous and uninspired. Like they look terrible. And I
Oh,
look at
yeah.
them and I'm like, geez, man, these all are awful.
Well, they started appealing to a whole new audience. Now a bunch of like, rich people buy Land Rovers and Range Rovers and stuff to look like they're, ultra wealthy. They used to be more utilitarian oriented. Like if you had one of these, like for example, if you watch Clarkson's Farm, he has an older, I think it's like a 2007, 2008 Land Rover he uses around the farm and he uses it like a farm vehicle. That's what they used to be used for. Like they used to be more utilitarian. Now it's more of like a status symbol, which is not anything that Land Rover was about when they first started. It wasn't about that at all. So they lost their way as a company.
Yeah, I would agree. It's really sad these days with a lot of companies like that. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Mr. Glock, who's there once again, who puts in another 20.
Hey!
And thank you, Mr. Glock, for that support. We do appreciate that once more. He said, if most Russians live in Moscow, if all 400 nightly drones were sent to Moscow, how many days would it take to cause Putin to be ousted? Would it be 5, 10, or 15?
I would say that that probably wouldn't be the reason why they would be why Putin would be ousted. But if I had to give a number on that, I would say maybe a few months. Like it would actually be a bit of a longer period, because generally the Muscovites are quite touchy compared to the rest of the population, but it'd still take a good bit longer, at least in my opinion. But a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Truckin' Chef, and thank you, Truckin', as well, for that 20. He said, I'm not a commie. I just want the best for our country and how it works. USA, and why not help our allies?
Why not? I agree with you, Truckin' Chef. I agree with you. You're not a commie. A lot of people say that these days to delegitimize discussions. They go, oh, you damn commie, or they call you a damn fascist. And it's like, a lot of people use those terms so much these days. These kind of really lost like its merit. Like someone might say something, and then someone will be like, "Oh, you damn commie or fascist." I think you can literally look at a communist and a fascist, and you're thrown in the same camp with them, and they're like extreme ideas. It's like, how the hell are like people using this so nonchalantly these days? Like these words have meaning to them. But I would agree with you. I think it is important that we help out our allies. I think that's an important thing to do. It always comes back to help us. It increases our trade relations, and it protects the ones that we have. And so humongous thanks to you for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Truckin' Chef yet again. And thank you, Truckin', for the second
Hey!
support. He said, one more thing. He said, chat and everybody else, think about it. The enforcers do this as a job, and they analyze literally everything. So listen to this information informationally. And love y'all, and LLT LSA. And we try. Like we try. Honestly, we do analyze quite a bit these days, but we're not always right. We're not going to pretend like we are always right. By the way, we're subject to getting some errors here and there. I'd like to think we've wound the errors down to a minimal amount these days, hopefully. But nobody's ever perfect in their analysis. You can't be right 100% of the time. It's just not possible. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh yeah, just like the best baseball players aren't always hitting a home run every single time. Some of them strike out even. But I would say we've tried to make sure that our analysis is as accurate as it can be, and that we've made our analysis to where it can be designed to be as reliable as possible, given the time frame, the situation, and everything else involved. But we are always not batting perfectly. We're not always hitting home runs. We do get things wrong. Like tonight, for example, I think we generally have the notion that I'm wrong on the idea that Russia will evacuate Crimea. That analysis was wrong. So like every once in a while we do get things wrong from time to time. But I do have to say, like, as far as like people coming in, like, who are like, you're so full of shit, it's like okay, it's like, who in the world has a, like, as far as like this goes, who in the world's going to have a higher percentage chance of being correct on larger overarching analysis? People who do it 70 and 80 hours a week for a living, or somebody who looks at TikTok headlines and listens to 5 TikTok reels a day, and then they click on a YouTube channel and they go, oh, you know what, I want to get into a foray, and then they think they know everything because they watched a couple of TikTok headlines. It's like, generally I would say my money would be on the people who do it daily. But then again, I have to say that that's not really like a surefire rule, because then there's also people who do this every single day and they're wrong and everything. But yet somehow people still listen to them and they take their analysis at face value when they've been wrong on everything. So it kind of is a case by case basis. But one thing I would say is, though, is like, for the people who come in here and usually say we're very wrong, on everything, they usually never end up being right themselves. But a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And long live the Lee Spring Army and long live the Republic. And with that, we're on the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Blind Man. And thank you, Blind Man. Excuse me. Goodness. A little sneeze there. That's what they call a sneeze, spelled with an E. But thank you, Mr. Blind Man, for that $20 support. He said, hi there. I just rewatched Pressure, which came to Amazon for streaming. And there really is something different about the footage from World War II compared to the footage of today. And even the photos from other wars have more meaning. And LSA.
And a big thanks to your support, Blind Man. And, you know, it really is interesting, war in pictures and in film. And there's some there's some really fascinating clips out there. They don't show all of them, like to the public generally, you know, like in most media. So you kind of have to go digging around for them. But it's really something fascinating though, looking at some of that old footage, like looking at Vietnam and Korea, and also the Second World War from everyone's films and all of the pictures as well. It really paints a very interesting image of the war. Honestly, I'd have to be honest with you. It's not just really war that's the case on. It's images and videos or films of anything. Like there's a really cool series out there on YouTube where someone has taken footage from the 1890s and the very early 1900s, like the decade of the 1900s, and they colorize it and they add audio to it to try and make the film more realistic, or at least more real life to what we would know today and what we would expect from film. And it's very fascinating to watch it with those sorts of things added. It's also fascinating to watch it in its raw form because it shows you just a very different way of how things were back then. A lot is still the same, but some things are very different. And it's just fascinating to me. I would have to say, I'll have to take a look at that movie, Pressure. A lot of people have been recommending that on here to go watch. And I just sadly haven't gotten back around to the theaters to go watch any new movies recently. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $13 support from Joe Hobo, and thank you, Joe, for the support. He said, I've been listening since the beginning and never heard a trolley rabbit hole. They're like a cousin of the train, allegedly, for the most part. But what gives?
Well, I wouldn't say they're like much top-alike. I think that's going a little too far. I'm just kidding, by the way. Trams are a little trams are not really that existent anymore in America. Here in America, a lot of people will call light rail trams, but light rail is actually a train. Trams are very different. Like, these still exist heavily in Europe, and down in New Orleans, they still have a cable car. Let me see if I can show y'all one of them. Here we go. I think this might be one of them. Yeah, here we are, the New Orleans cable cars. They still have these, actually, in New Orleans. They still run around the whole city. But the thing about them is that they're very high density schedules and also light traffic per train. And so I don't really dig into them a great deal because it's a very interurban sort of a service, and I really like the cross country stuff. So that's really why I think a lot of people don't talk about them, is because they're very, very interurban, like very small area of coverage, high frequency schedules, and usually a tram is usually just one unit or two units attached to each other, and it just doesn't really bring out the excitement, I guess, of like the full-on freight train traveling across the Rockies or something along that category. I will still say, though, that the New Orleans cable cars are really cool, though. I think they're pretty neat. You can also see a little BNSF freight train back there behind it. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that the best I can, at least with a little bit I know about trams. And also, Hyperia said, used to be green. Yeah, they used to be. I was thinking that something was odd with that. I was like, I don't really remember them being red, the very little I saw of them. But yeah, they actually used to be green. But with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Two Old Coots, and thank you for that $10 support. They said, are the B-1 bombers currently being used?
Not at the moment, sadly. They might be used in the future, but we haven't heard of them being used yet. And so a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Justin. He said, my bad, I meant Fedorov, but sorry. And I understood what you meant. And thank you very much, Justin, for that support right there. And we did get the answer right, or the question right, the first time. We do appreciate 2 of those supports right there. And we also have a 10 from Pookie, who said, add to the enforcers were a right jar and LSA.
Oh, and thank you for the support. And we're just saying that to say, like, we're not trying to like get people to super chat. By the way, I want to make that clear because we never accost the channel's viewers or supporters for super chats. We're just saying is a line of saying. But if you do want to support the channel as a part of that, we're very thankful and appreciative of it. But I always want people to know you're never under any sort of a demand or pressure to support the channel. We run this thing ad free and sponsor free, and we're always happy to know that people can just sit down, relax, and watch the news and hopefully get really high quality news on world events without ever having to throw in a dime for anything, unless if they want to. But a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Ulf Hednar, who said other areas Putin could probably end up could be Turkmenistan, Eritrea, or Laos, or maybe somewhere else possibly as well. They said, I would say Myanmar or Vietnam could be potential places too. Maybe Burkina Faso or Sudan if desperate.
You know, I would say possibly, but the thing is that while they have the political ability, or more so the political will to allow Putin to live in exile, would he be safe there? And the answer generally would be no, because like if the Ukrainians wanted to send down a hit team to say like Vietnam and take them out there, Vietnam really can't do anything back to Ukraine about that. Like they can be in a diplomatic spat for decades over it, but it's not really going to impact Ukraine, and Vietnam really couldn't do anything to back to Ukraine about that. So I would honestly say I could definitely see that, but I think that Putin probably knows that he really wouldn't be safe there because the Ukrainians are going to go after him and anyone else that was in his government if they flee from Russia, like the Mossad went after ex-Nazis after World War II. They're going to try and hunt them down and either bring them back to Ukraine to be put on trial, or they're going to execute them wherever they find them. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Dr. Stevius. He said, don't be dissing on the liverwurst. I think it's really delicious, and I always have it stocked in my fridge. And mind you, I also love roll mops.
I don't know what a roll mop is. Like, man, do you know what that is?
A role model.
I don't think it's that. Like, I don't
know.
I don't think it's that thing. But beyond that, I have to say, it's very interesting there. I don't really know what liverwurst tastes like, huh?
Roll mops is pickled herring fillets rolled into a cylindrical shape. It's nasty looking as hell. I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend Dr. Stevens, but that looks nasty as hell.
Well, I guess it is attuned to your tastes and your tastes exclusively. But a big thanks to your support and helping this channel to keep on running. Folks like you do make this thing possible. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Robert Krogan. He said, good evening, Forces and LSA, and maybe one from the chat.
Of course we can take one from the chat, Robert, in your honor. But a good evening to you. I hope you've been enjoying the show, and we will make sure to get one in your honor. And so, Matthew, what do we got here?
And this one's going to go to none other than DC Fallout, who said, did you see the announcement that the U.S. military is getting yearly testosterone screenings? Yeah. And yeah, I did see that earlier today. They're calling it the high T military or something. But here's the problem with that, folks. I did some research, and based on a little bit of research that I quickly skimmed through, it looks like only 5.6% of males in the United States suffer from low T after the age of 30, which is barely anything. I mean, that means 95% of the people don't suffer from it, and they have normal testosterone levels. So they're acting like, to me, I honestly took it offensively, because I'm like, is the Department of War trying to say that young men don't have high T, so therefore they're weak or something? It's like, what is this, like some type of like pseudoscience, like alpha giga chad, like propaganda they're putting out or something? It sounds like pseudoscience. It's like, this is like bullcrap you'd hear from like, you know, these like male influencers that try to sell you on like this alpha chad crap. It's like, are we really is this based on real science, or is this somebody putting some bullcrap out there?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And also I see someone saying it's way higher percentage in the military. So what happens if you have low testosterone? What, do you get kicked out of the service on a medical discharge? Do they start injecting you with testosterone? What do they do? Like,
they give them the option for testosterone therapy. They give them the option for it, but it's like, why is it a mandatory thing if you're giving them an option to get it? It's like, that seems a bit silly. It's like, also, are we trying to say that we're trying to like put testosterone in some people's bodies so they become more lethal on the battlefield? It's like, what science says that you have to have high testosterone to be a good soldier? It's like, Well, I mean, what does testosterone make you angrier and more violent and lethal? It's like what's the inference here? It's like that. There's no science saying that.
It's a crock of bullshit. It's the domestic political shit getting back in the military like it did in the last administration in its own way. And they went, oh, this is ridiculous. The military isn't political. So let's reverse all of that they did in the last administration. And now let's do it in our direction, going towards the right instead of the left. It's like, how about we leave all this shit out of the military? Like all this stupid political stuff they keep doing from every party to the military. It's like, why don't we just leave the military alone and let it just do what it does, which is pertaining to the elements of war instead of everything else that they're having to do these days. It's goofy to me. But yeah, I did hear about that. I thought it was absolutely stupid. But I mean, then again, right now there's exploding diarrhea epidemics going on in the country because of the lettuce.
Ew.
So, you got to take it for what it is these days. You got people up there who have certain notions about medicine and medicinal things, and you see some of the restrictions lessen, and then you get exploding diarrhea all over the country as an epidemic. So it is what it is, I guess, these days with that kind of stupidity. It just comes in waves. You get the stupidity from the right for a 4-year stint, and then you get the stupidity from the left for the next 4 years. You never get sensible leadership at this point anymore. You just get nothing but airheads going up there. But anyways,
it's like has the Secretary of War had his testosterone checked? It's like, have you had yours checked? It's like, what's the results? It's like, can we see the results? And she's all about high T military and stuff like that. It's like, how about that? It's like the tight shirts don't make you a man. Chewing the bubble gum, walking around acting like a tough ass doesn't make you a man. It's like all this bravado. Like once you strip away the bravado, it's like what's underneath all that? Insecurity is what's underneath all that. It's like this isn't the idea of what a real man is today in American society is so messed up. It's like. It's just like craziness. It's like people have gotten on social media and seen these fools on social media talking about, oh, you have to be like testosterone roided out and blah, 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 like wearing tight shirts and like constantly in the gym every single day. It's like, that doesn't make you a man. It's like if it makes you feel good to go work out, then go work out. But it's like, don't think that going to the gym makes you a hard ass or something like that all of a sudden. It's like, it does not.
Yeah, like you just got all these loudmouth people these days, like these loudmouth people who talk about, to be a man, you got to be an ass. Like, I'll tell you this, folks, I've seen a lot of people from prior generations that fought in wars like Vietnam and World War II and Korea. I didn't see any of them acting like roid raging assholes ever. Like when you hear about them when they were in their prime, they weren't roid raging assholes, it's so stupid to me. And like, so enforcers sound like low T and butthurt. Ban.
Why? Why? Well, why? Because we're not blindly supporting stupidity. It's like that.
Oh,
that's
no,
like
no.
These days, if you dare to say, oh, well, it's not all about that narrative and stuff like that, people are like, oh, it's like, don't accept everything you hear. Just because somebody's in charge and they're saying something doesn't mean it's automatically the gospel. It's like all people attribute like competence to people just because they hold a position. They don't necessarily have to be competent to hold those positions. They can still be idiots.
Man, this guy got angry in the chat because we're not sucking on raw bull nuts, like calling it nutrients, like or some shit like that. It's like I don't know what the hell kind of like thoughts you have, buddy, but I'll tell you this: whatever you do, you're whack. Like I gotta tell you, most of the modern movements these days, from the left and the right, about what it means to be a person or a man or a woman or anything like that, it's all stupid bullshit. Like I haven't heard anything that makes any sense these days, because nowadays everyone's told to be like a real man or a woman, you just got to embrace being an absolute piece of shit and being so intolerable to be around, no one can stand you. Like that's what everyone tells everyone these days. Like to be a strong, independent woman, you got to be an asshole to everybody you run into, especially men. And if you're a man, you got to be an asshole to every single woman you run into, and you also got to be an asshole to all the men as well, because you got to prove you're the alpha. It's like you know what being an alpha will leave you as? Unemployed. Like it's like you want to do that shit to your boss, get fired and not have a job, be working at minimum wage for the rest of your life because you ain't taking shit. It's like boy, it's like I wonder how all those men from the Second World War and all the other wars that we fought in got by without the testosterone injections and eating the raw bull nuts. I wonder how they got by. It seems like they did well, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they did terribly and they could have done better. I mean, I don't know. They only won 2 world wars and founded a nation and turned it into a superpower with all that shit. So I don't really think we need it today. I think it's stupid.
Yeah, it just comes, the whole low T, the high T military thing comes across to me. It's like it's like the Secretary of War is so insecure. It's like he's doing literally everything he possibly can to prove that he's a real man. It's like the policies that are being introduced are like simply to stroke his ego. It's like the warrior ethos, the high T military, increased lethality on the enemy. It's like the military was already tough before you came along, buddy. The military already had basic training. They were making people soldiers. They were teaching people discipline. They already had that going before you were there. It's like you aren't turning anything around. All you're doing is showing up and being a loudmouth and an idiot.
Yeah, and then in the meantime, then they go and say, man, it's time to be lethal. How do we fight the war against Iran? Let's bomb everything that's not important to winning the war, and that'll win it. It's like, God, it's like y'all are so focused on looking like you can win a war that you can't even win a war. It's like reminder everybody, the first phase of the Iran war was quite legitimately lost in this whole era of increased lethality. It's like, why don't y'all stop focusing on what people look like, or, you know, what they're thinking, or whatever the hell they're doing in the military? Why don't y'all actually focus on winning the war? I didn't hear Schwarzkopf having to go around. Have y'all seen, did y'all, let me go pull up a picture of General Schwarzkopf for y'all. Let me go get this. Let's see here. Norman Schwarzkopf. Now, let me show you a picture of this guy right here. A real picture of him when he was in Desert Storm. Under the current military, he would be kicked out because they call him a fat body. You know what he did, though? He won the whole Gulf War with his military genius, you know, because the whole thing about fighting isn't being a roided out, like, you know, raging idiot that just screams at the top of your lungs. A lot of the fight these days is about having brains. And while Schwarzkopf certainly wasn't the most physically fit person that has ever served in the military, I mean, you can tell that by the way his uniform hangs on his body, he was a freaking genius. And that's why he won the Gulf War quite handily, that be that as it may. And you didn't hear him going around having to talk about fat bodies this, and we need testosterone inspections every year. You didn't hear any of that stupid stuff.
Man, it's hilarious, honestly.
Man, I mean, honestly, man, that's something I think about every single day, folks. I hear about this stupid stuff going on in the Department of Defense now. It's like, what the hell would they have done with Schwarzkopf? They would have called him a fat body and a lame brain. They would have said that and like, this is what they say word for word. He is a diversity hire from the last administration because they were liberals and they got some soft-minded fatty to be in charge of the military. That's what they'd say about him, because that's what they say about generals that have this kind of physical fitness in the here and now, regardless of how they got there and were promoted to the position. And they'd remove his ass and completely remove a literal military genius, a Napoleon of our era, from the leadership pool just because he didn't meet the physical requirements. And also, I gotta say, folks, if you're a man and you're looking at other men that heavily, like as to whether they look appealing visually or not, not that there's anything wrong with that, but you know, yeah, I think you'll see what I'm getting at here. I mean, like, why in the world are other dudes looking at dudes that much that they need to be focused on all that? Like, when I'm around other people, I don't really pay attention to that stuff much, really.
Yeah, honestly, I thought dudes weren't supposed to really care about their looks too much. Like that's what I've always understood. Like, the Secretary of War would be such a tough guy. I mean, he really, like, that hair is never out of place, like never. And it's like also, the facial. I don't know what his facial routine's going on or something like that, but that skin's always real clear on the face. So I don't know, like, nothing wrong with being like, good skincare routines and, hair gel and stuff like that. I use a little hair gel from time to time myself, but I mean, it's almost like Fox News perfect, almost like every time you come out. It's like a lot of attention on looks. Also, honestly, like low key, like actually not low key, actually just being straight up honest, those suits are way too tight. Like those suits are too tight, like one size too small, like need to size up a little bit. The suit shouldn't be about to bust the buttons because you got the thing so tight.
Yeah, and I will say this, folks, there is a lot to be said about being well groomed and keeping a neat and clean presentation about yourself. That's a necessity of life for everybody. But when you go into, like, your hair's got to be slicked the perfect way every day, you've got to look perfect, you just got to be swole, you got to walk out looking like you're a movie character. There's a lot going on under the surface there that is not normal. Like, there's a lot. Because it's like, why the hell is someone obsessing over that all day long? Like, what that kind of tells me, folks, is that someone's very insecure about themselves, because they wouldn't be able to handle being themselves if they were anything less than looking or trying to look like perfection to the public. And it's like, if your priorities are focused that hard on that every day, how much of your mental power is being spent on that when it could be spent on other things that would be important, like say being a general in the military? Like that's really my question. Is once again, to take one of my favorite generals in modern American history, Schwarzkopf definitely didn't do any of that. Yet he was definitely the greatest general of the last 40 years, hands down, no question. Beat the Iraqis like it was a night out on the town. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from B. Austin, and thank you very much, B. Austin, for that $10 support. They said, appreciate all the effort you gentlemen put into these streams, and I've been a long-time follower and finally paying my dues. He said, canceled some streaming services since I primarily watch the Enforcers.
Oh, nice. I love to hear that we're saving you some cash. And also, thank you so much for enjoying the work we put into these streams, because we try our best to make sure that we can keep the stream running each and every single day and that the news is of sound and high quality. And so big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Mr. Tampico, and they said that the amount of time you guys must put into this show every night must be insane, and thanks so much, and LSA.
It's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. Usually these days, because thumbnails take a long time to make, for a whole bunch of reasons. I get to work usually around 5:15 to 5:30, and then I work from there up until showtime at 8 local time, and then we run the show from 8 tonight is probably going to be to about 12. So pretty decent amount of time on streams. I think that's like 7.5 or 8 hours a day most days to run the streams, and then if there's a video involved, that's another 3 hours for me. So like a very long day for me could look like 10 hours, and I've been doing a lot of those days lately, but I've been having a fun time doing them. Yeah, we put a lot of work into it, and we're always very happy to know that a lot of people do enjoy it, because Matthew also puts in a lot of work in separate tasks and also videos as well regarding the live shows and the streams. But we put in our hearts and souls both into this thing every single day, our blood, sweat, and tears and everything else to be able to make the show possible, and it turns out incredibly well. And so big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Fireworks, messed up my Jenna last name Tolls, and thank you very much for that support. They said the Secretary of War's P hub is the mirror.
No, why do you read it? Oh no! Why did
Well, what's that mean?
No, I can't even say it. I can't even say it. But
is it bad? What is that? What is it?
I can't say. I'll have to tell you off air on that one. Cover your ears, sweet children. But beyond that, man, I can't believe it. I mean, I thought you knew what it was. I was like, he ain't gonna read that. That's why I went, oh, and I was like, oh, he's gonna get it. And then you're at it. But beyond that, though, I do think it was support and help this channel to keep it running. And allegedly, and with that, we're on the next one.
Allegedly. I don't know what it is, so I'll just say allegedly, because I'm not sure, but we'll leave it at that, I guess. But moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Sen09 from Outer Space, who put in a 5. And thank you very much, Outer Space, for that support. It said, send in my regards, and LLT, LSA.
And long live the Lee Spring Army. And a big thanks to you for sending the regards. And a big thanks to you so much once again, and helping this channel to keep on running. Oh! Like, now you get it. Like, now you get it.
Scheiße.
Man, I was like, oh my god, bro, when he said it, I was like, no! I was like, he should have known. I was like, how do you not know? I was like, man, that's like one of the biggest going memes these days. Like, it's that logo. I was like, oh my god. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Okay, now it makes sense. But anyways, moving on to our next one. This one goes to Ian Mitson, who puts in a 5. And said, people should not be anti-red or anti-blue, but anti-BS. And thank you, Enforcers.
And thank you so much, and I agree. I think that people on and I have such strong political affiliations that they can't see BS for BS, and we always try and make sure to call the crap when we see it on air, regardless of who it is. It doesn't matter who it is. We are calling out the BS, and I love to know that folks like you support the channel and go out and appreciate it greatly for how much we go out of the way to make sure that we do that no matter what. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And this one goes to Laser, put in a 5. He said, another coin for the Enforcer tip jar.
And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Good Bodha, who said, Pickaxe Mountain has 3 roads going in. Excuse me. And it said, bust those roads up daily. Destroy the entrances and destroy the power lines going in. It's easy to monitor that.
Are you sure it's 3 or 4? I'm pretty sure there's 4. There's one here. There's one there. I'm pretty sure that's an entrance to a tunnel. Actually, you might be right. There might only be 3. I've always counted 4. And then there's the 2 massive ones up here that really certainly do exist. But maybe there's only 3. Maybe you're right, because this one doesn't really look like it enters into a tunnel. It looks like they were about to build a tunnel, but there isn't one there, maybe. So I do have to say, I would agree with you. They should just bomb out the entrances and keep coming around and tapping them every once in a while to make sure that they're denying access to the Iranians to the facility. I would agree with that. And a big thanks to you for support. I'd help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, Tom X-Men said, be easy on Matt. He's still on a pain meds, probably. I'm on nothing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, I didn't realize it, but that tooth that I had the root canal on was actually giving me, like, low-level pain before I had the root canal. I didn't even know that until after I've had it, and I have no pain now, and I'm still kind of sore from the root canal, and I had pain before I went in. I didn't even know that. It just became a part of me, and I never realized I was in pain the entire time. So that's kind of interesting. I guess a good side effect of the whole thing. But moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Joppy, who puts in a 5. And they said, I heard analyses elsewhere a few years ago that's the hybrid warfare that can count as having started World War III.
You know, that's true. Some people are saying that, but I feel my personal opinion on that job is that some people are just trying to like find a way to justify saying we're in a third world war. I just don't really see it. I think if anything, it might be a second Cold War, or it might be the lead up to a world war, but I don't really think we've entered it yet. Because by that definition, the Cold War was a world war for 40 years, because the U.S. was fighting the Soviet Union in Korea against North Korea, which was supported by Communist China and the Soviets, and in Vietnam, with North Vietnam being supported by the Communist Chinese and the Soviets. And then we ended up supporting a whole bunch of proxy forces around the whole of the world in Central America, South America, and Africa that fought communist-aligned forces there that were supported by the Soviets. And also in Afghanistan, when the Soviets invaded, we heavily supported by proxy the Mujahideen, which was fighting the invading Soviet forces. And so we were using kind of that same definition that people are trying to work with these days. The Cold War was definitely the Third World War, without a doubt. And that's what makes me say, I don't think so. Because if you asked anybody, is the Cold War the Third World War? They'd say, oh, absolutely not. Because there wasn't any direct fighting in between all the major countries, and it wasn't a globe-spanning war that 2 large sides were fighting opposite of each other on. And so I would say, while some people make that argument, I really don't see it myself. I think that we're more so in a Cold War or in the prelude to a World War. So a big thanks to you for your support, and help this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Smarzig, who put in a 5. They said, what does the Cold War mean?
Well, that's usually when, you know, the room gets cold and they fight in it. Outside of that Paulie laugh, I did that laugh they did in that hotel room, man. We was watching that, like, TV show, and Tony was looking at him from outside, and he was going, you know, all that stuff there.
Man, when you realize your bro is really stupid.
Oh, man, when you realize he kind of dumb like that. but anyways, beyond that, though, Cold War, at least in the description of the Cold War, like the Cold War, is where both sides are basically mobilized at all times and ready to go to war in literally a minute's notice, but the war does not happen. And instead, the powers fight each other in proxy wars around the world, where one side will back the opposition against another army's legitimate fighting force. That generally is what a Cold War is in the description of what the Cold War was, and I think that's probably the best definition I could give off the top of my head without going and finding the textbook definition of what they call a Cold War. So a big thanks to you for your support, and help this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Saturn Radio, who puts in a 5, and said, hobby/interest question. Andrew, what is your favorite RS unit, Highwood unit, and F unit? And I have no idea what that means. But they said, and Matt, what classic car and modern car would you want to have? A classic car, I would have to go with the BMW M3 E30, the type that was used on track. I would have to go with that one for a classic car. That's a classic European car, but I would say that that would be my classic car. Modern car that I'd want to have, I don't know. I mean, if money wasn't an object, I saw yesterday a Lamborghini on the road, and it had a very, very nice aftermarket exhaust system on it. I think it was the V10. It sounded good. It was the Huracan, I think. And I heard it. Now, it was popping and banging with the exhaust. I was like, oh my goodness, that sounds so good. It was literally shaking the ground. I was like, that sounds solid. Like, I would probably have one of those. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, I gotta tell you, I gotta, one second, I gotta get my F unit here. I gotta get my F unit. Hang on. Oh, let's see. Oh, and then F unit. What the hell, God? Let's see here. I'm like, man, I'm trying to do this as fast as I can, damn it. Let me see here. Oh man, I think they only had it in black and cream. That's fine. I'll just show them anyway. So, you know what? I'm gonna show like the legitimate one, not like the souped up one, the one that I just kind of like on its own. So to answer your question, this is a railroading question, by the way. My favorite RS unit is the Alco RS3. This one here, any paint job will do. I think it's just really cool, and I like the prime mover sound. It's got this really weird, clunky sounding prime mover, and it goes grung, 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 as it's moving around. It's just really bizarre, and I thought this thing was really cool. As far as high hood units, my favorite high hood unit would be the GP40 right here. The GP40 high hoods, either run by Southern or Norfolk Southern. Those are really cool to me. I love GP40s. I think they're one of the coolest electromotives ever made. And the fact that there's high hoods out there from like Southern and Norfolk Western, and also Norfolk Southern in the modern day, which still has a few of them running around, I always thought that these things were really cool. And finally, last but not least, my favorite F unit would be the L&N F7s. These right here in the gray and yellow scheme. I think they're just really cool. There's also another one of these, but I can only find E units in this paint job where it's blue and custard cream, which is a very beautiful paint job. But that, I believe, is, well, actually, no, that does look to be an F7. So actually, that was the one I was looking for. This blue and cream S7, bussin'. But the more common one, historically, I believe, after a time, because these were like black cats, solid blue, and then they also had the blue and custard cream. But the gold and gray, these were really cool looking in my opinion. I thought that they were really neat, and I like these a great deal. So I hope that does answer your question.
All right, all right. Well, since you spent so much time on the trains, pull up the Lamborghini
Man, you spend
Revuelto.
so much time on the cars. Like, I mean, we're running out of time here.
Pull up the Lamborghini Revuelto.
Okay, we'll pull up the Lambo. How do you spell it?
Revuelto.
Wait, hang on. Can you start over? Revuelto? Revuelto?
Yeah, that's about it.
Is it this one?
Yeah, that's it right there. This is pretty cool right here because first of all, I think it's like 750,000, so it's a little bit insane. It's a little bit it's a little bit affordable, but it's a hybrid super sports car. So it's one of the first HPEVs that's out there. It's 1,000 horsepower between the hybrid and the gas powered motor. I think it has a V12. It has the V12 engine in it, so it's like the V12 from like the Aventador Lamborghini, and it also has the electric powertrain too. So you can start driving it in electric, and then you can pop on the V12 if you really want the engine sound behind it, which who the hell wouldn't for that kind of money? It's like you better have the engine sound for almost $1 million. Gotta have it. So, it's pretty slick. Now, I'll tell you all this. If one day, like I was, if one day I've ever impressed the shareholders and somehow I was like a billionaire, would I spend $750,000 on a car? I don't know if I would ever be able to do that in my life. I don't think my brain would allow me to do it. But unfortunately, what say you?
It's pretty cool. I like it in orange. That's probably like a really cool color on it. That actually looks really neat.
Yeah, that is pretty cool right there. Those hybrid hypercars are just, I've heard they're mind-boggling, like to drive in it, because you have the instant torque of an electric motor when you first jump off from a start, but then you have the like high-end horsepower of a gas-powered V12, which pushes you to the higher speeds. So you basically have the best of both worlds with a car that's like this, a hybrid like that. You have the best of both worlds, so it's just insane.
Man, that is incredible, man, really. I mean, speaking of that, we need to talk about the new General Electric ES44s, which are absolutely incredible in their own right. A Cadillac, really. Like, I'm just kidding, by the way. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have here a 5 from Justin, who said, I've got you and love the work and have a power drink on me.
Power drink? Actually, I just went and got a new batch of coffee today. So thank you so much for the power drink. I actually drank a little bit of that before the show. And a big thanks to you once again for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. Because folks like you help to make this thing possible and make it a reality. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Andrew Honeycutt. He said, do we have to be careful not to let an authoritarian take control of a republic disguised as a wolf in sheep's clothing? And LSA all the way.
I would generally say yes. A republic always, and its voters and its citizens, always have to be very aware and careful that there may be people of any type within the Congress, the executive, or the Supreme Court with ill intent that may be looking to try and subvert or pervert the government for their own personal gain in a minded citizenry always needs to be aware of that risk and make sure to take that accordingly in their decision-making process. So a big thanks to you for support and how this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that well. And we are on to the next one.
Pervert the government. Hey, I've heard they don't have a problem with that. But anyway,
Oh,
so moving on to our next one. That's no joke, actually. But moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Saturn Radio, puts in a 5, and said, hypothetically, if the Iran war never happened, could we have justified invading the Goofies in Yemen? That seems long overdue. And even now, what could be done?
The Goofies in Yemen. I love that so much. We might start calling them the Goofies in Yemen. But yes, I would say I think there is definitely a justification for dealing with that. I remember many years ago, folks, I brought up that noble notion of they're on a vital shipping lane and they're blockading it, and this is a problem. Maybe we want to invade them and just deal with this right now. And some people back then were like, oh, I don't know, like that might not be a good thing. And I was like, no, it will be a really good thing, because if the Iranians ever shut down the Hormuz, they'll shut this down as well, and that could end up being detrimental to us. And it turns out that the Iranians did shut down the Hormuz. They've never shut down the Bab el-Mandeb, interestingly enough, during that whole time. But the threat's still there, and I would say generally dealing with them would be a good thing, but also I would have to say back then my argument was, and I think it still would be to this day, that dealing with them is kind of a bit of dealing with a sideshow. It'd be better to deal with the Iranians and the IRGC that's providing the weapons and supplies to them and topple the Islamic regime to see that peace in the Middle East is actually closer to reality than it ever has been. So I hope that has addressed it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
And Data Relay put in a 5, and he put in a joke that's so spicy that HR wanted to hear it, so we won't be able to read that, sadly. But thank you very much, Data Relay, for that support. We do appreciate that. We also have a 5 from Idast, who said, hey guys, first time here and watching from the beginning. I'm from Germany, and I'm interested about your points about, yikes, a politician in New York. Thanks a lot. Sadly, we can't weigh in on him too much.
Oh, I could weigh in on him. 195.7 pounds. Next question. But let's see. All jokes aside, generally that's a domestic political matter, so we don't really get involved in a lot of that kind of stuff here in the States. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't really live in New York City, and I don't really know how New York City is handled these days. So while I might be able to give a couple of opinions on it, I'm saying it from thousands of miles away in Utah, and I don't really know the inner dealings of New York City all too well, how they're perceiving his leadership as mayor and anything else involved. So I do thank you greatly for the support and help this channel to keep it running. It's just that we really can't give a comment, and even if I could, I've never been a New Yorker, and I've never been to New York long enough to really know how things work for them and what's best for them. But with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Eric Ferguson, as well as a 2 from Plazath, a 2 from Nicholas Strauss, and also a 1 from Esteban Graves. And thank you, Eric, also Nicholas and Esteban Graves and Plazath for that support, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 2 from Saturn Radio. He said, fantastic coverage as always, gentlemen, from Scott.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Saturn Radio, and thank you for the kind words and helping this channel to keep rolling. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from DWRB, who said, I see haze on the horizon. And thanks, Canada.
Oh, I was like, haze. I think you're talking about that wildfire up there. I actually saw a crazy clip today, Matthew, from Canadian Pacific, and it was of an engineer and a conductor that was in the cab of
I saw that.
Dude, that was crazy. I was like, oh my God. And they were having to wait for the next freight train to pass them by because they were on the passing siding, and they were literally just sitting there in the middle of the wildfire as the other train was having to pass them. That was crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't have waited for the other train.
Man, if they hadn't waited, they'd die. I mean, like, they would have been head-on collision. They would have been dead.
I mean, like, this is an emergency. You're going to have to start driving off road or something. Is we got to get out of here. Like, go ahead and just take that thing off the track and just start driving it down the dirt.
Oh my gosh, dude! You know what was concerning me? Down on the bottom of those engines, like let me see here, ES44, because it was actually the one I was talking about earlier, the ES44s. Down on the bottom of these engines, let me get a big picture to show y'all here. Here's a model. This will do. This giant thing right here between the wheels, that's a fuel tank filled with thousands of gallons of diesel. And diesel's not easy to combust, but the thing's still there. It's like there's a giant wildfire raging around this engine, and there's a humongous fuel tank filled with diesel right below the crew. It's like, that to me would scare the hell out of me if I was in one of those things. I'd be like, oh my God, we might burn alive here.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really trust it. It's like it basically turned into that old school like device they used to like put people in a bad position, with the heat. The iron bull, that thing they used to put people in back in the day for like if they're
Oh
trying to get
yeah,
rid of
yeah, yeah.
them.
The bronze bull. Yeah.
Yeah, it basically turned into that if the fire kept up, but it looked like it backed off a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Also, Tom Expo said, let's see, actually, yeah, Tom Expo said 500 gallons. I think it's larger than that. I think it's a couple of thousand these days on the big ones. Let me check that. I don't mean to rabbit hole too long on that one, but I need to check that because I want to know how many gallons is in that thing. Let's see here. Let me type this in. How big is fuel tank? Let's see. Is fuel tank on ES44? 5,000 gallons. That's 5,000 gallons of diesel. And of course, they got these things lashed up so there's a couple of them connected. So they have like 15,000 gallons of diesel on the 3-engine headed freight train in the middle of a wildfire. I mean, that's crazy to think about, that amount of diesel sitting below someone in the middle of a wildfire. That scared the hell out of me, really. Like, I would think at any minute, if this gets hot enough and we sit here for long enough, this thing might just explode. Like, it might explode into a giant ball of diesel fire.
I would have had that train going so fast, been like Hell Rider, like going through the fire pit. That thing would have been throwing off like dust and like bits of embers. Everything would have like Hell Rider going straight through the middle of that fire.
Man, my God, man, you would have flipped that thing up to notch 8, turn off the traction control, man. The wheels would literally be flinging up sparks from the rails, ready to be going so fast. Oh my Lord, man, I would like legitimately thinking about that, man. I would like, and they sounded worried. They were like calling the dispatcher on the radio saying, "Hey, look, man, you got to hurry this up, man. Like it's all around us right now. Like it's eating up the train."
I'd be having my train straight pipe too, like where it was like popping and banging and stuff like that Lamborghini I was talking about. So you'd be putting that thing on notch 10 or whatever you call it, and rip roaring through there, spitting flames and straight pipe, man. I wouldn't be messing around in the fire, man. I would have everybody in safety quick.
Oh, dude, you want to see the real life version of that? This is called a turbo fire.
Yeah, see, that's what mine would be looking like right there, just like that, like straight pipe, like flames coming out the top like that. We call that the Lambo train.
Man, you'd be playing that song in the cab, eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Man, like go like 70 down to 20. Oh my Lord, man, that'd be crazy. There's a lot of turbo fires that happen, but they're fun to watch. But I think in the aftermath they always call them fire victims because they always burn the paint off the side of the engines near to the exhaust. It's a pretty cool look though. But anyways, enough of the train rabbit hole. That clip though was wild, and a big thanks to your support, DWRB. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 2 from DWRB. He said $2 toward the Lamborghini fund.
Hey, and a big thanks to your support, and little by little, we'll make it there eventually. Matthew will be able to get one and please the shareholders, of which there are none, thankfully. But a big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
I would take the Lamborghini money and I'd put it in the S&P 500. That's what I would do because I'm a good citizen.
How does putting money in the stock market make you a good citizen?
What's investing in the people?
Isn't it more so investing in the corporations that are running this country into the ground?
No, it's investing in the people. It's all about the people.
I'm a people person. I love people. Like, yeah, I love people. National security and all. Let's build a 40,000 acre data center. That sounds like people person kind of deal, right? Right.
It's all about the people.
We love
You
people.
tear up the environment, you say it's all about the animals. You jack up the economy and be corrupt as hell and take money out of it, and you say it's for the people.
You shrink down a giant ass national monument and you say that it's actually to help out the people when it's really just to help out the giant multi-billion-dollar corporations that are about to exploit the hell out of that land.
You build like mega data centers that are like larger than anything you could even visualize mentally in your head, and you say it's for national defense. You take healthcare and you make it way too expensive, and you say it's for the better good. You just say whatever you want.
But it's always about.
See, there's this thing called lying. You see, there's this thing called lying. It's spelled with an L and ends with a G. It's called lying. You sort of make it up as you go. You tell people what they want to hear, and meanwhile, you basically just turn the knife in their back in the meantime while you're telling them that, and then you also laugh in their face too when they're not looking.
Exactly. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, folks. Because there ain't nothing more like saying you love the people than screwing them over and making them think that you love them while you're doing it. Really narcissist, sociopath, psychopath kind of behavior right there. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to David Ford, who puts in a 2 and said New Orleans streetcar is only $3 to ride all day.
You know what's cool is that we actually have something kind of similar called the tracks out here, and I think a day pass is $5 on the tracks. So you can actually, like, for only $2 more, you can ride all around Salt Lake City. And the tracks will take you everywhere through Salt Lake, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Like it will literally take you anywhere. The front runner's more bougie. But still, you can really get around on those things for cheap. But a big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one here goes to Ross. And thank you very much, Ross, for that $20 support. We do appreciate that very, very much. All the way from Australia. He said, they say, sir, what advice did the Secretary of the Health give you, sir? He said, allegedly, to win the war, we just need to get that testosterone for real. That's what the worm told him, sir. Of course, it's just satire. It's satire. It's something like, that's what they make clothes out of, I think. Satire. They make nice clothes, soft clothes out of satire. It's a strange thing. Those clothes are so soft. Better than polyester. Polyester, they don't know what that is. It's something with yester and poly in it, but nobody's really sure. It's just something they say, sir. I only wear cotton. Cotton, that's what they say, sir. Big suits with football pads in it, they say. But anyways, what say you?
Gotta tell you that lettuce be tasting real nice these days. I went into Taco Bell and I said, I want nothing to do with lettuce. And they said, we got all kinds of shit that's got nothing to do with lettuce.
Honestly, I don't know what the exploding diarrhea thing is about, all jokes aside, folks, because I've eaten Taco Bell plenty of times recently, and I haven't had exploding diarrhea, so I don't know what it's about.
I hate to tell you, buddy, but you might be, I don't know about all that because they say it takes a couple of weeks to set in.
Oh, in the arms of an angel.
Man, man, I got me a burrito from Costa Vida today because it was soft food and I have to eat soft. So I got that, and they put the lettuce there. I don't know anything about. All I know is if I see lettuce from anywhere, not any specific restaurant particular, but if I see lettuce from anywhere, I'm throwing it out. Like I don't even mess with it. I don't know where it's at. I don't know all the details about the stuff, so I just play it safe. If I see lettuce, it's gone.
Man, you said I don't know where it's at. It's on your plate. That's where it's at, man. Like it's like
It's in the garbage can now.
Man, I tell you, man. Honestly, man, lettuce has got me scared these days, folks. I'm gonna have to start eating like a 6-year-old kid with no restrictions. It's just gonna be chicken nuggets and shit. Like no vegetables to speak of. Because apparently there's a problem with the lettuce, and I don't know if that extends to other vegetables at this point. And I'm not sure if they know yet either. They might be trying to find that one out right now. But anyways,
that's what the brain worm. So they said, let us.
Man, I mean, that worm be up there going,
I lower the temperature of the meat storage. like make it to where my brethren can grow.
Oh man, what are the odds they stop monitoring that syndrome or something and it happened to get out of control because they cut the funding to it or something? It's like what are the odds that that's the case? You know, I think that was allegedly the case. I think that was allegedly the case with that screw worm they got in the cattle. I think they stopped monitoring it or something, or they cut funding or something like that. I don't know the exact story, but then it got out of control. And now they're trying to get it under control. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the same for the other one.
They cut the funding to drop the infertile screw worms over Panama daily, and they completely canned the whole operation. And because they weren't being stopped and basically exterminated in Panama, they just flooded up north instantly and got back into the Americas again, like North America, that is. So, once again, cutting government funding left and right with absolutely no clue why you're doing it does not turn out well. It usually turns out worse. Malay looked pretty cool down in Argentina, cutting every single governmental department until Argentina collapsed because of that. The government agencies exist for an actual reason. You might not know it, but if you read about them, they're there for good reasons. So yeah, I think that's the thing with the lettuce, though, is that the funding was cut. I think that's what some people are saying right now, is that the funding was cut to some department that, inspects the vegetables and produce made in America, so it might have just slipped through in giant batches, and that's why this is now a thing, I think is what I heard.
Maybe. I'm not really sure. I just don't want it.
Me either. But with that, a big thanks to your support, Ross. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, we have another 2 from DWRB. He said, why the S&P 500? Isn't the Dow over 50,000, though?
Oh,
it is.
Oh, it is? It is over 50,000? Oh, all sins have been
Yeah, we got to
forgiven.
move on to.
Yeah, we got to. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep running. Now there's a timer on my hands. Oh, but with that, we have the Morse code decoders tonight, and then we're going to be getting 3 questions for the night. So, Andy, what do we got here? What do we got, huh?
And also, DWRB put in one more super chat. He put in another 2 and said, it's not restaurant specific, but it is an outbreak. And that's what I heard too. That's why I play it safe. Anywhere I see lettuce, I'm not eating it. I just throw it out. Like, I don't need the lettuce that bad. I'll have to go without the greens for a while and just go with straight up beans and stuff like that. Whatever's in the burrito outside the lettuce. No lettuce. That's what we don't want. We don't want lettuce. But anyways, thank you very much, DWRB, for that support. And it's now time to jump into our Morse code decoders of the night. And right now, we have Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic, Fluffy, Coach, Commentary, Siren, Brian. And they said, the Morse code said, Iran's getting a little whipping, and word on the street is they are wanting a deal, LMAO, and LLT, LSA.
Hey, you know, this ain't 50 Shades of Grey, man. Like, they want a deal. That's all they want. But that's the sound of money. And I got that dead on the nail. That was the Morse code message of the night. Honestly, man, that was the funniest misreading of a Morse code in the history of the show right there. Man, they getting a whipping and they won. I was like, yeah. No, they want a deal. But y'all still got that
magazine and spank me with it. Spank me with that magazine.
You want to go furniture shopping? But beyond that,
Yes, I would like to, actually. Not you. Stay away from those. Get him off of those. What's he doing? Get him back. Get him away.
Oh my God. Like, this is terrible. Like, you're supposed to get a woman and bring them furniture shopping. You're not supposed to go for the furniture. But anyways. Oh man. But beyond that, y'all got that dead on the nail. A huge shout out to Elise for Innocent Court. Y'all get that correct every single night, and it's absolutely incredible. And so with that, we're on to the third to last question. Actually, we have one more super chat here, but after that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Parbate Potato, put in a 5. He said, Enforcer, you could get a glass jar and a dime and put it near your mic. When you're right, you can just drop it in there so the chat hears it.
You know what? Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I might have to do that. And a big thanks to your support. Good idea there. I like that. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Flamingo, who said, would explosive diarrhea fall under NFA since it's explosive? I think the ATF might be on it.
Oh no, no. They actually have a special exemption for explosive diarrhea. It gets a free tax stamp. I'm just kidding, by the way. That's a joke. But a big thanks to you for the support of this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
They just show up and seize your ass. They're like, we'll have that.
We got a warrant for your ass.
That's also what they do in prison, but they don't have a warrant. But anyway, so moving on to our next one here. This live chat question is going to go to Judy from the live chat, who said, do you think NATO will do anything if any one of them are attacked?
I think they might, but it really depends on what country gets attacked and what their response is. So it really depends, but I feel like generally the by and large answer would be yes. If they actually got invaded, they would really have no choice but to respond. And they would also want help at that point because no one would want to be on their own getting steamrolled by the Russians. So a big thanks to you for a great question. We're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Basted with Mustard, who said, will the U.S. start messing with Cuba, or will they stick to just messing around the strait?
Knowing the current administration, they're probably already trying to work on getting the whole Cuba thing rolling, so that way, if Iran goes downhill, they can just distract everybody with Cuba, probably. But in honest truth, I would say they're probably working towards Cuba actively because they still haven't dropped the Greenland deal still. They're still bringing that up. And, you know, I thought they had already given that up, but no, they just brought that up like a week ago and they're still talking about it. So I hope that does address that the best we can. And also a big shout out to Andrew Honeycutt, who just threw in a 5. It said, behold, all the billionaires know what is best for us. Let us not question it and be thankful that we have a benevolent guidance. I'll say all the way. That's right. Glory to Vault-Tec and glory to all of the oligarchs. We love them. But a humongous thanks to you so much once again. With that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to Cerberus3. And thank you very much, Cerberus, for that support. Or that question, actually. Sorry about that. My mind's starting to go. It's getting late. But they said, question from last night. What is a conventional way for a force to handle military assets parked by nuclear reactors besides ground forces?
Generally it kind of don't. Like, unfortunately, there's really not an easy way to do that. Because any misfire, you could end up hitting the reactor. And that's kind of why some countries put their stuff around nuclear weaponry. But the thing is, though, is as far as it is air defense equipment, that happens to just be around the reactor, we don't really need to hit that. Because Boucher is far enough away that most of the air defense systems they have, which are short range, really wouldn't be effective at stopping U.S. attacks on the Boucher airfield or anything like that. So generally in this situation, we could just leave it alone, and there's really no effective or easy way to deal with military targets in or around a nuclear power plant. So I hope that does address that well. And a humongous thanks to Joe Hobo for the 369 as well. 369, damn chief on. And said, let us see that big booty worm. And I hate to say it, but the big booty worm was a one-time occurrence. Like, we're never showing the big booty worm on air again. But a huge thanks to you for the support, Joe Hobo, and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, folks, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to say that we're absolutely honored and greatly appreciative of each and every single one of y'all being here tonight. We had 23,500 people here tonight, and over the course of the entirety of the stream, 174,000 people have watched. We're always greatly honored and incredibly appreciative of all of y'all watching, and we hope to see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is any short war news to cover, I'll be the one making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Haram Slava, and long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a big shout out to the over 170,000 people that were here by the end of the stream. And we hope to see you all tomorrow, by the way. And also, by the way, hold on a second. Let's see here. Did I miss the super chat? Hold on. Let me check something here. We don't want to miss the super chat. Let's see here. This one's going to go to, let's see here. Let's see. Oh, actually, you want to grab, let's go ahead and grab the super chat real quick since I missed it already. Yeah. So this one goes to the Magic Dragon. Also, sorry for missing it, by the way. They said, hello, Enforcers. It's my B-Day today. And also, happy birthday to you, Magic Dragon. And also, extra sorry for missing it, by the way. I definitely didn't see it earlier. They said, I'm 19 now. And also, I hope you're having a good one. They said, I have been watching since the war, the first began almost 5 years ago, and keep up the amazing work. And today will be my last day, and wanted to give you this, all I had.
Oh, and I thank you so much for the support, and also a big happy birthday to you. 19 years old. You know, I was actually about that age myself when I started this channel. I was 20. Actually, when I first started it in, I think, August of 2021, if I'm not mistaken. So you're about the age I was when I started the channel. And I also got to say a big thanks to you for having been here with us this whole entire time, enjoying the channel and watching the news here every single day. And we're greatly appreciative of it, and I hope you had an amazing birthday. And I'm very sorry that we missed that super chat. I didn't catch it either. Usually, if Matthew misses one, I usually catch it. I for some reason didn't see it. But a huge thanks to you so much once again for that support. I hope that
And also, by the way, he meant last day being 19, by the way, just to clarify that. That kid, I think it was worded like a little bit oddly, but he meant like last day being 19 since it was his birthday.
Like, yeah, some people, last day. No, not like that. Like,
it sounded ominous. It sounded ominous just from the way it was worded, but that's not the way it was meant.
But I do have to say, I hope that you have an absolutely amazing 19th birthday. I hope that this show was hopefully a little bit of a topper with the interesting news that we had that came out today. And also, it's great to know that folks like you, younger folks that are really kind of in our generation, really, are watching this news and really staying involved and invested in it. Because it's very important for folks like us to do that. We are the mantle of the next generation of this nation that must carry it on to victory. And also our allies as well. And it's good to know that folks like you in our age bracket generally are interested in this sort of stuff. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. A big happy birthday to you once more. And with that, Matthew, I'm going to let you do your rounding out now since I already did mine earlier. So hit it.
All right, so we will see you all tomorrow, like I was saying, at 10 p.m. Eastern on the next Nightly War News stream, and we hope to see you all then as well. And if there is a short war video to make, the Enforcer will be making that midday tomorrow, of course. But in the meantime, though, thank you all for joining us once again, and Slava Ukraine, Heroam Slava, get some rest, and good night.